Volume 2. Chapter 101, First Appearance of Superpowers. Chapter 101, First Appearance of Superpowers. But was Bai Xiangxiu to be blamed for this? She just felt helpless, and the thrilling events of the day had tired her out. As a result, she dozed off right there on the table, facing Warrior. Unexpectedly, he seemed to have entered a dream right as she fell asleep. In the dream, they had delivered Jiang Su'er to the slaver according to Song Jiaoyue's plan. However, driven to despair, she used her hairpin to stab her throat in the carriage. Dying, her last words were, "Quan, let us meet again in the next life." As for Quan, in the dream he was handed over to the authorities and sentenced to be exiled. In prison, he suddenly snatched a spear from a nearby soldier and ran himself through the chest, leaving behind the words, "Su'er, I know what has happened to you. We shall be husband and wife in our next lives." Bai Xiangxiu jolted awake in shock. What was that? Was it a nightmare? However, wasn't the nightmare a little too realistic? Especially since she even knew their thoughts and felt woozy when she saw their crimson red blood splash out. How can this be? Wasn't it just a dream? Was it actually possible to be hemophobic in a dream? Bai Xiangxiu gazed thoughtfully as the cactus as she pondered her dream. Somehow, a feeling of dread had grown in her heart. Although it was only a dream, the more she thought about their situation, the more she believed that they might actually do such a thing. They had been driven into the depths of despair and so would begin to wish for their next life. People from the olden days had always been more superstitious than modern people. In addition, one of them believed that she was about to be sold off to prostitute herself, while the other believed that he was about to get his head chopped off. Since they could never be together, the next logical step for them may well be to enter their next life. This won't do. This definitely won't do. Bai Xiangxiu began to panic in her room. What if something from her dream really came true? Wouldn't the plans that had been carefully put together be in vain then? She definitely had to notify that couple blind in love. There was clearly no use for all that planning if she ended up saving corpses. She paced from one end of her room to the other, but was suddenly struck by an epiphany when she caught sight of the pastries on her table. She snatched a silk ribbon from nearby and quickly wrote out a message. Then, she carefully stuffed the ribbon into a piece of pastry and told Xiaoshi to serve it to them along with some supper and wine. Xiaoshi listened carefully, and dutifully delivered some supper and wine to Jiang Su'er in Quan's room. She placed the supper down and said, "This is a gift from the fourth madam, and can also be considered your last meal. She'll have the guards withdraw in a moment so you guys can have your meal at ease." Then, with a tone that may or may not have a hidden meaning, she continued, "This pastry was personally prepared by the madam. Both of you should be grateful and eat more of it." Finishing her words, Xiaoshi winked at Jiang Su'er when the guards weren't paying attention and said, "You should thank the fourth madam for your current freedom and comfort, understood?" Finishing her sentence, she snorted daintily and left. After she left, Jiang Su'er stared at Quan as he gripped her hand tightly. Is there still a chance for we can be saved? The people outside really did withdraw shortly, and Jiang Su'er began to eat the pastries. Unexpectedly, she got the piece with the silk ribbon inside on her first bite. There were only a few words written on the ribbon. Your rescue is already arranged, be at ease. However, you will need to put on an appropriate performance. Madam Xiao. We will forever remember your magnanimity in our hearts. Jiang Su'er and Quan were naturally delighted to hear that they would be rescued. They turned to face outside and kneeled down to kowtow, then burst into tears as they hugged each other. Word spread in the outside world that they should be grateful to Madame Xiao to be able to spend their last night together before their final separation. Bai Xiangxiu could finally sleep peacefully after settling everything. She slept soundly all the way to high noon the next day before getting up. Yi Mama had already prepared everything on her side and asked if Bai Xiangxiu was going to run the two of them out. Naturally, Bai Xiangxiu agreed unreservedly, and said to Xiaoshi, "Go outside to find a slaver and have him take third madam away." But Yi Mama frowned and spoke up, "Xiaoshi isn't too familiar with those kinds of things. Why don't you let this old servant? Xiaoshi is no longer young anymore. There's yet much for her to learn in the future. Mama, you shouldn't be indulging her like this." Bai Xiangxiu was very obvious with her meaning here that she wanted to groom Xiaoshi into her trusted subordinate, so there was a few things that Xiaoshi needed to learn. Yi Mama didn't stop her anymore after realizing that she had such a motive. Who wouldn't want to have a competent subordinate that they could entrust sensitive matters with? And so, Xiaoshi went out to search for that person with a head full of confusion. Somehow, she actually managed to run into a carriage that was filled with girls. After inquiring, she realized that the carriage owner was actually a renowned slaver who had come to the estate to sell some of his wares. Naturally, Xiaoshi brought the slaver back into the estate. Yi Mama wasn't the slightest bit suspicious even after coming out to personally welcome him. Jiang Su'er was sold to the slaver for 50 taels, and left readily with him. Quan was handed over to the court officials at the same moment. After his trial in the afternoon, he was sentenced to be conscripted into the border guard in the Shu province. Normally, people faced quite a bit of hardship in exile. It was also unknown whether a noble's daughter like Jiang Su'er would be able to adapt to her new life either. Moreover, Bai Xiangxiu had to face another difficult matter of informing the Jiang family of what had happened to their daughter. Don't think for a second that everything was concluded after one sold off another family's daughter. Evidence needed to be produced. Thankfully, she still Jiang Su'er and Quan's affidavit in hand and had someone invite Jiang Su'er's mother to the estate. Jiang Su'er's birth was quite good, since her father a fifth-rank official. However, because she was the child of a concubine, the mother that came to the estate wasn't her birth mother. Even though it was their daughter that was in the wrong, the other party was still the wife of a fifth-rank official. So, for a concubine like her to receive them, she would still have to give them some face. Moreover, Bai Xiangxiu had never been one to put on airs, so when she received Madame Jiang into the estate, she first exchanged a round of pleasantries with Madame Jiang. However, Madame Jiang was someone who clearly knew her place. She realized that a serious issue must have come up for her to be invited to the estate so suddenly. Moreover, they even sent the person in charge to talk to her. Although Bai Xiangxiu was only a concubine, at the moment, she represented the princely manor. Therefore, Madame Jiang was very polite when she asked, "I wonder, the reason you invited me here is, it must have something to do with that base wench Su'er." Sure enough, Bai Xiangxiu got the servants to hand over the 2 affidavits to her. After drinking some tea, she smiled and said, "Our estate has already handled the matters regarding that person. However, if you wish to rescue her." She let her sentence trail off. Normally when a lady did something that's scandalous in her husband's residence, her own family would treat her as an enormous shame and an insult to their good name. Very few would try to rescue them. Madame Jiang was extremely furious. That bitch with a lowly life really did have no sense of shame. She'd actually gone and done something that tarnished the Jiang family name. Luckily, Prince Li wasn't around. Or else, she couldn't even fathom the extent of their punishment at his hands. Let's just handle the matter according to the madame's wishes. She couldn't and wouldn't say anything in excess. Even if the prince's manor had sentenced Jiang Su'er to death, the Jiang family could only keep their mouths shut. Particularly when it came to this Quan. It wasn't as if the family didn't know about this past relationship. It's just that they hadn't expected that he would chase after her all the way into the prince's estate and humiliate the family. Then we shall put this matter to rest, and everything will be handled by our estate. For both of our family's reputation, naturally, no third party shall know about anything about this. To appease your side of the family, you can just say that the third madam has passed away in a sudden bout of illness. How does that sound? Bai Xiangxiu was actually inwardly speechless. No matter how good Jiang Su'er's birth was, she was still only a concubine in the end. She had been nothing but a tool for her family to curry some favor with those in a higher position in life. She'd been immediately discarded mercilessly after making a mistake, without a single ounce of pity. Suddenly, Bai Xiangxiu's family came to her mind. Would they act the same way as the Jiang family if she were to stand in Jiang Su'er's shoes? That would really be rather depressing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Appeasement, Stay Tonight. Chapter 102, Appeasement, Stay Tonight. This thought only briefly flashed through Bai Xiangxiu's mind. She wasn't the real Bai Xiangxiu, so there was no need for her to be foolishly sad thinking about it. The third madam's funeral procession started off from the princely manor in short order, and as the person in charge of the household, Bai Xiangxiu naturally had to accompany the coffin out of the estate. As she sat in the carriage that followed the coffin to the city gates, she was a bit excited. It was the first time she'd gone so far from the manor. But when she arrived outside the city gates, she discovered that the land beyond the walls didn't really contain anything special. Soldiers guarded 2 enormously impressive gates. They didn't halt the flow of traffic in and out of the city, and men, women, seniors, and children were all mixed into the crowd. Will I too be part of this crowd one day? Although people who transmigrated usually tried to take advantage of their opportunity and live their lives to the fullest, her circumstances had forced her to keep her head down and aim for a way to get back safely instead. After she returned from this experience, she would absolutely find a man to marry. No matter how outstanding the men were here, she'd always felt a bit out of place. The supporting male lead had indeed occupied her thoughts for a time, as she'd obsessed over him day and night. She'd never paid quite so much attention to a man before. But it was a pity that they seemed destined to be just passers-by, like those walking in and out of the city gates. They were about to turn back after the coffin had exited the city gates when they suddenly saw an uncommon procession. What made it uncommon? All of the entourage's men walked with the awe-inspiring air of military men. The leader was riding a tall muscular horse that left onlookers enthralled. Not because of its lines or figure, but because it was a pure white coat, without a single imperfection. The one sitting on top of it had an even more impressive demeanor, as he wore a black cotton top with his hair neatly swept upwards and held in place by a golden crown one. He was coldly handsome and carried himself with an outstanding flair. Everyone was instantly attracted by his extraordinary bearing as he entered the city, and the guards at the gate bowed in greeting. "We greet Prince Li in an honored welcome to the city." Prince Li immediately noticed his manor's carriage, but he didn't know who was sitting inside. The carriage was decked out the same no matter who was inside. Therefore, when he urged his horse forward and saw Xiao Shi, he paused in surprise. What is she doing outside the city? If one brought up the topic of Bai Xiangxiu defying him before, he really wasn't all that angry about her. What he'd cared about were those 2 lines from the poem he'd read from her letter. It had almost felt like he'd been the one doing wrong, and left her to flail in misunderstanding after misunderstanding instead. With her body, it would likely be easy for something untoward to happen if she was distracted. Didn't they all say that women had a narrow mind and liked to think random thoughts? He didn't know how to react when she suddenly appeared, so he slowly followed behind the carriage all the way to the princely manor. On the other hand, the one inside the carriage was even more conflicted. The master of the house was back, and she'd offended him before he'd left. Should she take the initiative to indicate some goodwill? To that end, she raised the curtain of the carriage and said in a small voice, "You're back, Your Highness." Long Hong had no idea what to say when he saw her acting so carefully. He grunted, spurring his horse to canter towards the front. He's still angry. Oh come on, he's a man, why is he nursing a grudge like this? But after thinking about it, she had indeed challenged his authority. Now that he was back, he would also learn that one of his concubines had run off with another man. This would definitely make for a poor temper. Even though he ended up sweeping out all the women in the end for the female lead, it was entirely different when one of his women had an affair. This was something few men could stomach in the olden times, so she was a bit worried that Prince Li would want to thoroughly investigate the matter. Jiang Su and Quan would certainly be in danger then. Therefore, she would have to handle this matter as calmly as possible and distract him so that he wouldn't think of looking into this matter. So it was with this frame of mind that she followed that ill-tempered male lead back to the manor with no outward sign of a conflict. However, she hadn't anticipated that the male lead would go directly to his own residence and not even look in on her. Bai Xiangxiu was depressed. It looked like she would have to first melt the male lead's frosty demeanor, or she'd be in for it when his wrath came crashing down on her. She couldn't help but shiver when she recalled the downfall of her original character. No. I must make him have a better impression of me. Alright, then she would cook for him. Although she specialized in vegetarian dishes, there was nothing wrong with cooking meat dishes the way she did vegetarian. Bai Xiangxiu sped for the kitchen once she made up her mind. She really did make 4 dishes herself and have Xiao Shi send them over. Although she didn't accompany it with words admitting to her guilt, he would understand her intentions, right? Right? On the other hand, what she didn't know was that the subject of her thoughts had walked off in another direction because he was planning on washing off the dust of the road and then coming to meet her afterwards. It seemed like a better option rather than having her live misunderstanding his intentions, but just as he'd finished bathing and was tousling his hair dry, she had come calling. Long Hong was delighted and felt that he was thinking too much. She wasn't angry at him at all. He came out to greet her without even combing his hair. Who would have thought that she had come bearing food, and food that she had made herself at that? This obvious gesture to please him warmed his heart. He sat down with a large flourish and spoke when he saw her still standing. "You haven't eaten yet either, right? Come, eat with me." Bai Xiangxiu was actually having a mental nosebleed off on the side. What was with the bizarre sexiness that this man with wet locks of hair was exuding? Was something wrong with her? Was he in heat? He smelled so good. This was pure, naked seduction alright. She immediately sat down after hearing his invitation, not intending to offend this man anymore. Long Hong didn't pause after seeing her respond so docilely. He had someone bring over 2 wine cups and personally poured wine for her. Drink with this prince. Understood. But what to do if she didn't like this kind of wine? She still picked up the cup to keep the prince company. He threw his head back and drained the cup, but the spiciness of the alcohol startled her into a coughing fit after a small sip. Long Hong frowned. How could he have forgotten that while he liked strong liquor, she was just a girl and couldn't handle it? Look at how red her face has turned. Sure, bring us some wine that girls can drink. Sure nodded and walked off, thinking, the sun is really rising from the west today. How would the prince be thinking for a woman otherwise? It was a pity that Bai Xiangxiu wasn't able to take even a sip of the newly brought wine. That small taste from earlier had burned her throat so much so that it hurt to even talk. Long Hong had no idea what to do about this girl who was as fragile as paper in front of him. What could be done, since he liked her? Like? He paused when this word registered in his mind. He'd never thought that there'd come a day he'd like a woman. However, it was quite good if that woman was her. He didn't feel overly conflicted as he looked at the quiet girl in front of him. Stay the night, but... Bai Xiangxiu immediately felt a wave of dizziness hit her head as she pressed her hand against her forehead. So she ducked and weaved, but the moment has still finally come? However, she hadn't thought that her movement would reveal the injuries on her forehead and hand. Long Hung grabbed her hand and shot to his feet. What's going on here? He just returned home and obviously knew nothing about the fire. Nothing. What's going on? Was this concern that she was hearing in his voice? 1. Crowns in ancient China weren't like the Western crowns limited to royalty. They were small, metal circles that acted like a hair tie for a male. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Searching for the Assailant. Chapter 103, Searching for the Assailant. Bai Xiangxiu finally took note of her own hand at this moment. Even though it was mostly healed, the dark layer of calluses had yet to peel off and the surrounding skin was blackening. Her forehead was in a similar situation, so she used her bangs to cover it and cloth to encircle it. She was sure that the moment the covering was removed, any male who saw it would lose their appetite. She contemplated whether to explain the reason behind getting burned, but she was afraid that after speaking of it, the male lead would misunderstand. Someone already wanted to kill her for revenge after only being in charge of the household for a couple days. In order to give her boss a good impression of her, she could only shake her head and stay in silence. In any case, he would still know the truth sooner or later. There was just a difference in the timing that he would learn it. As for what other people thought of it, she didn't care. This is a wound caused by fire. Furthermore, it has already been a couple of days since you've gotten this wound. Why haven't your letters mentioned it? How did you end up in this state? Long Hung was palpitating, but seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, he recognized that the situation must be extremely serious. He yelled to Shu'er, "What are you looking at? Get Long shooting over here." Shu'er hastily ran outside. His master's expression was too scary enough that he tripped and fell when exiting. The steward is normally quite smart. How come a perfectly fine person was wounded in just a few days? Isn't this just courting bad luck? Long Shooting naturally knew that the prince would summon him over sooner or later when he returned home. And so he took a sip of tea and stood up in one smooth motion, running towards Long Hang's study afterwards. It seemed that the prince actually treated the fourth madam quite well. He was immediately asking after this matter after his return, and he wasn't even asking about the third madam. As for why the prince had been able to guess that it was about the fire, simple deduction had made it clear. If the prince was bothering himself with the third madam's affairs, he would ask the mamas who worked in the manor or the guards that handled that matter. By the time he questioned the steward, it would at least be a couple hours later. It was a pity that the prince had summoned the steward before he'd returned for even 2 hours. He evidently was extremely angry about the fire. Actually, the steward was also disconsolate since he still hadn't discovered any clues in the past few days. It was still an unknown how he was to respond when the prince asked about it. When he arrived, the table had already been put away. The irritable princely paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. His hair was loose and not neatly upset. It seemed that the prince had wanted to rest, but hadn't anticipated that such a large matter would occur in the royal residence. That exceedingly clever Madame Xiu was now sitting obediently to the side, her head lowered as she played with the hair in front of her chest as though she was feeling greatly wronged. At first glance, the two gave the impression that Neibai was the wife being oppressed, while Prince Li was the one oppressing her. However, she didn't have any wounds on her body and her clothes were very orderly. It appeared that no matter how angry Prince Li was, the situation of domestic violence wouldn't occur. Except, why did Long Shooting have the feeling that Prince Li was the one being maltreated? He couldn't continue standing after seeing his master. He flourished his sleeves and knelt down. Long Shooting greets His Highness. Rise. What is the cause of these wounds? Tell this prince the happenings with detail. Long Hong was actually quite depressed. Bai Xiangxiu hadn't responded when he asked her the first time. She turned her head to the side the second time and said quietly, "Won't you know when the general manager comes?" As for the third time, he didn't dare ask the third time since he feared she would become frightened. In reality, no matter how he looked at supporting female character Bai Xiangxiu, she appeared like a white lotus. Add that to the fact that her appearance was innately delicate and touching, and that her eyes would involuntarily redden like a little rabbit's when she grew distressed, all of this really made her quite lovable. Long Hong was unable to continue asking her even if he had a heart made of iron. He could only wait until people who could talk about it arrived, which happened to be the unlucky Long Shooting. Long Shooting looked at the girl. She actually hadn't lodged a complaint and asked the prince for protection. What an odd girl. Shouldn't she be laying in his embrace at this time asking for attention? Without no other option available to him, he could only explain the entire sequence of events related to the fire. Long Hong calmly listened to the end. When he heard that Bai Shangxiu had saved 2 servant girls at a critical moment, which in turn caused herself to have such heavy wounds to be inflicted onto her, he took a deep look at that seemingly immensely weak girl. She really was exceedingly kind. This was a colossal weakness for a person. But that was fine. He could fill in that weakness. Long Hong slowly unleashed the light of bloodthirst in his character. Long Shooting froze with shock. It looked as though the prince truly despised the person who'd harmed the 4th madam. And so, he narrated the results of his investigation and then knelt with one knee on the ground. It was my fault that I was unable to protect the madam. Please punish me. If the matter was deliberate and planned out, it is not your fault. As for Madame Bai, he turned his head, but the other party had lowered her head and playing with her hair as though she didn't hear him talk to her. Madame Bai. How had she become distracted with such a serious problem like this? She had been heavily wounded for this matter, and it was rumored that she had been in a coma for a couple days. Had she been so terrified that she was becoming more and more absent-minded? Actually, Bai Shangxiu wasn't inattentive. Rather, she was quite unfamiliar with the 2 words of Madame Bai. Prince Li rarely talked to her. Even if he did, he seldom used names but instead frequently just said you. Now that he suddenly called her Madame Bai, how was she supposed to have reacted? Even though she'd raised her head because another person was talking loudly, she still had a blank expression on her face. Seeing her ashen and vacant little face, Long Hong decisively believed that she must have been scared silly. She was someone who couldn't be scared, after all. He originally wanted to ask her who exactly she offended, but he didn't have the heart to ask further after seeing her appearance. Go back and rest. Rest well and heal your wounds. He had wanted her to stay, but how could he bear to do so after seeing the extent of her fear? That kind of affair was the male oppressing the woman to begin with. Secondly, he needed to find out who the assailant was and not permit such a terrifying person to stay in the manor any longer. The culprit had wanted to harm her to boot. They would not be allowed to retain their lives. Not only would they not be able to live on, he would bestow them an arduous death. Long Shooting related to Long Hong those who had the highest chance of being the culprit. Long Heng's method was not to investigate the matter, but instead to use mass torture anyone suspicious for information. However, Bai Shangxiu was not to know about this matter. Therefore, while she hid in Winter Garden and slept heavily, the 1st and 2nd madams were unceremoniously sent over to Long Hong for a personal interrogation. He already knew about the matter concerning the 3rd madam, but he was of no mind to think further on it. He only wanted to figure out who had wounded Bai Shangxiu. It was out of his wildest expectations that the 2 women who had the most motive to harm here were completely blameless. In the end, he started with those who'd worked in the bedding and clothing storage. Long Hong didn't rest and interrogate each and every one of them. He had been trained in the army and believed that there weren't many who could lie flawlessly in front of him. It was already late at night, but he didn't give up searching. In fact, he was mulling that if he was unable to find out who exactly it was, he would just throw out all suspicious personnel from the estate so that she would at least be a little safer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Volunteering to be a Bed Warmer. Chapter 104, Volunteering to be a Bed Warmer. The night sky grew unknowingly darker and darker. Long Hong wasn't showing an ounce of fury because he was incensed beyond measure. He was a man who had been through the battlefield, baptized through blood and fire. Although he was a little unfamiliar with sentimental feelings, he also felt a bit of anticipation thrill through his veins. These feelings were both strange and removed to someone who trudged through rivers of blood. At the same time, he felt that these feelings had indeed been hard to obtain. It finally seemed like he had everything now, but someone was skulking around to sabotage it. How could Long Hong keep his calm? He burned to leap into action, to haul out the person responsible and torture him to death. At that moment, a delicate and graceful woman walked into his residence. She had an alluring figure and a delicate, charming appearance. Her temperament reminded him of a certain someone at first blush, the quiet 4th madam, née Bai. Their demeanor were extremely similar to each other, so his expression slowly began to relax. He sat there watching as she walked in, and realized that he did in fact know who she was. This person was Sun Hong'er, his personal maidservant before he'd entered the army. She dipped in greeting, her eyes tenderly looking at him while her body slipped into an alluring posture. The distance between the two had subtly narrowed. After detecting the fragrance on her body, Long Hong subconsciously felt his stomach tighten. His forehead couldn't help but crease. It seemed that this fragrance could cause men to weaken their control over their desires, but it wasn't enough to make him go crazy over her. So he didn't immediately reprimand her, but began to think of her with a bit contempt. Why would a proper lady carry such an impure fragrance on their body? She was clearly trying to seduce men. He had experienced numerous similar occurrences on the battlefield, so he was particularly repelled by such actions. But she possessed a good attitude, so he reached out his hand and said, "You may rise." Eyes moist with tears, Sun Hong'er immediately apologized for her mistakes as soon as she rose to her feet. It was all this servant's fault. If this servant hadn't asked the fourth madam to head over to the clothing storage when I realized there was a problem with the cotton, fourth madam wouldn't have innocently received such serious injuries. Stop crying. Just tell me what happened from the beginning to the end. Sun Hong'er only began to talk about the incident after Long Hong had waved his hand with extreme impatience. What she said was likely the truth. Long Hong didn't note any flaws in her story. However, why is she always looking down? Even if she was trying to show modesty and decorum in front of a man, she had already applied such an unscrupulous fragrance on her body. Did she really have to put on such an act afterwards? He couldn't stand smelling that fragrance anymore because it would only remind him of Neibai. It made him want to think of ways to pin her down and have his way with her. Every time he had such thoughts, it seemed like every single violent cell in his body grew excited, making his blood thrum and setting his heart on fire. This wouldn't do. That version of him was too violent. He had to restrain himself, or wouldn't that paper-like girl be violently tortured to death? His heart would bleed for her even if she was only pricked by a needle, never mind death. Distracted by his thoughts, he absent-mindedly waved his hand, "Leave for now. I wish to rest." But he didn't expect that she would actually be so bold as to launch herself straight at him. Her original intention was to hug Prince Li's waist, because a man's waist wasn't a place to be randomly touched. How would matters not take a sudden steamy turn with this hug? But she hadn't counted on Prince Li's martial artist background. There was no way he would drop his guard for a moment. He wouldn't even let a pet that he didn't trust easily touch him, let alone a woman. And so, a strange pose was born. Prince Li was defying common sense and had his palm firmly holding the woman's head at bay. As for her, she was vainly stretching both her hands out, waiting to be hugged. Unfortunately, Prince Li had longer arms than she did, so he used his hands to block her advances. In the end, she didn't even manage to grab onto a single finger of his. Prince Li twitched his eyebrows a little and sidestepped. Bam! Sun Hong'er crashed onto the floor with a thud. This development is unexpected. It seems that the prince has become a lot more ruthless compared to before he left. Although he wasn't any easier to get closer to before, he would never have treated a beautiful young lady like this. But now... The girl fell face first onto the floor, stunning herself with the impact. Amidst her daze, she was almost certain that her nose had been shattered. When she clambered to her feet, she found blood all over the floor, and so quickly pinched her nose shut with both hands. Initially, she'd planned on spending the night with the prince while Madame Xiao was still too injured to tend to his needs. Yet, how could she have guessed that she would end up on the ground, face battered and bruised instead? She felt abnormally aggrieved and wanted to turn to leave so that the prince wouldn't see her current ugly state. Unexpectedly, the moment she stood up to turn, a voice languidly came from behind her. "Hong'er, were you here to volunteer to be my bed warmer?" Sun Hong'er almost couldn't believe her ears as she clutched her bleeding nose with her hands. Since when had Prince Li become so enlightened? Except, was something wrong with this man who wouldn't eat the meat that had been dangling in front of him? She'd been so proactive already. But since he suddenly asked such a question, could it be that it's finally dawned on him too? Sun Hong'er became extremely excited. She quickly used her sleeves to forcefully wipe off her nosebleed and said with a voice aching with temptation, "Your Highness." She said the words "Your Highness" with such a coquettish lilt that Long Hong couldn't help but feel goosebumps pop out all over his body. He was so disgusted that whatever impulsive thoughts he'd previously had due to her fragrance scattered into the wind. From a certain point of view, this woman was actually quite competent for being able to do such a thing. "Are you willing to do anything for this prince?" Long Hong suddenly thought of a possibility and asked a probing question. Unexpectedly, her body actually froze for a second, and then continued with a fanciful vibrato in her voice, "Of course. This servant will do whatever your highness wishes this servant to do." "Is that so? Then clean up the blood on the floor and get the hell out." After speaking, Long Hung brandished his sleeves and left. His thoughts didn't linger the least bit on her at all. But after returning to his room, he immediately ordered someone to investigate her affairs. She had seemed like just another widow, but she shouldn't have been that daring. Although her reaction just now had indeed been suspicious, it had also saved her life as well. If he hadn't thought that there was more to the story, she would probably have been taken away to be beaten to death by staves by now. If she truly was the mastermind behind that incident, then something simple as death wouldn't be lying in wait for her. Long Hung was only able to sleep for about roughly 4 hours that night before his man returned. He knelt in front of Long Hung and relayed everything from start to finish. Veins began to throb in Long Hang's forehead. He commanded, "Lock that person up immediately. I want to personally interrogate her." But his man returned shortly, not long after he'd just left. "That person has already escaped. I've sent some men to chase after her. She's unexpectedly quick-witted. But I believe that a little girl like her would never be able to escape from all of you, right? What use would I have to keeping all of you on then?" That person gave him a quick kowtow and left immediately. They had to catch that girl. Or else, how would they continue working here in the future if they lost face in front of the master? And so, Sun Honger was successfully recaptured within the hour. Her nose was still collapsed, making her entire face seem deformed. What delicate and charming appearance! What sweet and coquettish looks! At this moment, she was totally the opposite of those things. It would be a compliment to say that she looked like a ghost. The corner of Long Hang's mouth twitched. "Speak. I might give you a chance to live if you confess everything." "Your Highness, this servant has no idea what your Highness is implying." Sun Honger wasn't dumb. There was no way that she would confess. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 105, Ghastly Shrieks, Getting Rid of Someone in Secret. Chapter 105, Ghastly Shrieks, Getting Rid of Someone in Secret. Long Hong was in no hurry. He leisurely sat to the side and looked at Sun Honger coldly. "Sun Honger, this prince has hundreds upon thousands of ways to persuade you that living is more unbearable than death. Do you want to try some of them?" "Your Highness, the servant really hadn't done anything." "Please. Servants, chop off 5 of her toes first." Long Hong didn't waste his breath. He knew very well which part of the body would hurt the most when lacerated. But suddenly, a thought struck him. If he were to punish her while he was in the estate, wouldn't her constant wailing cause rumors to spread? As the head of the household, Nabai would surely catch wind of this, to say nothing of anything else. She was so extremely timid. Wouldn't the rumors frighten her to death? Thus, when Sun Honger began to cry in horror, he immediately said, "Gag her." And so, Sun Honger's mouth was stuffed until she couldn't even let out a single sound when 5 of her toes were chopped off. How could a girl like her withstand this kind of pain? She fell into a dead faint almost immediately. She still wanted to wail when she awoke later, but how could she have a chance to do so when she was still gagged? Because she was afraid of pain, she'd initially planned on confessing and dying in a straightforward fashion. But she hadn't expected that they would gag her, leaving her no chance to speak. Moreover, Long Hung intended to make her suffer more as well. So, before she could confess, he made sure to chop off her other 5 remaining toes. Sun Honger was assaulted by extreme agony, as if her liver and gallbladder were torn apart from within. She dropped to her knees with a thud just before they were going to chop off her fingers. Only then did Long Hung finally gesture to have her gag removed. Back in Winter Garden, Bai Shangxiu had no idea all this was going on. She was still having the time of her life sleeping in bed. When she woke up the next morning, she was immediately notified that one of the small workshops she'd made an agreement with had already shipped their merchandise. The rush job had been completed in record time, and 10 or so pieces had been delivered to the estate. She inspected the merchandise personally and paid off the invoice after concluding that the workmanship was up to par. Although they had only sent over 10 pieces of clothing, she still distributed them to the servants. The servants who received the clothing felt that the clothing this year was very warm, and thanked the 4th madam with compliments before they took their leave. Long Hung returned after he was finished with the matters at hand. On his way back, he noticed that the servants all had unusually happy expressions on their faces after they'd received their winter clothes. This was a rare sight. Isn't it just some pieces of clothing? From his point of view, it didn't seem like there was any difference between these pieces and the winter clothing of previous years. He heard the conversation between Yimama and Bai Shangxiu as soon as he went inside. The more he listened, the more he felt that Bai Shangxiu was a very cute and kind-hearted person. "Madam Xiu, you must have paid them with your own money this time." Otherwise, there's no way that these cotton pieces could be as warm as this. It was just a little bit of money. It's just clothing for servants. They're not worth your money. They're people working for the prince's estate. If they are kept warm, they will naturally work harder for the estate. Wouldn't you say so, ye mama? People in the past really enjoyed calling upon their ranks of seniority. And every time, Bai Xiangxiu was struck speechless for an instant. Bai Xiangxiu felt like she was beginning to have more and more qualities of a white lotus flower, kind and beautiful on the outside, but scheming on the inside. However, she really didn't like the hierarchy system where the servants were treated as lesser humans. The key person that everything revolved around was Long Hung. She didn't know what he was currently doing either. After getting wind of that incident yesterday, I wonder how he plans to handle it? Has he found the person who was trying to kill me yet? Someone walked in from the outside at this moment. To her surprise, it was none other than Princely Long Hung. What had he come here for? This was the servant quarters, right? As expected, everyone stood up. Bai Xiangxiu, sitting on the heated platform, stood up abruptly as well, but by doing so, she towered over everyone, twice as tall as the tallest person in the room. Feeling that this was a little inappropriate, she could only lower her body. However, sitting down wasn't appropriate either. And so, in a panic, she decided to kneel on the heated platform. The platform was different from a bed, since it was extremely hard. Therefore, abruptly kneeling like that on the platform was no different from abruptly kneeling on the floor, causing her to grimace in pain. Ouch. You? There's no need for such formalities. Long Hung extended his hands to nonchalantly support her a little. There were too many people in the room, so it wasn't too appropriate for him to hold her hand tightly and help her up. However, who would still dare stay in the room when such a situation was developing? They all backed out of the room one by one. Are you still not getting up? Only when everyone had left the room did Long Hung come over to help her up. He put her arm around her and pulled her to the edge of the platform. Because of how petite Bai Xiangxiu was, that little impetus pushed her whole person to fall into his embrace. Her person was so soft and her body so very tender. Her fragrance rushed into his nose. Falling into his embrace was like the straw on the camel's back. It was as though something in his heart suddenly broke. He ferociously lifted her chin and lowered his head to give her a kiss. The kiss could only be described as tyrannical. It bathed Bai Xiangxiu with all of the force behind his pent-up desire, leaving her short of breath in just a few seconds. It was so powerful, she became somewhat delirious. His strong hug and caring gesture tugged at her heartstrings. What do I do if my heart stops? My brain has lost the ability to think. What do I do? The only movement Bai Xiangxiu could make was to gently kick her legs, because the edge of the platform was making her very uncomfortable. But Long Hang felt that such an action really suited his intentions. He lifted her, carrying her over to the center of the platform and gently lay her down. Then, he bent over and pinned her down. Oh my God! The group of servants who were still lingering outside the quarters were all very surprised by their master's actions. They didn't expect that their master would actually be this brash. At a place like this. Could it be that the prince wants to do that to the fourth madam at this time of the day? How impatient is he? Logically speaking, they should have gone inside the quarters to stop them. How could they let such a thing happen in the estate while the sun was still out? However, nobody was bold enough to go inside to stop them. But while they didn't dare to, others had to. Someone had come to report the arrival of Minister Lin just as the others were nervously standing around. Since Minister Lin had personally come by to pay a visit, the prince naturally had to greet him personally as well. Without much of a choice, Shuer faced the room and called out, "Your Highness, Lin Xiangxiu asks to see you. Your father-in-law is here. Stop fooling around inside with your concubine." If Minister Lin were to get wind of this, he would surely faint with anger. Long Hong froze for a second. He could clearly hear what was being said from the outside. But the beauty before his eyes had already captured his heart, even though he had yet to obtain her in her entirety. When he lifted his head to glance at Bai Xiangxiu's face beneath him, he immediately felt his entire body tighten. This girl is simply too mesmerizing. She was squinting slightly, a slightly intoxicated expression on her face. Her clothes were half undone, the sensuous picture an overwhelmingly seductive and tantalizing scene. He was actually a bit reluctant to let go of her, but his guest was already waiting outside, and it wouldn't be good to make him wait. I'll go meet him for a bit. You will return to Winter Garden to wait for me. Don't busy yourself with other things. Long Hung reluctantly got to his feet and tidied his clothes. While he was leaving the room, he saw that the girl was still lying on the platform, as though paralyzed. He asked Xiao Shi to go in and tend to her mistress before he left. Then, feeling a little depressed, he hurried off to meet with the insidious Minister Lin, who was rumored to be extremely protective of his children. He was a person who would never investigate the truth no matter what his children had done. He would only blindly cover for them. Some sort of emergency must have happened, or else Minister Lin would have never gotten off his high horse to personally come and call upon him. He had been busy circling around Neibai lately, so he hadn't bothered with the Lin family. He hadn't expected that trouble would rear its head yet again. After seeing him in person, Long Hung noticed that Minister Lin must have had his own share of troubles lately. Hints of gray streaked his sideburns, and there were signs of dark circles under his eyes as well. He probably hadn't slept well for the past few nights. Servants, pour some tea. Long Hong was in an irritated mood since he'd been interrupted in the midst of his act. He had to set aside his little beauty to come and meet this old man. No one would be in a good mood if they were put in his situation either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, A Rotten Loveline Comes to Fruition. Chapter 106, A Rotten Loveline Comes to Fruition. When he saw so many people still in the vicinity, Minister Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow. He glanced at Long Hung and waved his hand. Your Highness, there's no need for all that trouble. I have something to discuss with you in private, so could you ask them to leave the room for a moment? Long Hung gestured towards his servants and had them exit the room en masse. However, as a result, no one was left to pour tea anymore. Minister Lin didn't mind that either, only saying, there are some issues within our inner residence, and I hope that your Highness can offer some assistance in solving this issue. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for this prince to be handling the affairs of your inner residence, right? Long Hung tightened his grip on his teacup. Is Minister Lin losing his grip on reality? At the same time, however, since things had fallen to this extent, the situation probably wasn't as simple as it seemed. Minister Lin opened and closed his mouth a few times before continuing. There have been quite a few burglaries in my residence lately, and even the authorities are powerless against the burglars. That's why I can only come here to ask Prince Li for some assistance. Ha! Minister Lin, you must be joking. If the authorities can't deal with the burglars, then how do you expect me to act against them? All I have with me are some brutish soldiers. How could they handle the meticulous tasks that are normally handled by the authorities? Who cares about the actual truth of this matter? Since I've already pushed away the responsibilities, just get the hell out already. Stop hindering my business with Madame Bai. Minister Lin could feel the veins start to pop out on his forehead. He's a prince who wields a significant chunk of military power. He should at least be a little concerned when his father-in-law's house is being raided by burglars, right? Despite all that, he doesn't even hesitate to push all the responsibility to the authorities. It's as if he isn't even a concerned party at all. However, this matter definitely had to be handled by Long Hung. How could the authorities possibly be able to take on ruffians from the Jianghu? Moreover, there were a couple of things that had to remain hidden from the authorities, or his daughter's good name would be ruined beyond all repair. In addition, since Long Hung was able to retrieve her last time, there was a strong chance that he was deeply involved with the matter as well. Naturally, there shouldn't be any misunderstandings concerning his daughter. But he had no idea how distant Long Hung felt from the situation. He only sat coldly off to the side, as if he hadn't heard Minister Lin's request. Minister Lin had no choice but to continue trying to persuade him. This was because the attitude of this future son-in-law towards his daughter's matters was really a bit lacking. Prince Li, at the end of the day, both our families are related through marriage. If anything happens to the Lin family, it would be equally bad for you as well. Oh? And why would that be? Minister Lin gritted his teeth. It was too difficult for him to talk about that matter after all. So, he could only change the topic by saying, this thief is extremely powerful. He dared to actually kill the maidservants and servants in my estate. If he isn't disposed of as soon as possible, I'm afraid that he will cause great misfortune later on. If the burglar forces my daughter to do some unduly things, then things will really get ugly. Long Hung naturally knew what he was trying to imply. If that man was so infatuated with her that he actually decided to chase her all the way back to her home, then he surely would never let her off the hook easily. Long Hung would surely be speechless if she ended up bearing that man's child. But just as Minister Lin had mentioned just now, it didn't matter whether he cared about Miss Lin or not. At the end of the day, the two of them were engaged. If a disgraceful scandal were to concern her, then it would be very easy to embroil him into things. And so he asked, then what suggestions does Minister Lin have? It is very dangerous at my home right now and I'm most worried about my daughter. So, I wonder if Prince Li could just take her into the princely manor. Absolutely not. Long Hong refused without a second's hesitation. My mother is currently not in the estate. If outsiders were to get wind of this, I'm afraid that it would be a drastic blow to Miss Lin's reputation as well. Isn't that right? What is this Minister Lin thinking? Is he trying just anything in a desperate situation? Minister Lin was indeed getting desperate. That was why he'd conjured up such an idea. However, he didn't know that old Madam had left the estate. Since the official lady of the estate wasn't home, it was indeed inappropriate and inexcusable for his daughter to enter the estate. Now he'd suddenly found himself in a new dilemma. Long Hong suddenly thought of Nei Bai. She had suffered through quite an ordeal lately and had gone through no small degree of fright in the estate as well. It was probably a good idea to take her out on a small trip and relax a little. And so, after some consideration, he said, then why not to Red Maple Mountain Villa? It's the private property of the princely manor, and Yongning Temple isn't too far from there as well. You can send Miss Lin to the temple as a front and escort her over to the villa at the middle of the night when no one will notice. Alright, then we will go with your plan. Minister Lin didn't expect that Long Hong would think of a solution that quickly. It was quite a relief to him. However, when you return, please inform the young lady that when she enters the Red Maple Mountain Villa, she must keep a low profile at all times. So, please ask her to wear plain clothes and enter the manor as a maidservant to prevent others from noticing her. As to prevent who from noticing her, Minister Lin, I'm sure you're well aware whom that is. You? All right. I'll explain it to her clearly when I return. Only, Xianzi has always had a weak physique ever since youth, so please be kind to her, Princely. Minister Lin clenched his fists. He was actually looking forward to getting them married as soon as possible. That way, he wouldn't have to worry so much anymore. Yet, Princely refused to call upon the Lin residents and officially propose marriage. He delayed the wedding again and again, causing Minister Lin much anguish. Is weak really a good word to describe her physique? She'd already been tossed around by that man to such an extent, and yet, she doesn't seem to have developed any problems. The word weak was extremely inappropriate when it came to describing her. Moreover, what was Minister Lin trying to imply by saying that? Was he hopeful that something would happen between Long Hong and his daughter while they were together? He gave a cold laugh inwardly and said, Minister Lin, if there is nothing else, please hurry on back for the preparations. That cold and arrogant look was back again. Minister Lin honestly didn't have another reason to stay, so he rose to take his leave. As for Long Hong, he was still feeling quite unhappy. He was only trying to become intimate with Nei Bai in his own home, but people was always coming to make trouble for him. But on the bright side, the Red Maple Mountain Villa really did have a very beautiful view and was a good place for a trip. Since plans had been made, the trip was a foregone conclusion. Luckily, there wasn't much to do in the army camp these days, and the emperor wouldn't ask a prince to attend court every day. As such, Long Hong ordered some men to start preparations for the journey and proceeded to inform Nei Bai personally. But he hadn't expected that she still hadn't returned when he arrived at Winter Garden. He couldn't help but frown as he walked towards the outside of the meeting quarters. Noticing that people were still standing around, he couldn't help but start to lecture them sternly, it's such a chilly place in here. What is the matter that you have yet to finish discussing? These servants were really too irresponsible, making her freeze in the room like that. But the servants felt wronged as well. Yimama was the person who had the most authority to speak, so she walked up to Long Hang and spoke in a polite tone, the mistress has fallen asleep just now and still hasn't woken up. She seems exhausted. Just what did your highness do to her? But how would she dare to say such things to the prince? Long Hong felt a little guilty because the expression in Yimama's downcast eyes seemed a little accusatory. Could it be that he had done something wrong? He coughed lightly and walked into the room to see Bai Shangxiu still lying there asleep on the heated platform in roughly the same posture when he'd left. Except, now there was an extra pillow beneath her head and she was covered by a cotton blanket. Xiao Shi was dutifully waiting by her side and quickly curtsied when she saw Long Hong come in. Long Hong knew that this room wasn't normally warm. It was just a room used for distributing items. Although the heating platform was nice and warm, the warmth in this room could not be compared to the warmth of the rooms in the various residences. Yet, she was deep in slumber. Therefore, it wouldn't do to just wake her up and drag her away. If he couldn't drag her away, then why not carry her away? With his speed, it wouldn't take the two of them long to arrive at Winter Garden. Long Hong wanted to do just that, but as soon as he lifted her head, he could feel that the person in his arms just wasn't being very cooperative. She actually twisted around to raise her hand to hit him. She even exerted her strength and slapped his chest, frowning, "Stop fooling around. Let me sleep a while longer." Long Hong was rendered speechless. This girl's sleeping habits really weren't that great. It seemed that she was a very irritable person when she was awakened by others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, A heart like a capering monkey and a mind like a galloping horse. Chapter 107, A heart like a capering monkey and a mind like a galloping horse. Long Hong knew this point very well. Everyone had a tinge of rashness to their personality. Otherwise, why would the ancients say that even rabbits would bite when pressured? Even though Bai Xiangxiu was a little rabbit, however quiet and likable she appeared, there would always be a time when she was unable to hold herself back. It was just that he hadn't thought it would appear while she was sleeping. A feeling of sweetness came over after he was smacked, and he decided not to disturb her further. Since you want to sleep, then sleep. Warm the room a bit more, Long Hung instructed unconsciously. Xiaoshi's mouth dropped open for a moment before she snapped it shut and answered, Your Highness, if the pit is too hot, one can easily suffer from excessive internal heat. If not for her mistress' own good, she never would have dared to say that. Princely glared at her for a moment, but didn't follow through with his earlier instruction. With his concubine asleep, it was really not good for him, a man, to remain here. Therefore, he thought for a bit before deciding to personally make preparations for leaving. There were a couple of matters within the manor that would have to be taken care of by the steward, and he needed to leave behind a few instructions on how to handle them. When all the preparations were completed, he went to Winter Garden again, finally seeing the person he wanted to see. However, she appeared rather nervous at the sight of him, even colliding with a table while walking. Prince Li rubbed his head. When an opportunity was missed, it would not come about so easily again. Therefore, he decided to let it go today. Bai Xiangxiu also felt despondent. After she'd been kissed, she'd then slept for the greater part of an afternoon since her brain had been starved of oxygen. She just couldn't compose herself after seeing the person in question again. Especially when the person had actually been gentle. Then, her mind had actually come up with a few fantasies. After all, she was considered rather old already in modern society, having long since reached marriageable age. Being hugged by a man like the male lead was the stuff of dreams. Think about it, this was the male lead. He had a possessing appearance, strong figure, insightful knowledge as well as a high position. He's literally the tall, rich, handsome and domineering CEO of ancient times. If a girl didn't like him, then there was clearly something wrong with her. Bai Xiangxiu had always felt herself to be a good girl with normal principles. It was only natural that there were times when her heart itched for action. However, after calming down, she thought of that accursed Mr. Plotline once again. She'd been receiving blows silently thus far, which was the reason for her lack of progress. But if he flirted with her again, she would definitely be unable to control herself. Therefore, while she scolded herself for being lustful, she also scolded herself for being too ridiculously bold. She dared to even have the male lead on her mind and wasn't at all fearing that she might be discovered and instantly killed by the female lead one fine day, and be left unable to return to the modern world. She had continuously made mistakes because she was too conflicted. She thought that her act thus far would have led to the male lead disliking her, but the male lead had actually said that he would stay. Although, he'd asked her to go in a adjoining room. What was the significance in doing so? She was just about to go rest some more when she saw the male lead. He already seemed to have taken a bath, and said, Sit, let's talk for a while. What an honor, the male lead actually wanted to chat with her. Bai Xiangxiu sat down, slightly agitated but wanting to hear what this usually steady, cold male lead intended to say. However, even after some time had elapsed, the other party had yet to speak. He didn't speak until she'd accidentally yawned out of tiredness. Pack up your luggage when you have time. We head to Red Maple Mountain Villa tomorrow at noon. Red Maple Mountain Villa? That sounded like a familiar name. Bai Xiangxiu thought for a moment before she remembered. Wasn't this Red Maple Mountain Villa the place in the novel where the male lead and the female lead solidified their love? In the novel, it had seemed that the male lead wanted to spend some time alone with the female lead. Therefore, he'd forcefully brought her to that specific location after the old madam had left home to recuperate with the goal of secretly spending time with her. The female lead had still resisted him greatly at that time. Therefore, the male lead had tyrannically grounded her inside, spending an entire day with her in that location. In the end, the Jianghu supporting male lead had also found his way over there and some conflict or the other had resulted. Because it was related to something that had happened early on, Bai Xiangxiu wasn't too clear about it. It was just strange. With the plot having diverged so greatly, why was he still going there? Even still, Bai Xiangxiu felt a little afraid. Could it be that amidst all this chaos, everything would still converge back to its original path? Then, wasn't she doomed no matter what? I really want to cry. So she asked in a very casual manner, "If I may, why are we going to the Red Maple Mountain Villa?" Who knew that the male lead's face would darken as soon as she asked? He suddenly stood up and paced around the room. This matter was a loss of face and not actually something he should have mentioned. However, while he clearly knew this, he was actually still unable to hold it in because he no longer treated Bai Xiangxiu like an outsider in his heart. Lin Qianzi is not as good as you think she is. She, outside, such a dirty matter was indeed rather inappropriate to mention to her. As a girl from a scholarly family, how would she be as capable as that Miss Lin, finding a man less than a day after running away? That man was also well known as a womanizer, but who would have thought that he would be obsessed with a noble miss like her? What happened to her outside? Bai Xiangxiu wanted to hear some gossip about the female lead, and so she blinked rapidly and asked. When she fled last time, she was saved by a man in the Jianghu. And that man fell in love with her at first sight. Thus, he's shown up continuously at the Lin Manor to cause trouble. We might have to bring her along this time, but that's nothing you have to worry about. Just take it like going on a trip. He really didn't want to speak more on anything regarding that woman, yet he wanted to converse more with Bai Xiangxiu. Looking at her figure under the light of the candles, she was simply beauty incarnate. Who said that beauties were no good? At the very least, they were good for admiring, alright? Oops, it seemed like the one who had hated beauties before was himself. Isn't she very pitiful then? These were not Bai Xiangxiu's true thoughts. What she was currently thinking was that the female lead had indeed found that supporting male lead. If that was the case, things were a bit chaotic then. That man seemed to have taken advantage of virtually all parts of the female lead apart from that final step. Thinking about it, it was rather a loss for the male lead. Also, in the novel, in order to obtain the female lead, he had even brought together many martial arts experts from the Jianghu to take a stand against Prince Li, forcing those of the imperial court and those in the Jianghu to view each other as hated enemies. This had caused a great deal of trouble for Prince Li at court. He had even been stripped of his power to marshal soldiers for a time afterwards. Thinking of this, she furrowed her brows. Seeing this, the male lead actually felt a little jealous. She was actually concerned about a woman like that. Really, what was there that should be pitied? If she just stayed obediently at home, what were the chances of encountering a man like that? Also, that cousin of hers was probably no honest person either. Who knows how stained she was now? There's no need to pity that woman. If you have time to, you might as well water the plants and spend time with this prince. However, he didn't have the courage to openly voice such words. Water the plants? Prince, what's with your hatred towards the female lead? Could it that jealousy has already been born? Looking at it, it didn't seem like it. It was like he really was irritated by her. From the original novel, Long Han was a principled man with strong opinions on many matters. Whether it was matters of the country or the family, his was a personality that would not let others easily in. It was just that he was inexperienced in the area of relationships, perhaps not knowing how to deal with them, which was why he often gave the appearance of being a little naive and direct, perhaps even violent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Overproduction of Male Hormones. Chapter 108, Overproduction of Male Hormones. Long Han was also depressed. Why had he asked her to go water the plants all of a sudden? However, he hadn't thought that Bai Xiangxiu, cute to the point where it was seriously impossible to be any cuter, would reply, "It's not good for the plants if they're watered too much." She saw Prince Li's sharp gaze sweep over her after she finished speaking. She hurriedly turned away, fear thrilling through her. "I'm going to rest." She virtually ran into the adjoining room, whereupon she disrobed and quickly slipped into bed. Long Han also spoke no further. It was fine as long as she didn't ask any more about that woman. He continued his preparations for an early departure the next day. He actually held great expectations for their trip to the Red Maple Mountain Villa, although he felt considerably depressed at the thought of seeing that woman again. Bai Xiangxiu had already recovered greatly from her injuries, but her skin still appeared rather pale. She hid it with her fringe, but there was no hiding her hands. Luckily, the sleeves of women in ancient times were very long, and they could fully conceal her healing skin that way. It was just that, why did she have to share a carriage with Long Han? Him sitting there in casual green clothing was making it hard for her to even breathe. There was no way around it. He was the male lead, his aura so powerful that there was no space for her to hide away from it. Sadly, there was no one else in the carriage. How could Long Han not take advantage of that? He beckoned, "Come sit over here." "I'm not going over there." "You're not going to just sit there nicely if I do." Bai Xiangxiu thought as much, but couldn't find a way to wiggle out of it. After all, he was Long Hong, the provider of her food and clothing. What could she do if he grew angry and decided to slaughter her? Therefore, she had no choice but to move over and sit down. Little did she know that he would immediately pull her little hand over just as her butt had just touched the soft cushion. She had originally thought that she would be taken advantage of all the way to the Red Maple Mountain Villa, but he'd actually just softly stroked the wound on her hand. It looked quite pale and appeared extremely fragile. The burns must have hurt greatly, right? She was shocked. Was he concerned about her injuries? It didn't hurt. At that time, I was only thinking about pulling the girl out, so I didn't feel how painful it was. Those were her heartfelt words, and weren't intentionally spoken to leave a good impression on the male lead. With her being so nervous at the moment, none of the words she was speaking was going through her brain's filter first. Silly. Long Hong squeezed her fingers softly with resignation, then looked outside. Let that girl follow as well. He had heard that the girl was someone who greatly valued debts of gratitude. The maid had continuously kowtowed in thanks to her savior after being saved, and was now staying in Winter Garden to serve her. However, he had not seen her when he had gone to visit. From the looks of it, she was someone who knew her place well. She's called Xiao and is quite obedient. Bai Shangxiu found some random words to speak when the conversation dried up, and turned her face to the side. Long Hong found her quite interesting when she was like this, and became used to stroking her hand. He was someone who practiced martial arts all year round, so both his hands were covered with calluses. So after he stroked her hand for a while, the friction generated quite a lot of heat, which began to burn after a while. Bai Shangxiu could truly take it no longer as she furrowed her brows and said softly, "Your Highness." Because she was acting against his wishes and feared his anger, she said this as softly as possible. What is it? Long Hong felt that he was really fortunate to have learnt martial arts. Otherwise, it would be really impossible to hear her words clearly. It hurts. Long Hong was taken aback for a moment before he reduced the strength of his hands. Was this girl's hand made of paper? Why was it fragile to such an extent? He would really have to watch his actions in the future. After arriving at Red Maple Mountain Villa, they would have all the free time in the world after handling Miss Lin's matter. Long Hong felt that he should indeed calm down first. However, if he didn't do anything now, he would be unable to suffer through this time. Therefore, he had her sit on his thigh as he held her slender waist, quite satisfied with just that. It was just that with the jostling of the carriage, he immediately grew uncomfortable. No, to be more accurate, it was that he'd become very comfortable to the point that he wished to do a certain type of something. However, he could do nothing at all and thus felt exceptionally tortured. Finally, having no choice in the matter, he could only place her down on the seat beside him, holding onto her hand as he looked mutely to the side. Bai Xiangxiu's face had already turned beet red. It had really been a man who had been hugging her just now, a real, actual man. He'd had all the proper reactions too, there was no way she could have overlooked it. She could already foresee her days as a maiden reaching an end during this trip to Red Maple Mountain Villa. However beautiful Red Maple Mountain Villa was, her thoughts were completely lost within the pain and resignation of losing her chastity soon. Of course, deep within, there was also a tiny bit of anticipation. She was a woman in her heart of hearts after all. If she didn't have those kind of thoughts with such a perfect specimen of a male by her side, then she was surely suffering from some kind of hormonal imbalance, or her male hormone production was so strong that she was already nearly a man herself. Sadly, she was neither of those. Her body was truly healthy as could be, and it was the same for her soul, being that of a typical, standard woman. Therefore, thinking of such things should still be normal. She shouldn't be considered lustful, right? She was still thinking such random, irrelevant thoughts when the carriage entered the Red Maple Mountain Villa. She'd only regained her wits when she realized she was being led by the hand of the male lead, with a gaggle of servants following closely behind. The hell, what kind of situation was this? Bai Shangxiu's hand trembled as she was struck by the impulse to stop this kind of intimate behavior, because in this world, it was unacceptable even for a husband and wife to hold hands and walk down the road. However, as a concubine, she was being led by the hand like this. Was showing their intimacy like this really alright? What if there was retribution? But her hand was grasped ever more firmly before she could pull it free as Long Hong resignedly said, "Be careful, you almost collided with the door just now." Really, just how did she walk? She appeared both tired and dazed in the carriage, and ended nearly colliding with the door. There was no way about it but to hold her hand and personally lead her in. Bai Xiangxiu's brain had been overloaded so much that she was completely dazed. She hadn't thought at all that the male lead would protect her so actively, even leading her in by the hand. Wasn't that just wonderful? Those of their household as well as the servants of the Red Maple Mountain Villa had seen it all. It was really a matter that could not be denied. The servants of Red Maple Mountain Villa had naturally prepared rooms in advance. They had naturally received news of their master's arrival. In this world, especially in olden times, concubines were vastly different from main wives. If a main wife arrived somewhere, she could be arranged within the same room as the head of the household. But for concubines, it was different. They were forever just servants of the husband and relegated to a distant room, their treatment only somewhat better than ordinary servant girls. The room that Bai Shangxiu had been allocated to was actually rather good, with the blankets and whatnot all being extremely new. Bai Shangxiu left the room after a brief touch-up. It should be dinner time by now. She was rather tired from having sat in the carriage all day. However, Xiao Wan's first words to her after she appeared seemed to break from that expectation. "Madam Xiao, the prince has gone to meet his friend, leaving orders that you should eat dinner first without waiting for him." Friend? Could it be that particular male supporting character? She remembered that the female lead had encountered another male supporting character here, someone who was extremely learned and talented. He started liking the female lead after she'd saved his poems. However, his true identity was a spy of a foreign country, his ultimate goal to assassinate the male lead. The male lead seemed to be aware of this, yet wanted to obtain some information about that other country through the spy. Therefore, the prince had intentionally invited the spy to stay at Red Maple Mountain Villa under the guise of appreciating talent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, The Devious Male Supporting Character. Chapter 109, The Devious Male Supporting Character. This person was unusually vicious, having done quite a few things in order to obtain the female lead in the end. However, tragically, she had only read up to the point where Bai Shangxiu had died, so she didn't know whether he truly obtained the female lead in the end. But right now, he had only just begun to fall for her. It was just that she found this male supporting character extremely off-putting, since he was extremely skilled in the art of poison. It seemed like the first occurrence of intimacy between the male and female lead had been achieved with the help of his drugs. Despite his appearance of that of an upright person, he was actually a demon in disguise. Acting like a pig to devour a tiger, appearing as one character in the day and a completely different one at night. Also, that foreign country he originated from was somewhat similar to the country Miaojiang in modern wuxia novels, with completely different customs of marriage. Everyone there was rather proficient in using insect poison. All in all, it was a very unique place. Luckily, the male lead had ingested a strict regimen of spirit medicines from his master starting at a young age, and was therefore completely invulnerable against their poison arts. His enemies had to find another way to kill him, and had therefore dispatched this male supporting character here. Yet, the male lead likely only had suspicions to work with, and wasn't completely certain of this supporting character's true identity, right? Dinner was served while Bai Shangxiu pondered. While she was hungry from the day's exertions, she couldn't actually stomach a lot of food. By her side, Xiao Wan was a little nervous since it was her first outing with her mistress. Actually, she also felt rather curious as to why her mistress had brought her in Shaoshi, and had left the more experienced Yumama back at the manor. This question plagued her constantly, yet she was hesitant to ask it. "Xiao Wan, do you have something to say to me?" This girl seemed even easier to read than Shaoshi. Xiao Wan flinched, but quickly blurted out, "This humble servant is clumsy, and does not understand why mistress has brought me along." Even if she didn't bring a mama, there were still Sister Bao Qin, Bao Yu, and the others to consider. "Didn't you say that you had never left the manor before? So here I am, bringing you out to play for a bit." Bai Shangxiu was actually thinking that with this rare opportunity to leave the Li manor, she naturally didn't want to bring along anyone who might restrict her, especially Yi Mama. If the mama had come along, she would definitely prod Bai Shangxiu to seduce the prince as soon as humanly possible. It was already impossible to push the prince away when she didn't want to seduce him. If she really flirted with him further, she was certain that it would only end in tragedy for her. Prince Li returned after eating. He appeared extremely unhappy when he entered, his face like the frozen tundra of the northern poles. "Have you eaten?" Thinking that an angered male lead was something she had better stay away from, Bai Shangxiu had originally intended to leave and go back to rest, anticipating that he'd already eaten. Not yet. No, it wasn't supposed to be like that. How was someone who was a step away from running off supposed to reply to that? Seeing no way around it, Bai Shangxiu could only instruct the maids to heat up the dishes and serve them. Actually, if there was a good thing about Prince Li, it was that he was very easy to keep. He wasn't too picky about food, and ate whatever was served to him. Today though, it was clear that he was inwardly seething. Bai Shangxiu had often heard her mother say a certain phrase back home. Today, for whatever reason, that phrase seemed to come out unconsciously, "Eating when angry is not good for the body." What? Did she have nothing better to do? Why was she saying this to the male lead who was almost legendary for his callousness? She never would have thought that the male lead would actually start as though shocked, abruptly raising his head to look at her. Bai Xiangxiu thought that he was going to find fault with her. As a mere concubine, how dare she tell the prince himself what to do? However, the unexpected happened as he actually smiled, his lips curling upwards. He'd actually revealed a straightforward smile, just like that. She was actually momentarily stunned as she Saturday. It really was exactly like the novel described. This male lead's smile was utterly mesmerizing. Even the female lead was entangled by it and left incapable of extricating herself. Naturally, it went doubly so for a female supporting character like Bai Xiangxiu who'd never seen many handsome men, and really had not seen much of the world before either. Her face silently turned beet red. How would Prince Li still be in the mood to eat his dinner now? His thoughts quickly drifted towards eating her. However, the atmosphere was currently quite heartwarming. The bit of stifled unhappiness in his heart had unknowingly and naturally dissipated with the wind. He hadn't known that this little girl would be hiding such an ability. He couldn't help but ask, how did you know that this prince was angry? He really wanted to let her understand him. He really wanted to understand her. Long Hong had never had an intense desire to know someone like that. He felt his heart start to beat out of control again. This concubine didn't know that you were angry, didn't know that at all. In the novel, the male lead had been extremely furious when the female lead had guessed that there were matters weighing on him. Therefore, she was a little afraid, because the relationship between her and the male lead was rather similar to one between a wild beast and a little white rabbit. He did not know why, but this usual way of address suddenly felt awkward. Or perhaps, not intimate at all. Wanting very much to decrease the distance between them, he coughed lightly, hesitating for a long time before attempting, Xiang. Xiang? Bai Xiangxiu tilted her head to the side, thinking that she had heard wrongly. Today's dinner is really fragrant. Long Hong held his breath. It was just 2 words, how come he couldn't get them past his throat? Bai Xiangxiu smiled, as long as the prince likes it. Having eaten, Long Hong naturally knew what he had to do. He glanced hungrily at Bai Xiangxiu before saying, you should rest. Ha. This didn't make sense. Shouldn't it be, let's rest together, at this time? The male lead seemed to have been holding himself back for a long time now. How could he possibly pass up a golden chance like this after finally obtaining it? Could it be that there was something wrong with him? However, that was impossible. It was clearly stated in the novel. Other than a bit of self-restraint in the matters of bed, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the male lead at all. Not only that, he was actually rather proficient as well. Then, how could he let a chance like this slip through his fingers? Bai Xiangxiu could not be blamed for this line of thought. Having read countless novels before, she remembered that it was always written that men were always unable to control themselves at such times, but while novels were a little exaggerated, it was said that art originated from life. At the very least, there should be at least some degree of truth to it. Since that was so, why was he being this restrained now? Could it be related to his previous anger? Was it that newly arrived male supporting character, or was it? Just as she was racking her brain, someone entered from outside. Your Highness, that new maid has been sent over. They are sending the person over here, wanting fourth madam to arrange a place for her. Nuisance, didn't I ask you to bring her over to my place? It looks like you've forgotten the rules after staying at the Red Maple Mountain Villa for so long. Long Hong frowned. While he had told Bai Xiangxiu that Miss Lin would be coming here, he hadn't wanted the two of them to meet. In his eyes, Bai Xiangxiu was like a newly born bud, extremely gentle and delicate. Meanwhile, that Miss Lin was a lascivious woman, being extremely tainted. The two were polar opposites in his mind. So, in order to protect the little bud within his heart to slowly bloom into a beautiful flower and produce seeds, he had to get rid of that taint at his side. This was just the sort of person he was. He would never change a decision he had made. Having grown interested in Nei Bai, there was no space left within his heart for another woman. Long Hong had always been an earnest person. If he was practicing martial arts, then he would focus solely on practicing. He wouldn't stop until he'd made some improvements. If he was studying, then he was only studying and had to earn a place as a scholar. It was thus that his current achievements had come to be. Otherwise, however good his family background was, it would also have been impossible for him to be granted the title of a prince when he wasn't of royal blood. 1. Fragrant is the same character as Xiang of her name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Dirty? Spoiling the concubine and destroying the wife. Chapter 110, Dirty? Spoiling the concubine and destroying the wife. Therefore, the male lead was also fully devoted to a single track in the area of relationships. There would be no taking of any bends or being flexible. This had been explained at length in the novel. Sadly, Bai Xiangxiu had been entirely focused on avoiding her death ever since she'd arrived. All of her efforts and thinking had gone into how she could survive in these ancient times. She simply hadn't had the leisure to think about relationship matters until now. This had resulted in her appearing extremely foolish in the area of relationships. However, she still understood somewhat that the male lead was a bit different from how he was portrayed in the novel. At the very least, his attitude towards her was completely different. However, she was currently just treating herself as a passing guest, not wanting to partake in matters of the heart as much as possible. This was because the other party was the male lead, and would become the female lead's man sooner or later. Bai Xiangxiu had just started thinking about it when she felt it to be extremely strange. Why did the prince care so much about a maid? Could it be that the prince was also in a secret relationship with someone other than the female lead? This was rather impossible, right? The novel had always reiterated and emphasized that the male lead was utterly devoted in love. Bai Xiangxiu blinked, stretching her neck and looking outside, seemingly extremely concerned for that maid. However, she had not thought that such an expression of hers would actually improve Prince Li's impression of himself. The little lady was still rather concerned about him. Otherwise, what would such a look mean? What are you looking at? No, nothing. Who was this maid? Since she has already been brought here, have someone bring her in for fourth madam to have a look. The little lady was definitely jealous. He really couldn't hide this matter from her. What if she thought too much about it otherwise? Wait a minute, he couldn't let them be together. Bai Xiangxiu found thing even more incomprehensible as she was guided into a chair that Long Hung brought in. A little lady in the guise of a maid was brought in soon afterwards. Her side profile alone gave the game away to Bai Xiangxiu. This pure bearing like a white lotus flower, that soft, delicate body, who could it be if not the female lead? She unconsciously made to stand up, but her right shoulder suffered as the male lead held her in place with a hand. What's the meaning of this, exalted Prince Li? This is the female lead, with an incomparably bright halo. You're letting a mere concubine sit while leaving her standing. How can we interact properly in the future with this kind of precedent? It would definitely be impossible. She could tell just by looking into the eyes of the female lead how hurt she was. Even if they had yet to be married, the two were actually already engaged. Bai Xiangxiu was but a mere concubine, and so shouldn't have remained sitting. However, as the male lead's gaze drifted over to her, carrying with it layer upon layer of ice, Bai Xiangxiu had no choice but to sit up straight like she was sitting on a bed of needles, cold sweat slowly slipping down her back. It wasn't that she was timid, but it seemed like this female lead would be entering the princely manor to stay for a while. When that came to pass, what if the female lead purposefully made life difficult for her? What would Bai Xiangxiu be able to do? However, who would have thought that the female lead would be here in the guise of a maid? What exactly was that all about? Prince Li was the clearest on this matter as he pursed his lips. If there's nothing else, you lot are dismissed. All those uninvolved left, and even Xiao Shi and Xiu Huan were forced out by the prince's gaze. His gaze was truly ferocious. Even a tiny flick of his eyes was already sufficient to let everyone understand what they should do. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangxiu was extremely conflicted. The female lead was in the room already, and she was still sitting. When everyone had left, she shot to her feet with a smile. So it's Miss Lin. Prince Li was unwilling for this to happen. In his heart, it was Bai Xiangxiu that was his woman. This Miss Lin was but someone who held the position in nothing but name. He too knew that favoring the concubine and discarding the main wife was not right. If the latter's actions had been a little better, he would not have done so either. She was hiding here from the disturbances of whatever random man, but who knew how many times that Jianghu ruffian had already visited her room before he'd been discovered. This person was truly a tainted one. No matter how pure and moving she was dressed now, his impression of her already couldn't be any worse. With his own woman expressing weakness towards the so-called female master of the house, he naturally couldn't bear to let it pass. Xiangxiu, you sit. He let out a breath of relief. He had finally managed to say it out loud. You sit too, Miss Lin. Estrangement was easy to see with this. Lin Xianzi had originally not agreed to this marriage. However, this being something that had both the approval of the emperor and the empress dowager, there was virtually no way it could be changed. Minister Lin had told her many times that if she really wanted to resist the marriage, her entire family might be implicated in this. Lin Xianzi too had given up. Additionally, she felt that Princely was also not that bad, since he'd at least gone to rescue her. However, what was the meaning of these actions before her, using a concubine to make her lose face? She felt for the first time that this Bai Xiangxiu was truly very irritating to the eye. When Lin Xianzi had seen Bai Xiangxiu before, while the latter had been beautiful, Lin Xianzi had felt some kind of dissonance, as though all the clothes Bai Xiangxiu was wearing were good, but didn't belong to her. Now, however, her entire person seemed to have already completely merged with her disposition. She appeared exceptionally blissful when smiling, even though her smile appeared very forced. Bai Xiangxiu was currently speechless. Male lead, are you purposely creating hatred for me? Lin Xianzi sat, saying coolly, I wonder where your highness has arranged me to occupy. Being a servant was but an excuse. She did not want to be harassed by that man any longer. Since you came here under the guise of being a servant, you will be a maid at Spring Embodiment Courtyard, put in charge of the garden there. The corners of Long Heng's lips curled upward slightly, the coldness within that smile enough to make one tremble. Your highness, how can you do this? Lin Xianzi had no idea how she had aggravated him. She couldn't help but furrow her brows and question him loudly. Miss Lin, do you want everyone here to see through your identity? At that time, it won't be the princely manner that loses face. Long Heng's voice was rather cold to the point that Lin Xianzi trembled. She bit her lower lip slightly, tears shining within her eyes. I understand. Bai Xiangxiu could not easily interrupt. However, this Miss Lin before her was truly weak and helpless, almost to the point of feeling pity for her. She's the female lead alright, her level is enough to insta-kill men. Bai Xiangxiu spotted a chance to redeem herself in front of her. There was a teapot sitting before her. She and the male lead had had some tea to drink, but the female lead did not. Therefore, Bai Xiangxiu picked up the teapot, wanting to pour a cup for her. However, just as she was about to stand up, Long Heng pressed her down in place once more. Wah, male lead, what are you trying to do? Bai Xiangxiu clearly wanted to live life happily with the female lead, but why was a man suddenly standing between them? The female lead's halo was very important. Not only did the male lead have a halo, he also had the ability to insta-kill people. Therefore, under the authority of the male lead, Bai Xiangxiu silently fell subservient, no longer daring to move. She looked at the tea wistfully, but didn't dare to drink it even though she was quite thirsty. She was afraid that the female lead might resent her for it. Despite the female lead's appearance of a white lotus flower, she was still a very petty person. If she did not like someone, she would quietly drop a few words in conversation with the male lead or those male supporting characters, whispering some secrets in their ears. The object of her dislike wouldn't survive the month, and would be either poisoned or beaten to death. There was no way their ending could be more tragic. Therefore, the female lead halo was comprised of the male lead and the male supporting characters. If one had no ability or any special skills, it'd be best not to get into conflict with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Nothing good ever came from offending the female lead. Chapter 111, Nothing good ever came from offending the female lead. Domination. This was pure domination. She was finally glimpsing the male lead's tyrannical side. Bai Xiangxiu didn't know why, but he'd never scolded her once apart from when he'd first returned from war. Could it be that this man's aggressive side only appears when he's around the female lead? Bai Xiangxiu stood by the side, wondering what she should make of this situation. She felt at a loss, and gave the female lead a look of pity. However, in the eyes of Princely, the two of them were competing on who looked the most pitiful. It didn't take long before his heart took a side. Firstly, the image of Bai Xiangxiu being the weaker party had already been seared into his mind. Secondly, Bai Xiangxiu's looks were on a higher level than those of Lin Xianzi. Moreover, she had those two large, limpid eyes that invited much more sympathy on her behalf. Long Heng patted Bai Xiangxiu's hands and said, Miss Lin, you should take your leave now, you have some work to do. Ah yes, from now onwards your name will be Xiangxiu. Why don't you think of a name for her? Cold sweat began to pour down Bai Xiangxiu's face like a waterfall. She wanted to cry as she looked at the male lead as even her hands started trembling. She had certainly offended the female lead with that sentence. She would die an awful death sooner or later for sure. Hey now, you guys can just quarrel amongst yourselves. Why drag in a supporting character like me? How would Long Heng be in the mood to continue making fun of her when he saw how frightened she was? He could only say, then you shall be named Yuaner. Servants. Bring the maid Yuaner to the Spring Embodiment Courtyard to work as a gardener. After he finished speaking, someone came in to escort the female lead away. Bai Xiangxiu was extremely dejected when she saw the female lead's resentful and grudging gaze. She was definitely in for it this time. Accordingly, her mood also turned sour as well. Her face darkened and she looked to be in low spirits. Long Hong had been feeling very refreshed after taking his revenge on Miss Lin, but the girl beside him was being extremely uncooperative. Since he was someone who exercised great self-restraint, he wasn't in a hurry to force her to do anything with him when her mind was so obviously preoccupied. But even if he wasn't in a hurry, that didn't mean that he would return to his room to sleep alone. How boring would that be? Therefore, Prince Li decided to stay in by Xiangxiu's quarters. However, there was only one enormous bed and no side rooms. Bai Xiangxiu was feeling all sorts of depressed. She'd have to prepare herself to be violently eaten by a certain someone after washing up, and then have to tragically accept her life as a concubine. She was a modern woman after all, how would she be willing to become a mistress? But she didn't expect that Long Hong was really there to only sleep. He immediately knew why she was hesitating to climb into bed. Why aren't you in bed yet? Bai Xiangxiu suddenly shivered. She couldn't fathom why she was so afraid of him either. But I just am. So what can I do about it? She had no choice but to remove her shoes and climb into bed. Then, she quickly lifted the blanket and dived beneath it. Alright, come on then. I'll have to experience such a thing sooner or later anyways. In any case, they really should have already done the deed a long time ago. She was already considered a late bloomer under normal circumstances. She closed her eyes and gripped hard onto the blankets, preparing herself for what was to come. A few moments later, the lights were extinguished. What followed was the sensation of a man climbing into bed. A scorchingly hot and muscular man. She unconsciously flinched a little, as though she had been scalded. She'd thought that Long Han would come after her, but contrary to her expectations, he didn't even move an inch. That made no sense. Shouldn't he be pouncing on her like a beast the moment he'd climbed into bed? That's how it was written in the novel. Could it be that he was trying to make some sort of preparation? Bai Xiangxiu slowly cracked open one eye for a peek, and then gave up to open the other eye as well. She could only see a black silhouette of the back of man's head, looking extremely seductive as his long hair hung loose like a waterfall. What good does it do for a man to have such long, luscious hair? Weird, why did he go to sleep so docilely? Shouldn't he be pushing me down to do this and that? Is the script so powerful that he must maintain his purity for the sake of handing it to the female lead? Or is it because I am not attractive enough to him? Just as she agonizingly pondered the matter, she heard a muffled voice from the other side of the bed, "Be quiet and go to sleep. You can give it to me when you are no longer afraid of everything." Bai Xiangxiu inexplicably felt her heart start pounding bizarrely, as if it was beating to some kind of rhythm. Ba dump. Ba dump. She slowly drew the blankets towards her, bunching them up in her hand, and replied, "MMM. Male lead, you are actually such a caring man." She could clearly see that now. It didn't matter how afraid she was of him before, she was starting to trust him a little now. Maybe he wasn't actually such an unreasonable person? Come to think of it, if it wasn't because the female supporting characters in the novel were always trying to harm the female lead, or were always trying to find ways to climb into bed with the male lead, why would he have killed or beaten them? Come to think of it, he hadn't touched even a single hair on the female lead's head, and had been greatly loving and caring towards her. Moreover, he even put up with a female lead who'd raged out of control in the later chapters. He really wasn't that bad of a man after all. In conclusion, she was appreciative of what he had done for her today. She laid there staring at the ceiling without even bothering to turn over on her side. It didn't take her long before she managed to fall into a deep sleep. Unlike her, however, Long Han was having trouble sleeping. There was a young and alluring girl lying just behind him, and his own concubine to top things off. It was physically impossible for a man like him to just lie down and fall into a dead sleep, unless he was impotent. Or in eunuch. But he obviously wasn't in eunuch. He was a healthy, young, and vibrant man. Wanting him to just quietly fall asleep without doing anything to her was harder than having him die. However, he didn't dare touch her. It would be incredibly vexing if he were to scare her away in the middle of the night. Thus, he forced himself to just lie down and act like a corpse. He actually managed to follow that till midnight, until he couldn't stand being a corpse anymore. Long Hong got up to go for a stroll and came back after washing his face. Bai Xiangxiu looked extremely beautiful under the glimmering moonlight. Her pure, pearl-white complexion melted into one with the moonlight. He gently ran his fingers over her face and lay down facing her while breathing in unison with her. Maybe it was because she had such a peaceful expression, or maybe it was because of the wonderful fragrance she was emitting. No matter what the reason was, his eyelids soon started to droop and he slowly fell asleep. He had an unusually good sleep that night. He seemed to be playing with Bai Xiangxiu amidst a field of flowers and carrying her around. Her body smelled so fragrant, and he even began to boldly touch her unique assets. When he noticed that she wasn't resisting, he began to caress her even more, sometimes extending it to a game. She was even making delicious moaning sounds at him. Wait. Something's not right. The sound was clearly coming from beside his ear. Long Hung immediately pried his eyes open, and what he saw before his eyes nearly made his blood vessels explode. Bai Xiangxiu was currently lying on his body while he was hugging her waist with one hand. The other hand was actually caressing her butt, rather than the breasts as the dream suggested. Judging from the circumstances, she must have wanted to get out of bed by climbing over him, but he'd tugged her into his embrace instead. And because of that dream, he had done some inexcusable things to her. The little lady was so ashamed that her face was as red as the reddest silk. She had been trying her best to break free by inching out of his grasp like a worm. However, she was still unable to escape from his demonic hands even after all that effort. Powerless, she racked her brains to think of a way to get herself out of this situation. She had a feeling that Long Hong was now wide awake. She abruptly lifted her head up to meet his eyes. Bai Xiangxiu instantly erupted. She spoke with a muffled voice, "Let go of me." This instant, Long Hong really did let go in. Bam! The beauty scampered from his embrace and fell onto the ground. However, she only made a small noise and immediately got up to rapidly run towards somewhere. It seemed to be the wash closet, the place where washing up and bodily needs were taken care of during the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Awkwardness, Becoming More Daring. Chapter 112, Awkwardness, Becoming More Daring. As Long Hong lay still on the bed, the expressions on Bai Xiangxiu's face just then were still fresh in his mind. She just wanted to climb over him to access the wash closet, but he'd somehow captured her during that process. Then, she'd been unable to extricate herself from his grasp after he had been kneading and rubbing her for a long while. Recalling the vexed and angry look on her face just then, he couldn't stop himself from bursting out in hysterical laughter. When the person who was sitting on the toilet going about her own business heard the hysterical laughter coming from the other room, she began to feel upset. She gritted her teeth in humiliation and frustration, almost speechless. It was all his fault that she'd almost peed on him just now. Damn that Long Hung. He must be a natural-born nemesis of mine. He was responsible for her death in the novel, and now he wanted to stifle her to death even in his dreams. He wasn't a good person after all. She shouldn't have thought so kindly of him yesterday. It didn't even take until the next day before he almost made her lose all her dignity in front of him. She didn't know if it was because of resentment or because of the shame born from his laughter, but when she came out from the room she was blushing so hard that her entire face was flaming red. She couldn't even bear to lift her head up. However, Long Hong didn't say anything to her either. His laughter had given way to a quiet stare. Bai Xiangxiu stared back at him just as mutely. She grumbled softly, "What are you looking at me for?" Long Hong was stunned. This lady must have really gotten angry. Even the way she spoke right then was obviously tinged with contempt. However, he still felt that the way she was acting surprisingly cute. She was no longer as afraid of him as before, and was finally acting more natural around him. He'd normally be displeased if anyone else were to act so disrespectful towards him. After all, he was born with pride in his bones and it was a trait that wasn't so easily changed. But Bai Xiangxiu was different from the others. They were going to engage in highly intimate relations in the future. If she was always afraid of this and that, then wouldn't it be difficult for him to put his hands on her? It was probably better to wait until their feelings have grown deeper before they... As his thoughts traveled further down that particular path, his hands suddenly paused from putting on his clothes. Since when had he begun to have these kinds of weird thoughts? Ever since his youth, he had been only focused on his martial training and rarely paid any attention to sentimental feelings towards girls. He'd entered the army soon after his training, and had slowly begun to lose interest in women one bit at the time. He'd only felt disdain the first time a woman had tried to seduce him. He'd even witnessed a shameless act by a woman once, but he hadn't been the slightest bit stirred by the sight because at that time, she'd been sitting atop the corpse of one of his subordinates. Ever since then, he'd never shown the slightest bit of pity to any woman. At least, that was the care right up until he'd met her. This woman seemed to continuously alter his impression of women a bit at a time, and it seemed yet more of his conceptions had been altered today as well. What he desired was no longer just her body and her looks. He wanted her to fill her own heart with thoughts of him rather than fear. He didn't know if continuing with such a plan was a good idea, but this buoyant feeling in his heart was rather comfortable. He seemed to have other goals to aim for now, other than just striking down his enemies. This new aim of his was entirely different from any of his war efforts. No matter how difficult or how impossible it was going to get, he would have to persevere up to the end. Since he had a new goal, he must charge in to attack the defenses. The endgame was to achieve victory in battle. He continued to slowly put on his clothes as his thoughts reached that point, and noticed that a certain small lady was currently wrestling with her robe sash as if her life was on the line. It seemed like her anger still hadn't dissipated yet. For reasons unknown, he started to walk towards her and draped her outer garment over her shoulder. Both of them were stunned for a minute. A prince helping his concubine dress? Isn't that a little weird? But soon both of them formed their own opinions of this situation. Xiang believed that he was doing so because it was his method for apologizing for what he had done this morning. As for Prince Li, he believed that it was entirely acceptable for him to put a coat on his own woman. Why wouldn't it? There were men who'd helped their women draw their brows in ancient times as well. What he did wasn't overboard. As his thoughts paused at that point, as he even corrected her posture to tie the sash up for her. The frosty expression on his face, with only a slight hint of warmth in his eyes, made Xiang feel quite awkward. Tell me. Why the heck are you helping me tie up my sash with such a stern look plastered on your face? It's super scary, alright? However, for some reason, Xiang still felt a bit touched by his actions. She tugged on her clothes and said, I can do it myself. What this concubine meant to say is that she can do it herself. You don't have to be so formal when it's just the two of us. Long Heng's domineering yet affectionate demeanor startled Xiang a little. It was almost as if the both of them had already done the deed yesterday. However, their relationship was clearly still quite innocent. They haven't even held hands. Except for the awkward incident this morning, of course. Come to think of it, what was he dreaming about? Squeezing and pinching my butt like that. I was trying so hard to break free from his grasp then that my butt is still aching. Is it bruised? However, she didn't dare to inspect her butt in front of Long Heng. She could only wait patiently until she was fully dressed before calling the servants over. As Xiao Shi and Xiao Huan entered the room, they were smiling so much that their faces had puffed up into little steamed buns. Xiao Shi even started to walk like she was walking on air, especially after she noticed that her mistress was actually fine. Do they have to be like this? It's just being eaten by a man, and not to mention that we haven't actually done the deed yet. Aren't these lasses a little too innocent? The bedsheets are obviously still clean. Can't they see that? Where are their eyes? But it wasn't appropriate for her to explain herself while Long Heng was still around. So she could only just let them be. She sat helplessly at the dressing table, but even that became another cause for more misunderstanding. She immediately shrieked and jumped up instinctively as soon as her butt touched the chair. A certain area was still smarting from being pinched. The sound of her shriek could only be described as soul-stirring and filled with power. Long Heng was extremely stunned after witnessing her explosion for the first time, and further froze when he saw her vexed and upset expression. He thought of where she was injured and coughed lightly. Go get a soft cushion for your mistress. Damn it. The girl's expressions look even more flirtatious after Long Heng's words. Xiang hadn't thought much of it at first, but the way they looked at her embarrassed her so much that her face couldn't help but flush red in return. Her heart was beating so fast that it wasn't going to slow down anytime soon. However, what's up with this Prince Li? Why was he laughing as well, and so gently at that? Hasn't he embarrassed me enough yet? Maybe it was because she'd been so mercilessly bullied in the morning, but the usual weak white rabbit had finally snapped. She gathered her strength with every ounce of gusto she could muster and gave Long Heng a powerful and vicious eye roll. However, Xiang had no idea how unthreatening her face looked at all. In fact, she'd managed to somehow turn a vicious glare into a flirtatious glance. Long Heng wasn't even the slightest bit threatened. Instead, her glare made his heart race so much, he finally had to leave the inner room. After Shure was finished helping Long Heng freshen up, a servant asked if they should serve breakfast. Naturally, Long Heng said yes. Xiang began to recollect what she had done just now as breakfast was being served, wondering if she had gone a little overboard. However, since he didn't seem to want to press the case, why should she bother? He was in the wrong anyways. The two were soon reunited again at the breakfast table. Breakfast was porridge and sweet cakes, set neatly on the table. Because she was hungry from all that had happened in the morning, she actually managed to finish 2 bowls of porridge before she was full. Her body from the modern world could have eaten 4 buns and a bowl of porridge for breakfast. Although it had been a while since she'd transmigrated here, she still hadn't gotten used to her new body. One of reasons was simply because her current body now could only eat like a bird under usual circumstances. Today, for obvious reasons, was an exception. She rubbed her stomach and decided to go for a walk. It was impossible for her to just sit around anyways. Her butt was still hurting from all that rubbing and kneading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Duan Yuning. Chapter 113, Duan Yuning. Long Hong had originally planned on accompanying Bai Xiangxiu in sightseeing. The whole reason he had brought her here in the first place was because he wanted her to have some fun. Unfortunately, just before they could depart on their walk, he received word that something had happened to Lin Xianzi. She had fallen ill. No one would have even batted an eye at her had she been an ordinary maid. Unfortunately, she wasn't just another maid. Long Hong would be in great trouble if she died from her illness. And so, he had no choice but to go pay her a visit. He couldn't let his timid girl visit Miss Lin in his stead. Based on how Bai Xiangxiu was always so fearful and respectful towards the future official wife, he was afraid that she would just keep her head down in front of Miss Lin. Although he'd felt that this was being very polite and keeping to her proper place before, and was a measure of her respect for him, he now felt that this was a loss of face that his woman acted this way. Because she was his woman, he had the obligation to protect her from everything. He didn't want her to overly sacrifice her own feelings for the sake of others. Because she was his woman, she should live with her head up and never have to bow down to others. As a male chauvinist, that was how Long Hong thought of all this. However, Bai Xiangxiu was entirely unaware of all this. She was too busy taking in the sights of the maple leaves. She had heard that maple leaves were very beautiful, but she didn't expect that their beauty would be so incredibly mesmerizing. She suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall figure under a tree. He had a very attractive body. It had the toughness of a man intermixed with the tender beauty of a woman. One could guess with just a glimpse of his back that he was a beautiful lady. Correction, a handsome man. If it was any other transmigrated girl, they would surely be curious as to what his face looked like. But who was Bai Xiangxiu? There's no way in hell she would want to meet that person when she already knew who he was from the novel. So, the moment she even caught a glimpse of his back, she immediately stomped on the brakes and made an emergency about face. That man had already heard the sounds from behind. Curious as to who it was, he turned around to take a look. However, all he saw after turning was a lady running away while dragging her two maidservants along. Judging by her side profile, he concluded that she must indeed be a beauty. That's weird, why did she run away before she even saw my face? What a weird woman. If my guess isn't wrong, she must be Long Hang's most favored concubine. I hear that he would bring her along with him wherever he goes. Although she's only a woman from the rear court, I might still have some use for her. Therefore, he gently asked, "Miss, did you lose your way in the Red Maple Mountain Villa? Perhaps I can guide you back?" Your mother. Why is he using the same words that he used to flirt with the female lead in the novel? Darling, don't you have any other pickup lines? No, Bai Xiangxiu flung out as she continued to rush forwards without even bothering to turn around to look at him. What's wrong with this woman? Isn't she acting a little too odd? He didn't want to give up. So he persevered. "Miss, don't you think you're being a little disrespectful?" Bai Xiangxiu couldn't care less whether she was being disrespectful or not. She was barely refraining from breaking out in a run to get away from him. However, she forgot that this man was actually a demon incarnate, and one could never predict how an evil demon would think and act. She was busy walking when she suddenly felt a jolt of pain behind her knees. She came crashing into the floor. He must have sabotaged her. Otherwise, with her current long dress walking skills, there was no way she would have fallen down so easily. He'd already sabotaged her before they had even met. This was extremely depressing. Worse still, the person who'd sabotaged her even rushed towards her to feign concern. He asked with a tender voice, "Miss, are you alright?" Cough cough. Stupid demon incarnate. Why are you acting like a weak-bodied pretty boy when you're actually a healthy tiger? The way you're acting makes me sick. However, it just wasn't possible for her to feel sick anymore after she saw his face upon lifting her head. She could definitely feel that trouble was brewing. This was because he was indeed very beautiful. So beautiful that he almost didn't seem real. He wasn't only just beautiful, but also exquisite. He even had a jade-like aura about him. In short, as long as one had mainstream beauty standards, they would find his looks impossible to hate. In fact, they would even show signs of affection, sympathy, and even reliance on him. However, it was all just a disguise by the devilish pretty boy. A very difficult disguise to see through at that. "I'm fine." She didn't accept the hand that he extended to her. Instead, she extended her own hand to Xiao Shi. Unexpectedly, her maid was staring at the man in a daze. Bai Xiangxiu had no choice but to gently pinch her awake. Although Bai Xiangxiu felt a little indignant, she had no choice but to acknowledge his beauty. If he had worn female garments, he probably wouldn't lose out to her current appearance in terms of beauty. Miss, you need not panic. I'm a guest that's staying over here and I can help you find your way back. He pretended to be ignorant of her identity and treated her as though she was just another visitor who was allowed in by the owner. Truth be told, the Red Maple Mountain Villa was actually a famous place known for its sights. Many writers and painters would visit this place for a few days after sending in a request to do so. There's no need for that. She couldn't be bothered to explain why because she was too busy trying to shake him off her tail. However, the man seized this chance to get a few more words in. He smiled and said, "My name is Duan Yunying. I am not a suspicious person. I only wanted to show you the way out of the kindness of my heart." Duan Yunying's eyes shone slightly. The woman in front of him was such a rare beauty. However, her attitude was a little off. No, make that very off. It wasn't like he was some kind of raging beast. Why did she instinctively try to run away the moment she saw him? Most of the time, even the official wives of the big households would want to have a little chat with him after they saw him, let alone a concubine like her. Even if he hadn't done anything, they would still flock to him due to his attractiveness. A person like her was unusual. It was as though she wanted to hide from him. Other than pressing her numbing acupoint around her knee just now, he couldn't recall ever having done anything to her. However, she doesn't seem to know any martial arts, so she shouldn't have noticed, right? He suddenly thought of another possible reason. Could it be that Long Hung had already noticed his true identity and told her to distance herself away from him? If that was the case, then Long Hung was not only strong in martial arts, but he was also one of the smartest persons in their generation. His future plans were almost impeccable. Therefore, he believed that he should stop doing anything that might bring Long Heng's attention to him for now. Well then, miss, I will now take my leave. Please be careful on your way back. Duan Yunying gave her a gentle bow as part of his convincing scholarly act. However, Bai Xiangxiu knew very well that he was only putting on an act. Although she didn't know why he'd left, she felt relieved that he had decided to stop pestering her. However, Long Hung had seen the entire shenanigans from the side. He creased his forehead. Bai Xiangxiu does indeed possess beauty that could make countless men fawn over her. Although she had been observing propriety the whole time by maintaining her distance, and was obviously calmer than the two maidservants beside her, she had still managed to attract him. Although Duan Yunying was a person with many talents, he had always been very self-disciplined. There had never been any rumors about him fooling around with women ever since he moved in. And so, his attitude towards Bai Xiangxiu today was definitely abnormal. "Sir Duan, you must be very free today." Long Heng stepped out and slowly walked towards him. Duan Yunying replied with a smile, "I wasn't feeling well these past 2 days, so I wasn't able to view the maple leaves. But if autumn had passed, the view would be there no longer." Long Heng put one of his arms behind his back and responded coldly, "Thank you for your concern just now. That lady is one of the family members of the princely manor." Duan Yunying's smile deepened, "Is that so?" No wonder she was acting so reserved at that. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Having an Affair. Chapter 114, Having an Affair. Long Heng's gaze took in Duan Yunying's face before turning his head to look at the red maple leaves. This man does have very enchanting looks indeed. Long Heng couldn't help but feel a little vexed today, purely because he'd seen the two of them together. He didn't realize this foreign emotion to actually be jealousy. All he could think of was how abnormally awful he felt. Normally, Long Heng and Duan Yunying would have a long chat whenever the two of them met, seeking to probe each other out. However, Long Heng wasn't in the mood for that at all today. All he wanted to do was to lock Bai Xiangxiu away to prevent her from meeting any other men. But that was just a moment of impulse. When they returned, he immediately softened his stance after he saw her petite face. He only touched her cheek gently and asked, "What are you thinking about right now?" Bai Xiangxiu was zoning out because she was too busy trying to remember the narrative of the story. She had no idea that he had walked into the room. She only snapped back to reality when she was startled by a hand touching her cheek. She faced Long Heng and asked with her thoughts all afluster, "What did you say?" Her perplexed look rendered Long Heng speechless, so he immediately followed up with, "Perhaps you'd like to step out for a walk?" "Sure." Going out for a walk would definitely be better than perpetually staying in the room. At least she could hide from his territorial gaze when they were outside. And so, Long Heng tossed away all the bad feelings he had just now and took his woman out for a scenic stroll. He genuinely enjoyed the walk as well. Although the weather was a little brisk today, the feeling of the wind blowing in his face felt very refreshing. Ah, chew! Bai Xiangxiu sneezed violently. The weather had definitely gotten colder in recent days. Small wonder, since winter was almost here. It took some time before Long Hong finally came to his senses. He ordered the servants, "Go get a coat for your mistress." Xiao Wan immediately ran off to grab a coat after she heard his order. Long Hong also removed his outer coat a bit awkwardly and draped it over her shoulders. After that, he turned his head to look in a random direction, as if completely unaware of what he'd just done. Isn't this move just a show of his chivalry? For a modern man, it'd just be another way for them to show off their caring side. Why is this man being shy instead? Inconceivable. However, I must admit that he is quite a caring man indeed. Although he doesn't seem like the gentle type, he is actually quite considerate towards his women. Oh, how is Miss Lin doing right now? She subconsciously wanted to find a topic to chat about, but she didn't expect that the male lead would immediately scowl after hearing the female lead's name. Was this of the power of the plot between the two leads? Even though they had diverged so far from the script by now, they were still entangled with each other to the point where she could even affect his mood. Don't bring her up. His good mood had evaporated, particularly when he recalled what she had said to him as soon as he paid her a visit. Your Highness, please show me some mercy. I can't endure any more punishment. Wasn't it just a night in the servant quarters? He hadn't even deliberately tried to make life hard for her yet. There were no backbreaking chores involved, nor any unscrupulous actions towards her. Yet, from the way she complained, she made it sound like he had been abusing her. Long Hong had grown incensed and stalked off furiously after hearing her complaints. Bai Xiangxiu was dumbfounded. Just what had she done to provoke him now? We should return to the estate when her condition takes a turn for the better. Hearing Bai Xiangxiu's rather soft reply, he deduced that it was probably because she was afraid to return to the estate. Who in the world would want to return to a place where someone was actively trying to kill them? You need not worry. I've already dealt with the person who tried to cause you harm. You can be at ease for when you return. What? Who was it? Bai Xiangxiu was very curious. Who was the person that had contrived to harm her? And why? How had they been dealt with? It was no surprise that she was curious about such a thing. However, she also didn't want to know too much in detail either. She just hoped that he would give her some closure. However, why would Long Hong tell her anything scary when she was such a fragile rabbit in his eyes? Thus, he replied, why does a woman like you need to know so much? Just live well in the rear courtyard, we'll see who still dares cause you harm now. Bai Xiangxiu blinked her eyes in disbelief. What a chauvinistic man. Is it really okay for you to be protecting your concubine to such an extent? The female lead is now a maidservant. You should be abusing her instead. What's wrong? Do you have other things on your mind? Long Hong felt that she seemed a bit unsatisfied with his answer. Nothing. Don't think for a second that I can't find out that person is just because you won't tell me. I'll know when I find out who's missing when we return to the estate. Bai Xiangxiu didn't really want the male lead to tell her anything either, which caused the male lead a great deal of relief. After all, he was the primary source of all that trouble. Sun Honger had already admitted that she tried to kill Bai Xiangxiu because she was jealous that Bai Xiangxiu had obtained his favor. She had wanted to replace Bai Xiangxiu. Long Hong couldn't understand why women would ever think like that. Were their brains somehow stunted somewhere when growing up? What was the point of trying to replace another person with themselves? All they would receive was a short period of favor. Besides, he wasn't even the type of person who would be blinded by lust. Would he ever have a problem with differentiating between the woman he cared for and the women he didn't? Why would he want to have a replacement to quench his sorrows when he could just protect the original from harm? He didn't want to leave any regrets for the future. Regret was the thing that he abhorred the most out on the battlefield. Any form of regret would arise if he commanded his men to sacrifice their lives. So, he never allowed himself to commit that sort of mistake. It seemed that tonight would finally be the night that he would have Bai Xiangxiu. He decided to chase away everyone in a 1-mile radius after he recalled what had happened the past 2 times he'd attempted to take her. He would definitely not allow any of them to disturb him this time. Anyone who attempted to do so would be heavily punished. However, the matter about her monthly period had still quite caught him by surprise before. He mentally calculated the dates as he walked towards her room. Even though he was a man, he didn't feel ashamed at all for keeping notes on her period. His memory was very good. He calculated that it had only been roughly over 10 days since her last period that day. Wasn't this actually a great opportunity to finally do the deed? Since he had painstakingly removed any possible cause of disturbance and even spent the day nurturing his relationship with Bai Shangxiu, he believed that it was finally time to pluck the fruits of his labors. As a result, he had an early shower that night and made all sorts of preparations for the good times ahead. The corner of Bai Shangxiu's mouth was twitching so hard that her entire face was almost spasming. Although the prince had a cold expression on his face as usual, even she could tell that his eyes had a tinge of happiness to them tonight. Unexpectedly, she was actually looking forward to it as well after seeing the look on his face. Why the hell am I looking forward to it for? What's wrong with me? He is the female lead's man. The female lead will be sleeping with him sooner or later. If she found out that his first woman was actually me, won't she hate me for the rest of her life? But she didn't know that the female lead was actually sick in bed and coughing endlessly. Lin Xianzi genuinely felt that she had been mistreated by her fiancé as she coughed and coughed. Why had he forced a daughter from a noble family like hers to be a maidservant? She'd even gotten a cut on her hand when she was forced to clean up the courtyard. Why wasn't there the slightest hint of pity in him? She was the one who would be his wife sooner or later after all. So thirsty. She needed a drink of water. She forcefully propped herself up to reach for a cup of cold tea on the table. But it was too far away, she couldn't reach it from where she was. So she leaned over a bit more and... Bam! She fell to the ground on her knees and couldn't help but groan in pain. The cup of tea was still out of her reach, but to her it felt as though it was 1,000 miles away. Frustrated, she began to cry. Someone suddenly handed that cup of tea to her. A voice fell on her ears. Didn't you just harm yourself by listening to them and hiding yourself away from me? Were you prepared to just let yourself freeze and die in hunger if I didn't bother coming to find you? It's you, Luo Yunzheng. He had appeared in front of her just when she was at her weakest. A morsel of warmth blossomed in her heart. Of all the people around her, this man right in front of her was probably the only person in the entire world who was genuinely concerned about her right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Jealousy, Bait. Chapter 115, Jealousy, Bait. It pained Luo Yunzheng to see Lin Xianzi in such a predicament. He hadn't expected that Prince Li would mistreat her this badly. He lifted her up and placed her on the bed, gently giving her some water to drink. Will you leave with me, or do you want to remain here and continue to be trampled by him? I must remain here. The emperor would blame her family if she were to leave with him. She couldn't be so selfish. You? Fine. I will meet with that man to get to the bottom of this. Luo Yunzheng really didn't want to involve himself with a person related to the imperial court, but his burning anger was enough to cause him to forego his caution. Luo Yunzheng. Don't go to him. He'll never let you off easily. She was very clear as to how powerful Prince Li was. Her body couldn't help but tremble every time she saw him. You're afraid of him? A bark of laughter escaped Luo Yunzheng as he softly caressed her petite face. He then turned around and jumped out of the window. Luo Yunzheng, how could this have happened? He's gone to face that man head on. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if anything is to happen to him. She couldn't remain calm anymore as her thoughts spun quickly, so she dragged her debilitated body off the bed and started to gingerly walk forwards, one step at a time. Luo Yunzheng was very strong in martial arts. He arrived at Prince Li's residence in a few leaps. However, the moment he landed on his roof, he knew that the prince wasn't here without even having to check. Luo Yunzheng creased his forehead in thought. Where could the Royal Highness have run off to if he's not in his own residence? Considering that it's almost night time, could he be? He began to smirk. A man is still a man after all. It's no surprise that he can't tame the snake in his pants. Luo Yunzheng changed directions and headed in the direction of the little residence. But on the way, he couldn't help but find the situation to be very strange. Why are the guards and servants so far away? Could this be a trap? However, he was a man who'd traveled far in the Jianghu after all. Despite a healthy dose of paranoia, he was also a bold and fearless man. And so, he made his way to the master bedroom of the house. He landed quietly on top of the roof, then flipped and hung himself upside down to take a look inside. At the same time, he used his finger to poke a hole in the paper window, and peeked into the room. The woman that little girl Qianzi always says she couldn't possibly compete with is truly a beauty. Just her figure alone could set every man's heart ablaze. Moreover, she even had a provocative face that was now filled with coyness as she tugged on her collar with her hands. It was like she was just waiting for a man to ravish her. Luo Yunzhang was a man. A man with stories. Therefore, he couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva when he saw her like that. That little girl Qianzi was absolutely correct. She's a beauty that no man could resist trying to eat. But if it's up to me, I would probably just forget about her after spending a night with her. Luo Yunzhang didn't dare to keep a woman as beautiful as Bai Xiangxiu by his side. He was afraid of just how many she'd cheat on him with. He watched as even Prince Li couldn't help but be irresistibly drawn to her. Long Hong reached for her hands, pulling them away so that he could gaze at her beauty beneath the candlelight. That surprised Luo Yunzhang. He had thought that Long Hong wouldn't be able to help himself and would go straight for the main course. This was fine too. He could wait until they reached the critical point before making a move to assassinate him. Luo Yunzhang was also a man. He knew precisely when a man's guard would be at his lowest. As the girl was brought to the bed, he noticed that she was actually struggling a little, gently trying to deflect Long Heng's advances. Women. Men only need to be a bit more forceful for them to lower their defenses. As he hung there, he crossed his arms while watching the proceedings. After all, who wouldn't enjoy looking at a beauty's body? All of a sudden, Prince Li suddenly sat up and threw a blanket over the panting woman. He extinguished the candle with a swipe of a finger. Damn! He detected me. Luo Yunzhang didn't expect that Prince Li would still be so observant of the surroundings outside at that particular moment. Truth be told, how could Luo Yunzhang have known that the lamentable Prince Li was so vigilant now because he'd been interrupted so many times in the past? And so this time, he'd kept an ear out for any movement in the surroundings before he'd dived into action. This was why he'd actually picked up on something. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he tore ferociously out of the room after he extinguished the candles. Bai Xiangxiu still had no idea what was going on. She only felt a gust of wind blowing through her room as she crawled out of the heavy sheets. Then, she realized that the Prince Li who had been busy pinning her down beneath him was gone. Pfff. Bai Xiangxiu immediately burst into laughter. How many times does this make? Even if he has the temper of a saint, I imagine that he'll still want to tear that person to shreds. However, he really is such an unlucky person. Even I pity him a little. If something like this occurs a few more times, won't it give him some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder? Wait. Something's not right. Normally, he wouldn't rush out like that even if he was interrupted by someone. Could it be an assassin or something of that sort? She didn't know why, but she actually felt somewhat worried about him. She leapt out of bed in a hurry and ran to the window to see what was going on. True enough, she saw a pair of humans battling it out in the air. They were really and truly fighting. Not even a single word was uttered as they fought. Because of the stormproof lanterns outside, the scene was nicely lit and not too dark. She could see with her own eyes how they didn't seem to be pulling any punches. It seemed like Long Hong was currently in a dangerous predicament. She tightened her grip on the windowsill as her palms began to sweat due to nervousness. Although she was confident in the male lead's battle prowess, she couldn't help but worry because she had no idea who that other man was. Her brain was in such a flurry that she forgot to analyze the situation. All she did was pray for the safety of the male lead. However, after watching their battle for a period of time, she grew so impatient that she almost wanted to flip a table. How can he still be fine? They are clearly fighting to the death here. Long Hong took a fist to his face but punished the other equally harshly. In fact, she could even hear sounds of his bones cracking from Long Heng's return punch. Men were ruthless when they fought. Wouldn't someone be crippled if this continues? Bai Xiangxiu was so panicked that it had taken her some time to realize one thing. They were on the prince's turf. What good did it make for her to panic while watching them fight? She should ask for help. Having thought up to this point, she launched herself out from the window. She knew that she would have to run quite a distance to scream for help because the prince had chased everyone quite far away to finally have some peace during their intimacy. She would have to scream very loudly to grab anyone's attention. She didn't have any hope about her man yelling for help. Looking at how preoccupied they were with fighting each other quietly, she was sure that he would never call for help due to considerations of face. So, she ran out wearing only her inner clothing layer. After running to just about the right distance, she decided to yell at the two distant guards standing under a lantern. However, somebody suddenly covered her mouth before her voice could come out. Bai Xiangxiu nearly peed herself from the fright. She didn't expect that the wretched assassin would have an accomplice. She suddenly felt a soft fluffy sensation on her back. Although that person had managed to cover her mouth, she could sense that the person didn't really have much strength. She managed to push the other away with just a slight struggle. Isn't his accomplice a little too weak? When Bai Xiangxiu turned around, she was shocked to find that the accomplice sprawled on the ground was actually the female lead. The female lead was lying on the floor with only her inner clothing layer on. She coughed out, Don't call for help. Female lead, is something wrong with your brain? Even if you have no idea that Princely is the male lead, isn't he your actual fiancé? Now that someone is here to assassinate him, you want to stop his concubine from asking for help instead? The situation was too chaotic. Bai Xiangxiu rubbed her head forcefully as the corner of her mouth twitched. Darling, did you hit your head when you were a child? Lin Xianzi always had the impression that the woman in front of her was a gentle lady, because her actions were much too gentle, and she always seemed to unconditionally trust her man. Because of that, she had always felt inferior when comparing herself to Bai Xiangxiu. However, her expression had changed so much in this moment. Her eyes had become unusually determined. Lin Xianzi was stunned by the change, and dumbly sat there, lost for words. By now, however, Bai Xiangxiu had already realized what was going on. The man battling with Long Hong was actually the male supporting character number 3, Luo Yunjing the Jianghu man. He was a very powerful martial artist and was even good at using dirty tricks. To think that the female lead wanted to prevent her from yelling for help against this kind of person. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but felt defeated by the female lead's Holy Mother act. She felt so defeated that she was no longer afraid of the female lead anymore. Bai Xiangxiu immediately turned around again to call for help, but didn't expect that the female lead would go all out to stop her again. The female lead latched onto Bai Xiangxiu's waist desperately. You mustn't ask for help. If you do, he will surely die. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, What happens after scratching the female lead? Chapter 116, What happens after scratching the female lead? She was once again annoyed by the female lead's Holy Mother, White Lotus Flower act. The female lead couldn't tell right from wrong at all in these matters. Just what did she have stored in that brain of hers? Bai Xiangxiu finally realized only now that her pitiful little bit of White Lotus attribute could be sent back for a re-roll compared to the female lead. She spent so much effort to get to where she was without the two men noticing, and nothing would be gained if her boss sustained injuries because she'd let the female lead stop her from alerting others. So, she didn't care that she wasn't the female lead. She grabbed the female lead's hand and flung it away. Take shelter off to the side. If I don't call for help, the prince will also be in danger. Impossible. He is princely. He can defend himself. You've gone mad. Princely is a human, not a real war god. Bai Xiangxiu was anxious. Seeing as the female lead still wanted to pounce on her, she simply swatted her hand in the female lead's general direction. She didn't do so with the intention of actually hitting the female lead. She only wanted to push her away, but she didn't think that her movements were slightly quicker than usual under these desperate circumstances. She actually ended up slapping the female lead across the face, and her overly long fingernails accidentally left a bloody scratch on the female lead's face. Damn it! I've really stirred up trouble this time. Bai Xiangxiu was sure that the male lead and all the other supporting male characters were going to hunt her down for this. However, Bai Xiangxiu didn't expect that the female lead would actually grab her hand with her claws while she stood dazed. During that mild struggle, Bai Xiangxiu's hand was also injured by the female lead's nails. The two women likely hadn't expected to injure the other party, and so both were stunned for a moment. However, Bai Xiangxiu's mind was consumed by thoughts of saving the prince, so she ran away without a thought for her image. She shouted as she ran, "Help!" She had held her breath for a long time, so her shout came rushing out with great volume. The guards at that end immediately heard her cry of alarm and bolted towards her. Long Hong had also heard her and subconsciously glanced in her direction. As a result of that, he bore witness to the scene of Lin Xianzi pulling her back while she shouted for help. This was the first time he'd seen Bai Xiangxiu doing something with all her might, so he could be forgiven for losing his focus for a moment. When he came back to his senses, the other man's punch was already too close for him to evade. Long Hong quickly used his palm to cushion the punch, but still sustained internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bai Xiangxiu's heart tightened as she saw him fall from the sky with her own eyes. This wasn't because she liked him. It was because she felt that he'd been protecting her recently and had never harmed her. Even if he wasn't a friend, he was still more than just a stranger to her. So, she would naturally be a little concerned about him, right? Therefore, she shook off the female lead and ran towards the prince. The male lead was much more important to her than the female lead. Those guards were also sprinting towards her as Bai Xiangxiu ran. Lin Xianzi called out loudly to Luo Yunjing, "Go quickly." A guard had a sword pressed to her throat the second she choked out those words. She didn't dare move any further. The third supporting male lead Luo Yunzheng felt that he had indeed gained a small advantage from the situation. He pivoted and ran off. Bai Xiangxiu, on the other hand, had already run up to Long Heng's side. When she saw that the corner of his mouth was bleeding, she paled in consternation. She had no idea how she was going to help him up. Unexpectedly, the look in Prince Li's eyes didn't change in the slightest. He only said, "I'm fine," and rose to his feet. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth with an outstretched sleeve. "Take her back to where she came from and keep an eye on her. If anyone comes to look for her, kill them. No exceptions. Do we need to call a doctor over to take a look at your injuries? It doesn't look like your injuries are light." The prince had grabbed a hold of Bai Xiangxiu's hand, revealing the bloody scratches. Was this her doing? It was an accident. I actually also scratched Miss Lin as well. She lowered her head. You're feeling bad for me, aren't you? Prince Li did indeed feel bad for her and said, "Let's go back into the house." After the doctor came, he diagnosed some minor internal injuries in Prince Li. Fortunately, the prince only needed to rest a bit to recover. Hearing this, Bai Xiangxiu relaxed and felt that her actions just then really had been a little excessive. She'd even scratched the female lead's face. Even though the male lead hadn't blamed her, she felt that the various supporting male characters and whatnot would exact revenge on her sooner or later. This also included the male lead before her eyes, but she only prayed that he would remember that she'd only done so to save him tonight, and so wouldn't place this matter to heart. Nevertheless, she'd better remind him of this matter. Hence, she waited when Prince Li's complexion had turned slightly better before suddenly falling to her knees in front of him. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I scratched Mistress Lin just now because I was anxious that you would be hurt. Please let me know what my punishment should be." "You? Get up." Long Hong had no idea what he would do with her. Why was she so timid? Since when was he going to blame her for what had happened? She made it seem like that woman actually had a place in his heart. Bai Xiangxiu hesitated, but then saw her boss close his eyes and faintly say, "She is just an unrelated person here. Why should you have to torment yourself because of her? You don't need to be so afraid of her in the future." But what do these words mean? Bai Xiangxiu couldn't seem to put her thoughts in order for a moment. What exactly did he mean by that? Could it be that he was already considering Bai Xiangxiu as his woman? Even so, she couldn't relax because who knew when the dying embers of love between the male lead and the female lead would one day flare up again? But it was worth mentioning that she really did like what the male lead had said, so much that she heaved an audible sigh of relief. It seemed like the effort she had put in for such a long time had paid off in the end. She'd finally received her boss praise and acknowledgement. In retrospect, this was the kind of mindset that she had when she just started working. However, the male lead was much more handsome than her previous boss. She had actually slightly drifted off into a daze just by looking at his side profile as he meditated. She was completely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Shi had draped an outer garment over her. In the end, she rested her head on her arms and fell asleep on the table as she watched him. The group of servants didn't dare to disturb their master's meditation either, so everyone silently gathered to the side. When Long Hong finished circulating his qi throughout his body, he noticed that the small woman who'd just behaved in an extremely impressive manner just now had actually fallen asleep on the table. His heart softened at the sight, and he carefully lifted himself off the bed, scooped her up in his arms, and carried her to the bed. He covered her with the quilt, and then lay down beside her, dismissing those outside with a wave of his hand. However, he didn't do anything. He only stroked her hair as he thought, "She's obviously a timid person, but she did something so brave just now just to help me. It seems that I have a place in her heart." Long Hong lightly planted a kiss on her forehead. Even though he was furious that man had come to find him, that matter had already receded to the annals of his mind when he saw her working so hard to protect him. A small burst of happiness actually unfurled in his heart when he lightly kissed her smooth forehead again. His lips couldn't help but to curl up in a little smile. Even though he didn't do anything, the warmth in his heart grew even deeper. Bai Xiangxiu didn't exactly sleep peacefully that night. She was caught in a weird dream, where a huge cat was chasing her, like it really wanted to lick her. The cat licked her so thoroughly that it didn't stop even when her entire face was covered in its saliva. The next moment, the dream switched to a monster pressing down on her chest. She felt herself being smothered to the point where she couldn't catch her breath. When she woke up the next day, she felt more tired than if she'd climbed a mountain for a day. Something's wrong. It really feels like there's something pressing down on my chest. She glanced down to see that there was actually a man's arm on her. She couldn't be blamed for overreacting at that moment because she'd been sleeping alone all this time. Anyone wouldn't be used to having someone suddenly sleep beside them. Moreover, this person was clearly a man. She could clearly see the muscles on his arm through his thin inner garments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Comeback of the Female Supporting Character. Chapter 117, Comeback of the Female Supporting Character. Bai Xiangxiu hadn't expected at all that the male lead would be boldly sleeping beside her just like that. Isn't this simply too surprising? So, she couldn't be blamed for crying out with bewilderment. Fortunately, a large hand covered her mouth halfway through her shriek. Long Hong sat up with an unpleasant look on his face. He hadn't even done anything, so was there really the need to shout like that? She made it seem like he had bullied her. Calm down. It's me. He saw emotion dart across her eyes as she visibly relaxed a bit. In that moment, he understood that she had behaved that way not because she was afraid of him, but because she didn't know who was suddenly sleeping beside her. She seemed to be less scared now that she knew who was beside her. Long Hong felt extremely pleased with her reaction and released his hand. He then got up and dressed himself. Actually, Bai Xiangxiu should have been the person waiting on him and doing these things. But seeing as she still seemed bewildered, he didn't think that she would be able to do this for him. However, Bai Xiangxiu really felt that she should be helping him get dressed. She was his concubine after all. The clothes and whatnot had all been prepared in advance and needed only to be draped over his body. In order to curry favor with her boss, she stood up and went to his side. After that, she took the belt and held it up in front of him. The corner of Long Hang's lips curled in a familiar upward lift as he took the belt from her hands and fastened it around his waist. After he did so, he said, "Go and get dressed." Bai Xiangxiu responded in agreement and ran to her cupboard. She took out the clothes and randomly draped them over her body. Xiao Shi and the rest would come over and help her straighten herself out later anyways. Long Hong had frequently heard people say that viewing a beauty beneath the light was a delightful form of enjoyment. However, he hadn't known that the seductive appearance of a half-asleep beauty in the morning was even more pleasing to the eye. Beauty under the light was only thus due to one's inability to see all the blemishes, but Bai Xiangxiu's face was perfect no matter what angle one looked at it. Therefore, people felt extremely comfortable looking at her and always felt that she was quite alluring regardless of what time it was. Moreover, this woman was his. This fact seemed to triumph over every other matter in his head. There was nothing else in the world that made him as happy as that fact. For this reason, he felt that he would be in an extremely good mood today. The two people only put on their outer garments, since they still needed other people to groom them. Seeing as there was a mistress on the premises, the ones who came in to serve them were both servant girls. They had joined the prince's manor when they were but young, so they'd learned a little about matters of serving people. They had breakfast served to them when they were properly dressed. Long Hong had planned on taking Bai Xiangxiu for a walk nearby after they'd finished eating. But just as they came out, they saw a few monks standing outside. Surprisingly, one of the monks was someone he was familiar with, that old monk Hui Guang. He was the one who had said that Bai Xiangxiu had an affinity with Buddha and had tried to recruit her as a nun. The corners of Bai Xiangxiu's mouth twitched. Does this mean that I really have a very strong affinity with Buddha? Long Hong had a very cold expression on his face. It was so cold that Bai Xiangxiu unconsciously pulled her cloak tighter around her in an effort to dispel the sudden drop in temperature. She had a feeling that this old monk had caused trouble for her. Ah, it's the lady patron. We share quite a great deal of destiny. Yes, it must be fate. Bai Xiangxiu smiled as she spoke, but what she was thinking was, it's more like we have a grudge with each other. However, judging from the prince's reaction, why did she feel more like a supporting male character had just appeared and the two men were fighting over one woman? Unfortunately, this supporting male character was a little too old and he was fighting to make her become a nun. What's going on with this laughable setup? She'd rather have an extremely outstanding supporting male character appear and steal her away to make her his wife. Is there a reason that the Grand Master is here? Long Heng's tone was so cold that his words almost had icicles growing from them. Even so, Hui Guang still maintained his calm smile. In some sense, his Buddhist cultivation was really quite commendable. Even Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help admire him for maintaining this staunchly indifferent manner when standing beside Long Heng. This old monk really wasn't that simple. But, when the old monk spoke, his words were so clear and simple to the point that Bai Xiangxiu almost rolled her eyes in front of everyone. She forcefully stopped herself from doing so when she remembered that the act of rolling her eyes was extremely vulgar in ancient times. I've come to beg for alms. Hui Guang smiled and recited one of Buddha's names while still facing Bai Xiangxiu. Xiao Shi, give the Grand Masters 10 taels of silver. She immediately sent Xiao Shi to execute her order. The further away the monks were, the better. Bai Shangxiu was really worried that she would be frozen to death even before winter had a chance to come. Servants, give this Grand Master 100 pieces of fine silver and ask him to stay away from this area in the future. Long Heng's cold voice rang out once more. It really did make people feel refreshingly cool, as though they'd eaten a frozen pear in winter. Hui Guang was still smiling and clearly didn't take that alienating and cold tone of Long Heng's to heart. Many thanks to Prince Li and this lady patron. If the lady patron is free, please come to the Yangning Temple. This old monk will personally welcome you. After he recited one more of Buddha's names, he stood there and waited for Bai Shangxiu to agree to his request. Long Hong was absolutely certain that if he had a sword in hand right then, he'd definitely split this old monk's head open to see what he was actually thinking. This damned monk was enticing a woman from his rear court to leave and become a nun. Could it be that he hadn't noticed the man standing beside her who was still waiting to conjugate his love with her? He really is an eyesore. Thus, he moved forward and blocked Bai Shangxiu from his view. Grand Master, we still have matters to attend to today, so unfortunately, we won't be accompanying you any longer. Please excuse us. I didn't think that there'd be a day where a Grand Master would be left unable to invite guests over to his temple. A peal of relaxed laughter accompanied the entrance of the supporting male character, Duan Yunying. He seemed to have returned from a trip outside just now. Even though he was dressed in a simple, white cloth gown from head to toe, it unexpectedly made him look extremely magnanimous. He was a male god after all. Not only did he have the looks, his tastes in clothes was also similarly charming. But, a man as overly bewitching as him wasn't Bai Shangxiu's type. Her type was a real man like the male lead. Either that or someone like the second supporting male character, Song Jiaoyue, who was truly kind and gentle. She didn't have any favorable impression of a person who was uncommonly beautiful like this Duan Yunying. This probably was due to his attitude towards the female lead in the book, or his attitude towards all women in general. He was very handsome and knew how to use women well. One could say that he didn't have a shred of a feeling towards the female lead at all in the beginning. Even after she'd transmigrated over here, she couldn't make out when he had fallen in love with the female lead. His so-called passion was merely that of a man being attracted to a female and desiring a roll in the bedsheets with her. He was only using this feeling to play around with her. Of course, the female lead was also a stupid one. She treated him as a good man even after he'd played her like a little white bunny. When the male lead had gone to save her, she'd even said that everything was only a misunderstanding. Bai Shangxiu looked at the sky and let out a long sigh. She really didn't understand how the female lead's brain had developed. Couldn't she see through such a transparent performance? He really had just wanted to use her to kill the male lead. To him, other than using her for that purpose, there was nothing else he'd found attractive about her. Even if he got together with her, wasn't he still involved in clandestine relations with another woman? A silhouette entered her line of sight at that moment. Bai Shangxiu nodded involuntarily as her memory came back to her. That's right. She was that extraordinarily beautiful woman who had clandestine relations with Duan Yunying. She looked like a mixed-blooded woman just like the woman who had just descended from the cart. Wait a moment. Bai Shangxiu rubbed her eyes again and looked at that woman. How come she looked like the woman described in the book from every angle? Wasn't this the foreign supporting female character from the novel, who'd seduced the male lead while still being intimate with the other supporting male characters by her side? Wasn't she Yaya, also known as the #1 beauty outside the desert? That's right. She really was supposed to appear at this time. It also seemed that the female lead had misunderstood a little something between her and the male lead because of that. As a result of that misunderstanding, the female lead had been very jealous for nothing. In the end, the male lead had whisked the female lead away for a period of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Picturesque, Beautiful Scenery and Women. Chapter 118, Picturesque, Beautiful Scenery and Women. Master Hui Guang smiled faintly, then spoke Buddha's name mysteriously. Worldly affairs, secularity, have you not seen enough of it? As those words hung in the air, he turned to take the money and left. Bai Shangxiu knew that sentence was meant for her. Because she had read the novel and knew of the plot, it was difficult for her to avoid holding the attitude of a bystander watching a show when she was faced with the characters and events. It was simply much like a TV show in real life. Was this the so-called worldly affairs and secularity of hers? If she were to jump out of this life, would that help her return? As she was mulling over his words, someone else grabbed her hand. The hard calluses on that palm ground her petite hand between them, causing her to frown in discomfort. However, that hand released its grip once she became clear-headed again. At this time, the male supporting character was walking over with the female supporting character in tow. He seemed to be extremely unhappy with the lady acting on her own and commandeering a carriage. Yaha, didn't I tell you not to act out? This is the Central Plains. As expected, it was Yaha. The lady in question only smiled faintly in response. Her appearance was exceedingly conspicuous, as she was of a different race. No one could tell whether the author had based this character's appearance off of a mixed-blood Japanese celebrity who was popular for her selfies, or if this was just how the character had been born. Either way, she looked extremely similar to that person. She carried hints of allure within her purity, and the two were practically a perfect match when she stood beside the male supporting character, Duan Yunying. However, her personality also seemed to have a streak of naivete. She actually jumped in front of Long Hong, staring at him as if dazed, and then smiled brilliantly. "Ah, are you that great hero with amazing abilities? Yaya likes great heroes the most. I'll invite you to have a drink with me, okay? My gosh, she's so enthusiastic. Can someone tell me if I've actually transmigrated to ancient China? Why is this girl so zealous in inviting a man to drink wine? Male supporting character, why aren't you speaking up to control the situation?" When her gaze met with the male supporting characters, he unexpectedly revealed a weak smile as if openly inviting others to form a good impression of him. He even sighed helplessly and said, "Yeah, Prince Li is not a person from the desert. Being like this in the Central Plains is improper etiquette. Come here, quickly." What proper, improper, huh? I like this kind of hero the most. She threw herself onto Long Hong, like a small sparrow throwing itself into someone's embrace, as though she'd fallen in love at first sight. But Long Hong lightly sidestepped, making her miss. Her beautiful eyes flashed as though she'd been wronged. The male lead enjoys the grand treatment, huh? A beauty throws herself at him like this? However, was she blind? Why hadn't she noticed that Bai Shangxiu, the concubine, was still standing off to the side? The feeling of being ignored wasn't entirely comfortable. Bai Shangxiu moved gently, preparing to announce her presence. But just then, she saw Yaha glance over with a gaze as cold as piercing arrows. Even though the male lead's expression was cold, it wasn't the type of cold that was filled with malice. However, the coldness in this woman's eyes was filled with hostility, contempt, and even some spite. This seemed to be out of the ordinary? Bai Shangxiu hadn't even done anything to offend her. Bai Shangxiu, a person from modern times, naturally wouldn't be scared of a female supporting character. And so, she straightened her waist and waited to see Yaya's intentions. However, she hadn't imagined that this female supporting character wouldn't go the common route. Yaya ignored her again and only attempted to plaster her iridescent, half-exposed chest onto him. The hell? This Yaya was truly making Bai Shangxiu out as a sick cat, wasn't she? Even though Bai Shangxiu had always been the female supporting character, the only people she was ever afraid of was the male lead and the old madam, since those two were fated to kill her. However, as a fellow female supporting character, why would Bai Shangxiu be afraid, no matter how cold her gaze was? She was openly stealing her man. Even though Long Hong was Bai Shangxiu's in name only, it still disgusted Bai Shangxiu to see this sort of scene happening before her. And so, the latter suddenly moved between Long Hong and Yaya. It just happened that Yaya wanted to throw herself onto Long Hong again, and Bai Shangxiu had reached out with her hands to block the woman. This caused a great misunderstanding to occur. Bai Shangxiu had only wanted to brace her hand against Yaya, but in her haste, her hands were at the wrong place and happened to land on Yaya's jutting chest. Wow, she's got some badonkadonk. But, why was the bottom so soft? The girl wouldn't happen to be using padding in her chest now, was she? Actually, it hadn't been until she'd come to this world that she finally discovered that the ancient people weren't exactly too conservative in some ways. The only ones truly conservative were the misses of noble houses. Ordinary girls or working ladies all greatly liked to pursue beauty, and so ways to beautify the chest were quite in vogue. Who knew where Yimama had learned this skill, but she had wanted to pad Bai Shangxiu's chest all day long. In the end, Yimama had given up on the idea when Bai Shangxiu had taken off her outer clothing one day, and declared proudly, "The real thing is still better." Therefore, she only had her real thing. The other party didn't, but it felt quite comfortable to the touch. "Ah, what are you doing?" Yaya's hand snapped protectively around her chest and she staggered back a few steps. If it wasn't for her other objective, she probably would have slapped Bai Shangxiu already. However, there was no need to compete with a woman who was destined to die, even if her appearance was unexpected. Sorry, I didn't know that there would be this type of coincidence. But, since the both of us are women, it's not a loss for you either. Seeing Yaya's immensely resentful expression, Bai Shangxiu continued, "Why don't you also touch me in return then?" "That should not be done," Duan Yunying spoke up. "Nonsense. Princely shouted loudly and reached out with both hands to place Bai Xiangxiu firmly into the horse carriage. The corners of Bai Xiangxiu's lips twitched. What was all this about? It felt as though he wanted to forcibly take her into custody. Duan Yunying said, "Your Highness, please pardon this offense. This subordinate's cousin comes from the desert and isn't familiar with the customs of the Central Plains. Fourth Madam, please pardon her discourtesy." He lightly coughed twice when he finished speaking. The male lead's large figure completely overshadowed her before Bai Xiangxiu had the opportunity to respond in kind. She couldn't help but move back to clear some space for him to enter the carriage. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "There's been no harm done." "Then, Your Highness, could you permit this subordinate's cousin to spend the night here? After all, a girl spending the night outside causes worry." "As you wish." Princely really was an uncommunicative and taciturn sort, but his performance today had been rather satisfying. At least, Bai Xiangxiu felt that he had been a very qualified man. But the same old sentence applied. It was a shame that he was the female leads. That was sincerely quite a waste. Why was that White Lotus female lead growing more and more irritable to the eye? But most importantly, where was Princely bringing her to? Unexpectedly, he'd actually brought her to hunt. Was his hunting really suited for her? Why had he just placed her in the mountain forest halfway and then went out to hunt alone? Just as she stood perplexed, she saw the servants that Princely had brought start to set up pots and pans, laying down mats and placing various items on top. It was very comfortable at first glance. Even fruit was prepared and placed on the mats. Bai Xiangxiu wore a heavy and thick cloak and sat atop the eider-down mat, enjoying the breeze of deep autumn and feeling that it was truly comfortable. She wouldn't be able to constantly venture outside when it was winter. Wasn't she truly part of a painting in this maple leaf-covered mountainside? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Picnicking with Meat. Chapter 119, Picnicking with Meat. Bai Xiangxiu was very, very satisfied about her body's appearance. She had always wanted to find a way to paint it. If she could match the painting with the scenery, then it would be even more beautiful. To think was to act, so Bai Xiangxiu had someone prepare brush, ink, and paper. When everything was ready, she spread the paper out on the table and thought as she painted. It wasn't a sketch this time, but a painting from her imagination, so it took some time to draw. She wasn't in a hurry either. In any case, the male lead wouldn't come back that quickly from his hunt. She actually became so engrossed in her painting that Princely was greeted by the sight of her diligently painting when he came back. In his eyes, no matter what masterpiece she stood next to, she would always be the most beautiful of the two. And so, he handed his prey to others to let them clean it properly. He lounged just inside the door, quietly watching her paint as though he'd never seen such a beautiful scene. Xiao Shi and Xiao Wan were attending to her off on the side. They seemed to know the spellbound gaze that the prince was using to look at their mistress, so they smiled ambiguously at each other. A glare from the prince forced them to turn their heads to the side, afraid to watch further. Bai Xiangxiu was feeling a little tired after painting for a while, and so raised her head to see how the servants were getting along. What came into view was a very lively scene, full of people slaughtering lambs and chickens. Because she usually lived in the manor, she'd forgotten that she had the problem of fainting at the sight of blood. Even though she was seeing it from so far away, she still felt a little uncomfortable. She pressed her hand lightly against her head and felt a little dizzy. Xiao Shi hastily went to fetch water. Long Hung also felt something amiss and walked over. "What's wrong?" "Dizzy." "Blood." Long Hong waved his hand and spoke to the servants, "Deal with this somewhere else." How had he forgotten? She was extremely sensitive to matters that dealt with blood. The servants hurriedly carried the items over to another location to continue their work, bringing over the cleaned meat a short while later. Oddly enough, Bai Xiangxiu wasn't afraid of meat that had been cleaned properly, even though it was still stained slightly with blood. She thought that it was probably just all in the mind and had wanted to handle it herself, but Long Hong pulled her aside. "Go inside and rest." "I'll do it." Ah. Why did she have the type of feeling that she had just missed something? Long Hong didn't continue to explain further. He actually washed his hands and started deboning and cutting up the meat. His technique was abnormally familiar and his movements quite graceful. Except, what did he want to do? She quickly found out, since he took over the meat to a fire and actually started preparing a stew while grilling the meat. Holy, the male lead was unexpectedly preparing a picnic. The book hadn't chronicled this event, despite his appearance clearly showing that he wasn't struggling and seemed to understand these things very well. Actually, Bai Xiangxiu actually still understood him in this moment. After all, he was someone who had spent many years in the army. How would he not know how to do these things? It was just that he hadn't had the chance to do anything like this since he'd returned from the army. Then why was he doing this today? Could it be for her? How was that possible? It must be that he wanted to eat some game. But it still didn't seem like that. A faint warmth was rising in by Xiangshuo's heart as she watched him cook. No matter whether he was doing this for her or not, he'd still brought her here. There likely weren't that many in this world who were privileged to partake of meat personally roasted by Prince Li. After all, he was the male lead, that violent, deeply affectionate, and overbearing Prince Li and the Lord's escaped concubine. She was slightly moved when she took a few steps back to think about it. It didn't take long to finish preparing all the food. Bai Xiangshuo's plate contained a couple of very small pieces of meat. The pieces displayed the prince's superb knife skills, and the plate was personally brought over to her by the prince. Xiao Shi was so moved that she nearly sobbed. The prince truly was too kind to her mistress. Bai Xiangxiu suddenly had the feeling that she had returned to the modern times that boasted of gender equality. She reached out her hands and hastily plopped a piece into her mouth. The meat had the flavor of modern barbecue and was even more fragrant than that of modern times. She nodded vigorously as she continued to eat and gave him a dazzling smile. It's delicious, truly delicious. Long Hong watched her manner of talking while eating. Even though it was clearly undignified, it wasn't repulsive at all, and actually rather cute. He reached out his hand and lightly brushed off a piece of red pepper powder from her cheeks. Bai Xiangxiu's face reddened and she extended her sleeves to vehemently wipe at her mouth. Don't use so much force. You're rubbing it raw. Long Heng sat down beside her. Contrary to his dignified appearance in the residence, he sat cross-legged beside her with his sleeves rolled up, and used his chopsticks to grab pieces of meat to eat while taking the occasional sip of wine. He looked supremely relaxed and even more of a man. She hadn't dared try to understand him before, and only felt that he was just one of those characters in the Peking opera, completely lacking his own personality. But now, he looked so real. Unconsciously, she actually became a little lost in thought as she looked at him. When Long Hung turned his head, he saw that a certain woman was staring at him in a daze, her eyes resting on his face. He couldn't help but reach out to rub his face, his expression growing a bit perplexed. His reaction caused Bai Xiangxiu to laugh. Only, she didn't realize her smile now was brighter and more real than before. There's nothing on your face. Your smile right now is really beautiful. Bai Xiangxiu froze in shock, her face turning red. My gosh, the male lead was praising her smile as pretty. He didn't even easily praise the female lead. But, it was still good that she was a very quick-witted person. She immediately stoppered the thoughts that were threatening to rush out. Thank you for your praise. Bai Xiangxiu had eaten quite a bit of meat and was feeling a little too full at the moment. She rubbed her stomach and an undignified burp accidentally released itself. She instantly covered her mouth, her face turning so red that flushing even redder wasn't possible. Long Han laughed heartily upon seeing her face, but still gave her some face. He covered her entire body with his cloak and said into her ear, the cloak is thick enough that no one will be able to hear. Bai Xiangxiu nearly cried for some reason. She had arrived in this world for a very long time, so long that she nearly believed this was where she was going to spend the rest of her days. But, other than Xiao Shi, this was the first time she'd met another person who truly cared about her. She fiercely bit her fingers under the cloak. It hurt a little, but she was finally able to suppress her burps. Long Hong was also very full. Since he'd drunk quite a bit of wine, he decided to practice his spear skills. His weapon was a spear that was always hung on his mount. Normally, it was separated into two pieces. Only when it was needed would he take it out, press the spring, and fit it together. Bai Xiangxiu was still wearing the cloak and curled into a ball when she heard the whoosh of wind by her ears. Xiao Shi lightly poked her, saying quietly, Madam Xiu, His Highness is practicing the spear. Although Bai Xiangxiu knew that in this world every man knew a bit of martial arts, she'd never seen any of it other than that battle at night. When she took the cloak off, she nearly fangirled, so handsome. Fortunately, she'd built a foundation of all sorts of appropriate reactions in this world, so she didn't cry out in the end. However, she was screaming inside, longing for a memorial picture like a fan meeting their idol. Sadly, she didn't have a phone on her. She could only admire and stare unblinkingly at this rare scene of an ancient martial arts performance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Jealous? Believe him. Chapter 120, Jealous? Believe him. What material was that spear made of? Why was its entire body black? Why was he so handsome when brandishing the spear? Bai Xiangxiu was this close to drooling at the sight that danced in front of her eyes. Because of Korean pop culture, modern people normally like those extremely bewitching, weak fresh meat that seemed more feminine than girls. However, she just couldn't bring herself to like them, since she couldn't feel a sense of security from them. Men should have the appearance and demeanor of men, and should be as handsome, cool and stylish as this person before her who was currently doing a spear set. It was such a pity that he wasn't hers. But it wouldn't stop her from staring at him all day long. After all, this was truly a rare scene. Most importantly, that certain person looked back and smiled at her after one particular flourish of his spear. That look hit her like an invisible little arrow, shooting directly into Bai Xiangxiu's heart, the impact both painful and numb. But that wasn't even the end, as he seemed to come up with some sudden fancy. He came back to grab the jug of wine, carrying the spear in one hand and the jug of wine in the other. He would brandish the spear a couple times, and then drink a couple sips of wine. It seemed as though he was attempting a drunken spear performance. Bai Xiangxiu could tell that he was in a wonderful mood, and so couldn't help but start applauding. It wasn't until she returned later that night that she realized she'd gone a bit overboard. Her palms were reddened from clapping so hard, and Prince Li also was a little drunk. However, she was really happy. This was the happiest she'd been since she'd come into this world. She looked over at Prince Li, currently resting his head on one hand and closing his eyes to recover energy, feeling as though this was like the first day she was truly getting to know him. They meandered their way back to the residence, the page boys helping Prince Li change his clothes. She also returned to her room and tidied up. Xiao Shi had a bowl of soup by her side the moment she sat down, saying, "Madam Xiao, the soup for sobering up is prepared. Should you bring it over to the prince?" Alright, this great matchmaker was stirring to action again. However, she actually somewhat wanted to see how Prince Li was right now. It was commonly said that those who had high alcohol tolerance wouldn't have terrible personalities. His behavior had been good whilst in the horse carriage here, but she didn't know if that would still be the case after returning to the comfort of his own home. Alright. She personally carried the soup over to Prince Li's room in the Red Maple Mountain Villa. It was a beautiful individual courtyard, quiet to the point of stillness, and the red maple leaves gorgeous in the rays of the night. She still felt a tiny bit of anxiety for some reason, and so she said to Xiao Shi, "Stay here. I can go in by myself." Xiao Shi nodded. She merely thought her mistress was being bashful, and so didn't stop Bai Xiangxiu. When Bai Xiangxiu walked in, she felt that the page boys standing outside were looking a little diffident. When she wanted them to report her arrival, they wouldn't go in, wanting her to go in by herself instead. Odd, what's happened to them? Bai Xiangxiu didn't pay it much heed. The male lead had plenty of quirks to begin with. He was probably feeling vexed after drinking too much and didn't want people to go near him. But she was stunned silly at the sight that greeted her eyes after she entered. What was going on here? Why was Yaya here? And why was she and the prince embracing each other? Should she hide in this situation? Unfortunately, because she was nervous, she bumped against the doorframe when she turned and knocked over the soup in her hands. The noise caused Long Hong to raise his head and release his hands. His loose upper garment fell with his movements, revealing an extremely well-toned chest and abs. But his eyes seemed a little clouded over. He frowned after seeing Bai Xiangxiu. Xiangxiu? He'd actually started to call her name naturally at some unknown point. Only, if the person at the doorway was her, then who was he hugging? He finally saw that mysterious person's face clearly when he looked down. He didn't even think about it as he flung her away from him, shouting, "Why is it you?" He'd still been in a daze earlier and had only felt someone hugging him from behind. Thinking that the only one who could be hugging him here was Bai Xiangxiu, he hadn't rejected her advances. Furthermore, his perception was much more sensitive after drinking, but his head wasn't very clear. And so, he'd hugged his supposed Bai Xiangxiu tightly and was planning on doing some other things when the real Bai Xiangxiu had walked in. As his thoughts screeched to a halt, he broke out in a cold sweat all over his body and instantly sobered up. On the other hand, Yaya was sent staggering back and couldn't help but frown. Why had this happened? She clearly remembered Long Han was supposed to have drunk too much today and therefore would almost consummate relations with Miss Lin in a dazed confusion. Of course, if Master hadn't stopped them back then, they would have already been together. This was why she'd made use of this opportunity to come, because Lin Qianzi was sick in the mountain villa. She wouldn't be able to come out and make trouble when she was bedridden. The master wouldn't come stop her as long as she told him that she could do this well. In her previous life, she'd also approached Long Hung in order to finish her mission. Over time, she'd gradually fallen in love with him since he really was an excellent man, and superbly considerate towards his woman. This was very much the opposite of the cold-heartedness of other men. Even becoming a concubine for this type of man wasn't bad. At least, she wouldn't have to need to curry favor with other men for missions anymore. But, she hadn't expected that she would fail, and that fate would give her another chance. She wouldn't lose this time. The heavens had given her this opportunity just so that she could be together with Long Hung. Only, she hadn't expected that by Xiangxiu to also be relevant this time around. She remembered her as a woman people didn't like. Even though she had the title of a concubine, Long Hung had never been fond of her. She also hadn't expected that Bai Xiangxiu would join him on his trip. This was extremely unexpected, but Yada didn't consider Bai Xiangxiu a threat at all, because she would be dead in less than a year. However, Yada hadn't expected that Bai Xiangxiu would interrupt them right in the thick of things. Yada had thought that Long Hung would be glad to take her, as she felt that her chance had arrived when she heard that Long Hung didn't have harmonious relations with that Miss Lin. It appeared that this opportunity had only been fleeting. She glared angrily at the man in question after she'd been flung away. He was currently pressing his hand to his own forehead. "Get out!" Long Hung bellowed before walking over to Bai Xiangxiu. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Bai Xiangxiu had bumped herself silly, and her first reaction was that she'd interrupted his good time and was the one being yelled at to leave. She sprang to her feet to head outside, but was quickly arrested by a tight embrace from behind. "I'm not talking about you. You stay." His voice was noticeably more gentle, making Bai Xiangxiu freeze with shock. Ya was unwilling to give up on her side. "Your Highness, you were clearly very ardent just a while ago. Get out. Otherwise, both you and your cousin will disappear together." He'd originally wanted to play a little with these people who'd approached him with ulterior motives. But if it had harmed his little woman, then it was a case that had an entirely new meaning. Yaha naturally knew that if she ruined her master's plans, she wouldn't have a good ending. She'd already experienced that once in her previous life. And so, she had another objective for finding Long Hung, and that was to have him get rid of that man. She frowned, but still obediently left with her teeth gnashing. When she left, Long Hung turned Bai Xiangxiu around and finally saw clearly that it was her. His actions earlier definitely would have led to her misunderstanding things. Why did he feel so guilty? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Being Threatened. Chapter 121, Being Threatened. However, he didn't know how to explain himself despite his guilty conscience. He only picked her up a bit boorishly and threw her onto the bed. Is he trying to make his move under the pretense of being drunk? Bai Xiangxiu wanted to resist his advances. However, before she could do so by pushing away at his chest like how most female leads do in novels, she suddenly sneezed violently. And then again, and again. Actually, all Long Hung wanted to do was have her rest on his bed and prove to her that he really wasn't interested in that woman. But what was going on? Why had she suddenly started sneezing just from looking at him? Even worse, her sneezes were so violent that tears were beginning to fall from her eyes too. He had been very drunk just now, but had sobered up a great deal in this short time. He couldn't help but furrow his forehead when he saw the sneezes that racked her body. What is the matter? There's... Achoo. There's a fragrance on your body that's too strong. Achoo. There were certainly all sorts of weird illnesses afflicting her current body. Hemophobia, fear of pain, and now an allergy to certain kinds of fragrance too. What the hell? Is it some kind of requirement for all female supporting characters to have such a typical and darned awful physiques? There should be a limit as to how delicate and how much of a pushover I seem to be. What man in this world would like a woman who's as weak as paper? Despite her wishes to become stronger, it just so happened that the male lead princely fancied weak women like her. He'd grown up in an environment where every man and woman was fierce and strong, never needing protection from others. Even if some of them were physically weak, they more than compensated with their intelligence. A woman with such a weak body and combat strength that clearly dipped into the negatives was a really rare sight. So, he couldn't resist feeling a sense of protectiveness for her. When he noticed that she'd almost fainted from all the sneezing, he furrowed his brows and took a whiff of his body. There was indeed a very pungent smell on him right now. Servants, prepare a bath for this prince. The servants who were waiting outside rushed in immediately. Even the slowest and most foolish person among them could hear the impatience and coldness within their master's voice. Long Hung had no choice but to reluctantly take a few steps away from Bai Xiangxiu and immediately wash up after the servants were done preparing his bath. When he was finished, he returned to his room only to see Bai Xiangxiu already gone. A wave of depression settled in his heart. I guess explanations can wait until the morrow. Although, where and how should I begin to explain things to her? Wait. Why did a grown-up man like him have to explain himself to his concubine? And why was he racking his brains to find a good excuse to give her? Some moments after he laid down in bed, he sat back up again. It must be because she was so trusting towards him and because she was so easily hurt compared to other women. He only wanted to explain things to her so that she wouldn't think too much and harm her body in the process. Yes. That must be the reason why. Unknowingly, Prince Li had found himself a reasonable excuse for doing something that would cause him to lose face. Only then was he finally satisfied and closed his eyes to sleep. He would explain everything to Bai Shangxiu first thing in the morning. But sleep would elude those on the other side of the villa. When she had returned, Yaya was immediately slapped after she gave her report of what she'd done. Oh, little obedient one. What do you really have stored up in that pig brain of yours? That Bai Shangxiu girl is much more knowledgeable than you at reeling in a man's heart. You should learn something from her, and understand what true tenderness looks like. You may have the figure of a vixen, but your personality is not the least bit attractive to strong-willed men. As Duan Yunying lectured Yaya, he was also removing her clothes one layer at a time. When he was done, he continued his lecture by placing his face next to her ear as he caressed her body. You're so used to being a slut, you can't wait to burrow permanently into a man's bed. Now. This won't do. Just look at Madame Bai. She still acts like a virgin even though she's probably been used by that man countless times. That's how you should be seducing men. You need to cover up your chest more. As for your legs. He gave Yaya many reasons why she should act a bit more reserved and bashful, because he could see very clearly that Long Hung wasn't the least bit interested in bold and wanton women. Both Bai Shangxiu and Miss Lin had a weak feeling to them, so perhaps they should approach matters from that perspective. Duan Yunying was a man who lusted for beautiful women too. He placed himself in character to teach Yaya about Bai Shangxiu's mannerisms, and started tumbling in the bedsheets with her. However, all throughout, he kept up his litany of instructions. Your voice is all wrong. How should you be moaning? Remember your first time? Yaya squinted her eyes and tears began to flow down her cheeks. She moaned and wept at the same time. No. Don't. It hurts. Could you slow down a little? Your moans need to be quieter. Remember. You have to be shy right now. Duan Yunying gave her a very forceful pinch on her back, causing her snowy white skin to bruise quickly into a patch of black and blue. Suddenly, an idea struck him and he withdrew his hand with a smirk. You can either try to seduce Long Hung with your methods right now, or make his woman angry at him as well. In any case, I'm sure you won't fail me again this time, right? I can do it. I can definitely do it. Master, Yaya is suffering right now. Yaya is really suffering right now. What a base wench. Duan Yunying sneered. He couldn't be bothered to help her finish either. He immediately pulled his pants back up after he was done, and restored the kind and innocent white rabbit look to his face. He took a seat nearby and squinted at her. Clean up everything and get out. How would Yaya dare say no to him? She tidied up the place and left immediately after. After Yaya departed, Duan Yunying decided to secretly observe the eldest daughter of the Lin family. He'd initially thought that she would be a suitable candidate for him to exploit. However, he hadn't expected that she would fall so gravely ill as soon as she'd arrived at this place. Long Hung had placed some guards in her courtyard, but how could these guards possibly stop him? Without anyone noticing, he managed to drug one of the guards and leapt onto the roof of Lin Qianzi's room. Realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary in her room, he carefully made his way in. Somehow, Miss Lin managed to notice his shadowy figure and asked softly from her bed, "Is that you?" It seemed like she'd mistaken him for someone else. He didn't make any movements and continued to stand there with his back facing her. The eldest daughter of the Lin family has a rather attractive voice indeed. It's a little husky, which makes her sound quite enchanting. Considering that there's not even a sliver of light in the room, she shouldn't be able to see me even if I draw closer to her. He decided to walk up to her when his thoughts reached that point. He didn't expect that Lin Qianzi would be so proactive that she would grab him and even hug his waist. I'm so sorry, Yunjiang. Are you injured? It's all my fault for causing you harm. However, I still cannot go away with you. Because the emperor will blame my family if I leave this place. So, I have no choice but to marry him. Lin Qianzi couldn't think clearly due to her illness. That was why she had mistaken the man who'd barged into her room for Luo Yunjiang. This was her first time taking the initiative to hug him, so she was also a little nervous. That's what a woman should be like. They should be soft and be easily bullied. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't take advantage of her while I can? Thus, Duan Yunying picked her up and placed her on the bed, kissing her ferociously. Lin Xianzi thought that he was Luo Yunzhang and so didn't think much of things. She'd been kissed and fondled by him countless times prior, so she allowed him to do as he pleased. Duan Yunying kissed her from head to toe. However, just when he was about to take it a step further, he noticed that Lin Xianzi wasn't resisting at all. Not only did she not show any resistance, she even went as far as to say, Yunzhang. Yunzheng. Just take me. I will regret nothing. Duan Yunying immediately lost all interest in her. There was no difference between her and Yaya if she was so easy to obtain. So, he put his finger into her mouth and gave it a little twirl. The way you're acting truly kills off any interest I had. He grabbed her chest band. Your personal item is now in my hands. When that man called Yunzheng arrives, tell him to look for me in a wooden shed down by the river. I have something to say to him. If he doesn't come within 3 days, I will hand you and your undergarment over to Prince Li. Judging from his temper, what do you think he will do to you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, A Fierce Woman. Chapters 122, A Fierce Woman. Lin Xianzi's face paled immediately. What had she done with that man just now? She had almost become his woman. Don't. Who are you? You're not Yunzheng. Lin Xianzi tugged on her sheets tightly. However, the black shadowy figure was gone with a quick flicker. She trembled as she dressed herself, all the while wondering, why has something like this happened to me? Why? Prince Li didn't even care whether she was alive or not. Even Madame Bai, who'd always treated her as a friend, didn't seem to be concerned about her well-being at all. Yunzheng, Yunzheng, Yunzheng. Please save me from this misery. Lin Xianzi began to weep quietly. She hugged the blankets as she lay on the bed while calling out for Yunzheng. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from above. What's the matter? Have you finally realized what a good person I am? Who else would it be other than Luo Yunzheng, with that playful laughter and a roguish, yet warm tone? Lin Xianzi lifted her head abruptly and was shocked to see someone in front of her bed. This time, she could clearly see that it was the person she spoke of. At that moment, she didn't care whether she looked like a sorry figure or not, all she wanted to do was to fling herself into his embrace. Luo Yunzhang was startled by how proactive she was. He was internally elated that he had decided to risk danger tonight and come to pay her a visit. Only, he felt something was amiss when he embraced her. Why was a noble daughter of the minister's family sleeping naked without a care for modesty? But he furrowed his brows and quickly pushed her away into the moonlight for a good look. And sure enough, due to his powerful eyesight from his martial arts background, he noted the traces left behind after merrymaking between a man and a woman. The sight of this made him heart-stricken with fury. Eyes bloodshot, he grabbed her by the shoulder and shook her fiercely. Who was it? Who was the man that did this? No. This isn't as it appears. Lin Xianzi guessed that he must have noticed the state she was in. She hastily covered herself with her clothes and cowered away from him. It's not what it looks like. Who did this? And no. Don't be like that. I'm scared. You're hurting me. Why was every man treating her like this? Even Luo Yunzhang wasn't an exception. Ha ha. I've hurt you? Hurt? Do you even feel pain? All this time, I've doted on you, respected you, and even loved you. But you decided to just give yourself away to another man? Good. Good. I'll show you what pain truly feels like. Luo Yunzhang immediately pinned her down with the weight of his body. In an instant, he vented all of his pent-up fury onto Lin Xianzi's body. Lin Xianzi was just a sheltered girl from a rich family. How could she possibly have the strength to fight back? It didn't take long before she lost her virginity to him. She was gagged by a handkerchief and couldn't even move. She could only take the punishment. Why? 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 Her heart kept repeating the same question, but no one ever gave her an answer. Her body was now torn up and running out of blood. She could only helplessly allow the man that she trusted the most to ravage her. She couldn't even manage to put up the slightest resistance. Even her tears ran dry in the end. She felt that she would die soon, but still couldn't figure out why things had ended up this way. Luo Yunzhang finally realized that something was amiss with the girl beneath him when he was finished venting his anger. He had been too furious a moment ago and had assaulted her without a second thought. Now, he finally realized that things really weren't what they seemed to be. Although he had used a handkerchief to gag her mouth to prevent her from screaming, she hadn't seemed to be faking her cries of pain. He immediately rose to confirm his suspicions and saw the smear of red on the bedsheets, despite the room being only faintly illuminated by the moonlight. He could feel the frost seize over his heart. She is clearly still a clean and pure virgin. What have I just done to her? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so brash. Why aren't there any sounds beneath me? And why is her breath so weak? Luo Yunzheng drew in closer to investigate and realized that she had fainted dead away. Her complexion was pale and lacked all signs of life. He was stricken with horror when he saw the state she was currently in. The first thing that came to his mind was to carry her away to seek help. But whose help could he seek? Due to his injury, it was already an arduous task to sneak out by himself, let alone carry another person. Somebody would surely notice them. If that were to happen, he would surely implicate her and cause her harm. So, he had no choice but to think of another way. After he considered all possibilities, he set his targets upon a single person. Although he wasn't too familiar with her, he decided to seek her help because based on the simple Lin Xianzi's description, she seemed to be a good-natured person. He had to give it a try. If she refused to help, then he could just kill her on the spot. He helped Lin Xianzi dress after he made up his mind and even changed her bed sheets for her. Having decided that there was no longer any evidence left, he leapt out of the room. When he arrived at her quarters, he was caught by surprise. Prince Li must definitely fancy that plaything of a woman. The amount of guards surrounding her quarters is actually no less than that of Lin Xianzi's. Thankfully, his martial arts level was high, and he struck the acupoint of a maid that was standing beneath the lights outside by Shanxiu's quarters with the flick of a finger. He walked into her room afterwards. Luo Yunzheng had never seen Bai Xiangxiu close up before. Although the lanterns in her room were all extinguished, he could tell that she was truly a beauty just by looking at her figure beneath the blankets. He walked closer towards her bedside and gave her a gentle nudge. The person on the bed seemed to be a light sleeper. Although she did seem a little befuddled, she woke up immediately after that nudge. Xiao Shi, light the candles and go to the side room. I won't accompany you. Xiao Shi was extremely timid. She didn't dare to go to the lavatory by herself at night when it was her turn to stand guard outside the room. She would even need someone to accompany her to the side room. Fourth Madam. You seem to be having a good night's sleep. An unfamiliar man's voice suddenly rang out in the room. Bai Xiangxiu immediately sat upright in vigilance. After she noticed that the man was trying to get closer to her, she immediately used her arms to support herself and gave him a vicious flying kick. Although she was only a gardener in modern times, she still knew one thing or two about self-defense, particularly since she was still practicing the techniques she had learned during her military service. Even though she had swapped her body for another, she had an even higher possibility of running into lectures now that she was a beauty. Although she always maintained her image, she would run through her self-defense routine whenever she was alone. And now, she really had met a lecher. An unfamiliar man who'd snuck into her room in the middle of the night was definitely up to no good. What is my practicing for if not to kick him? Although Luo Yunzheng was very skilled in martial arts, he was already nursing an injury. Add to that his anger running rampant through him internally, and then engaging in vigorous activity afterwards, he was feeling quite exhausted. Moreover, his impression of women from noble houses and estates was that they were weak beyond measure. A good example of this was the daughter of the Lin family. Now that was truly a weak girl he could bully at any time. As for Bai Xiangxiu, most of the rumors stated that she was gentle and charming, a fragile beauty. He'd never have anticipated that she could retaliate, especially when her kick landed precisely amongst the tender family jewels he had just used, and still needed to put back in order. He couldn't help but bend over in pain with a grunt of pain. Who is this violent woman? Have I entered the wrong room? The woman wasn't being very cooperative. She immediately jumped off from the bed the moment she saw him bend over and was obviously planning to call for help. Luo Yunzheng quickly flourished his sleeve and struck her acupoints. If he hadn't done the same to the maid outside, she probably would have heard all of the commotion going on in the room by now. If that were to happen, escape would be difficult. Seeing that she was no longer moving, he slowly straightened up and spun around twice on the floor with a stricken look on his face. It took a long moment before he finally felt a bit of relief from the pain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, A Cunning Woman. Chapter 123, A Cunning Woman. Luo Yunzheng had never suffered such a large loss at the hands of a woman in his entire life. His face went absolutely black as he walked in front of Bai Xiangxiu. She was currently closing her beautiful large eyes, and almost seemed to be asking naively and innocently who he was and why he was doing this. Luo Yunzheng understood the meaning in her gaze, and was very shocked to realize that one could communicate through looks. Madam Bai, I have a favor to ask of you. I'll release you if you can successfully pull it off. If not, then, he looked viciously at her and measured her chest with his hand. I'll strip you of your clothes and throw you onto the streets. The other seemed to be extremely scared, with tears threatening to drop from her eyes, but inside, she was actually thinking, he clearly thinks of me as some sort of little child if he's threatening me with throwing me out on the streets. But she had to listen to him for now, or he would most likely do something to her. She hadn't recognized who he was in the beginning, but that roguish tone was suspiciously like that male supporting character, Luo Yunzheng. Why was Luo Yunzheng in her room? Were all the guards outside dead? The rustle of a small patrol walking outside caught her ear. It seemed they weren't dead, but rather the opponent was far too skilled. Seeing that her gaze was mostly calm, Luo Yunjing surmised that she was indeed an honest and weak woman, and so continued, "Go out right now and have a doctor look at what ails Miss Lin. Don't tell anyone about the diagnosis, or I'll kill you immediately." The threat wasn't enough to allay his worries, so he threw a medicinal pill into her mouth. "That was poison, and you'll get the antidote once you finish this matter and promise you won't speak of anything. Obviously, if you reveal this matter to Prince Li, your ending will be," he made a cutting motion in front of his own throat, his meaning clear. Bai Xiangxiu looked like she was about to sob from fright. She looked pitifully at Luo Yunzheng, proving that she wouldn't make trouble. Luo Yunzheng relaxed and reached out his hand to release her acupoint. "Go." Bai Xiangxiu nodded and asked carefully, "Will you let me put on my clothes?" "Put them on." She seemed to be rather sensible and obedient, and not about to create a disturbance. He would be at ease if she really invited a doctor to look on Miss Lin. "What happened to my maid?" Bai Xiangxiu was a little worried about Xiao Shi. She'd been sitting outside the whole time. Luo Yunjing said, "I only sealed her acupoint. You only have to go complete this matter. Nothing will happen to her." Bai Xiangxiu spoke softly as her eyes rolled in thought, "But wouldn't it be suspicious if I didn't have a servant girl following me at this time?" Luo Yunjing started. At first, he thought that she was worried for her servant girl out of the kindness of her heart, and was unexpected that she actually had ideas. He couldn't help but nod. Pat her and she'll awaken. This was a way to tease girls, especially girls that didn't understand martial arts. Their expressions would always be amusing then. As expected, Bai Xiangxiu went to look at Xiao Shi, and her expression turned astonished when she saw how her maid's acupoints had been sealed. Sure enough, she went to pat her maid awake. Luo Yunzheng used his finger to unblock Xiao Shi's acupoint from behind, making her awake. Bai Xiangxiu made an astonished sound. She really woke up. Luo Yunjing found this somewhat funny. She truly was a simple girl. Both she and Lin Qianzi were only just noble misses who were accustomed to staying in their residences. He waved his hand from the shadows, indicating that she could leave. Bai Xiangxiu naturally left. Not leaving was an act of stupidity. She pulled Xiao Shi over and said, "Let's go. Let's look at the garden." "Ah, it's already so late at night." When viewing the garden, who cares if it is late at night or not? "Let's go quickly." Xiao Shi was dragged out by Bai Xiangxiu like this as her mistress carried a lantern and dashed to the female lead's residence late at night. After walking for a while, Bai Xiangxiu suddenly said to Xiao Shi, "Go locate a doctor. Tell him I need to see a doctor, but that the location is that side of the garden." Xiao Shi felt it was strange, and then noticed that her mistress was writing words on the palm of her hand. She could read, so nodded, and went to find a doctor. But when she located a doctor, Xiao Shi awakened a page boy and had him report to the prince. Bai Xiangxiu waited in the garden for a while and finally saw Xiao Shi coming over with the doctor. It was only then that she dared to go in with them together. But as they were entering the room, she suddenly spoke when a new idea struck her: "Stay on the lookout outside. Don't follow me in." Xiao Shi didn't know what was going on, and could only stay outside on guard. Bai Xiangxiu personally brought the doctor over to Lin Qianzi's room. She smelled a strange odor when she entered. She had never smelled this before, but she didn't feel too good. She didn't know that the doctor was an experienced person. He frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Can you light the candle?" Bai Xiangxiu nodded, but didn't summon the servants. Instead, she lighted the candle on the table herself. She took a look at Miss Lin afterwards and felt that her lifelessness was a little strange and scary. And so, she went to lift the blankets and knew exactly what had happened to her after seeing the female lead. Although Lin Qianzi's clothes were worn neatly, it was obvious that someone had dressed her. Furthermore, what was peeking out from the nape of her neck, wasn't that the legendary Hickey? Holy, which man was so vicious? Not only had he done this to a sick and weak noble miss, but he'd also left behind many marks of love. Those marks weren't fun at all. They were very painful when being left behind. This proved that this unknown man wasn't gentle at all. As for how she knew, wasn't it because of those non-so-gentle interactions? Although he looked to be extremely overbearing, he hadn't left any excessive marks behind on her body at any time. It was at most some minor kiss marks that would have disappeared by the next day. Seeing Miss Lin's mark, it probably wouldn't disappear in next 3 to 5 days. At this moment, she still didn't believe that Miss Lin had lost her chastity, since she believed that events in the novel were very hard to change. And the female lead seemed to have done quite a great deal of things with the male lead before going all the way to the end, but they'd always refrained from completing the deed. This time, they probably also hadn't done the deed either, right? The doctor walked over and lightly checked her pulse. He felt extreme disdain for this kind of servant. A servant girl had actually done this type of thing in the residence. She truly didn't know what shame was. "How is she?" Bai Xiangxiu asked the doctor when she saw him silent for a long while, with only an extremely strange expression on his face. This lady had a fever to begin with, but because she had intercourse with a man, she has wounded her foundation. If I don't guess wrongly, her is still bleeding. And so, she needs to replenish greatly. I'll give her a prescription. She needs to take it continuously. The doctor didn't reveal a disdainful expression on his face because the mistress was by his side, but he completely looked down upon this type of woman in his heart. "What? You said she. Bai Xiangxiu felt dizzy, not for anything else, but because the plot had escaped her grasp. This type of feeling was not good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, The Supporting Male Character Falling into the Trap. Chapter 124, The Supporting Male Character Falling into the Trap. Leaving aside how conflicted the supporting female character Bai Xiangxiu was feeling at the moment, the male lead had encountered the supporting male character again on his end. When the two saw each other, it was like two enemies meeting each other as their eyes turned bloodshot at first sight. Long Hong was furious that this man had actually run into Bai Xiangxiu's room in the middle of the night. This was simply too arrogant. However, Luo Yunjing's line of thought was, "Shit, I fell into that young lady's trap." I clearly saw her head towards Lin Xianzi's side in a well-behaved manner. She only had her servant girl call for the doctor in between. I never thought that she would also have the nerve to ask that servant girl of hers to call Long Hong over. I clearly saw her entering the doctor's residence from afar and didn't come out after that. What did this prove? This proved that the young lady actually wasn't afraid of whatever poison he had fed her with and had made moves behind his back. Fine, he commended her loyalty to Long Hong. However, she really was an unexpected person for risking her own life. No one would be happy after being played for a fool. Thus, when the two met, they didn't even bother greeting each other before starting to battle it out. Of course, Long Hong hadn't foolishly brought over a good sum of people this time. He was afraid that this matter would spread and harm Bai Xiangxiu's reputation. Consequently, these two people fought to a standstill just like they had the last time. However, Long Heng's martial arts were a level higher than Luo Yunzheng to begin with. The prince started to gain the upper hand over Luo Yunzheng in due time. Luo Yunzheng hastily fled, but was quickly discovered by the guards. An arrow struck his shoulder in the midst of the chaotic escape. He muffled a grunt of pain. If it wasn't for the gadgets on his body, it was very likely that he would have died here. He didn't know where he was after that frantic escape, so he just squirmed his way into a nearby room. He hadn't expected to find a quiet man sitting inside the room. When the quiet man saw Luo Yunzheng, he wasn't surprised, but smiled instead. Luo Yunzheng squinted. It seems he'd just entered a wolf's lair. Long Hong, on the other hand, was beyond worried at this point and rushed to the garden where Bai Xiangxiu was. That man must have gone to Miss Lin's first and then had Xiangxiu call for a doctor. It had been his oversight that had left this loophole open. Actually, he'd originally shouted out to prevent Luo Yunzheng from entering, but that was only for show. The guards situated there weren't all that strong. He also knew that it was impossible to prevent Luo Yunzheng from entering if he truly wanted to. It would seem that this character had grown courageous for that woman, and truth be told, it'd actually be a good development if he took that woman away. But Long Hong hadn't thought that Luo Yunzheng would actually barge into where Long Heng's own woman was after he'd entered the grounds. If he'd harmed her at all, then Long Hong would utterly annihilate him. He fretted as he walked. He'd never expected his own small woman to be so formidable. She'd actually informed him of the situation by writing on Xiao Shi's palm, and had her pass on a message when she was at the doctor's. This wasn't something to be dismissed as a small matter. The average person would only know to panic after being threatened. It was a considerably difficult task to think of ways to escape. Honestly speaking, the fact that she thought of and executed this plan so easily with her maid was already enough to persuade Long Hung of her composure under pressure. Moreover, Luo Yunzhang had wanted to wait for news at her residence. This meant that he hadn't dared easily make a move, and had likely been surveilling them from the distance. He never would have imagined that he'd eventually fall into Bai Xiangxiu's trap. Just as he was about to charge inside, he saw Bai Xiangxiu sending the doctor out. She saw him coming over from afar. As a good subordinate, Bai Xiangxiu hurried over to ask, "Your Highness, are you injured?" Long Heng's heart warmed at her concern and lightly shook his head. However, just as he turned his head to look inside, Bai Xiangxiu immediately responded. "She's fine. Her condition has only worsened." She signaled the doctor with her eyes as she spoke. The doctor had already promised when they were inside that he wouldn't speak of this matter to anyone. Seeing the clear signals from her eyes, he stammered, "It's just a common cold." "Yeah, right." Long Hong raised his eyebrow. "Oh?" He shifted his gaze to Bai Xiangxiu and saw that she had turned her head to one side, averting her gaze. This was clearly a sign of a guilty conscience. "Then how about you?" She seemed to be fine on the outside, but with her timidness, there must be another reason why she could handle this matter so calmly. He thought that she would immediately shake her head with a "I'm fine," but it completely took him by surprise when Bai Xiangxiu blinked and responded, "He fed me poison and said that if I didn't do as I was told or if I mentioned this matter to you, then I would." Her words trailed off as she copied Luo Yunjing's action of running a finger across her own throat. Terror struck Long Heng's heart as he heard these words. How could she still use this sort of tone when talking about such a large matter like this? "Doctor, follow this prince." He lifted Bai Xiangxiu into his arms, as his face set into a cold mask. He burst into a sprint, heading straight for his residence. "The direction seems to be wrong. It seems as if, oh my. The expression on the male lead's face is so scary." She immediately tucked her head down like an ostrich and didn't dare say another word. Long Hong placed her on his large bed and glanced at the doctor. The doctor's finger trembled after he took Bai Xiangxiu's pulse. He looked at Long Hong. "She has indeed been poisoned, but this humble servant lacks in sufficient medical expertise. Hence, I am unable to discern what this poison is." Long Hong knew that nothing would come of him trying to force the doctor. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the man. He paced in circles a few times like an injured leopard before he found his way to Bai Xiangxiu's side. He softened his voice, "Don't worry. I will find a way to cure the poison." A poison that came from the Jianghu needed the attention of a Jianghu doctor. He wasn't short on such people. I believe you." Bai Xiangxiu nodded. She really did believe Long Hong, since the novel had once expounded on a plotline where the female lead had been poisoned by the supporting male character and forced to accompany him. In the end, the male lead had found someone to cure the poison. Even though the process had been torturous on the heartstrings, the outcome had eventually come out to be good. Moreover, with the male lead's capabilities, he would be able to find someone to cure the poison very quickly. She remembered that this poison wasn't anything serious. It would only make a person feel slightly dazed, like the blood had been drained from her head. The female lead had been in a continual daze, but the male lead in Duan Yuning's impression of her had grown even better. It wasn't that she didn't want that either, but that she didn't like being threatened by that rogue of a man. Besides, if she really had listened to him, then he might have used her for more aims. Although Bai Xiangxiu wanted to live a quiet life and spend her days at home, she had a haughty temperament and a bottom line: she didn't like being used by others. In elementary school, she'd been used by a certain student to bully another student. It had finally led to that student getting into a car accident. Although they had turned out to be fine in the end, she'd hated those who treated her well on the surface but used her ever since that incident. Luo Yunzhang had said that he would give her the antidote once she'd acceded to his wishes, but when she'd looked into his eyes, she'd known that no such thing would ever happen. The clandestine relations between the female lead and Luo Yunzhang were yet unclear. If she became embroiled in this mess, she would very likely be killed again. However, she had no idea that her immediate decision would immensely impact the male lead's heart. There was someone in this world who believed in him to such an extent. She was looking at him with such a pure gaze like a little fool, without any suspicions or doubt in it at all. That's right. It was also like this before. That fiancé of his hadn't believed in him at all, nor any of the people in the entire city. It was only her who'd been steadfast when defending him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Strange Illness Arising from Poison. Chapter 125, Strange Illness Arising from Poison. Long Heng's army of thousands of men and horses believed in him because he was their general. His subordinates believed in him because he was their leader. But he'd never felt this emotionally moved, just by the trust of a woman who still didn't have any real relation to him. He reached his hand out and hugged Bai Xiangxiu to comfort her. His hug hurt Bai Xiangxiu a little, but she didn't avoid his embrace. You actually don't need to help her keep things in the dark. What exactly is the matter? And nothing is the matter? She still wants to help her cover up the truth. Long Hung felt anger rise in his heart, but he couldn't do anything about her. This little maiden still understands what it means to be loyal in spite of everything. This is who she is and the reason why she moves people's hearts. That's right. He now realized, truly and wholly, that he had feelings for her. However, it was a bit nervous because it was his first time feeling affection for anyone. Besides, it wasn't the time to partake in any relations with her yet. He still had to think of a way to rid her of her poison. He placed her on the bed and said, "You'll rest here tonight. That man hasn't been caught yet, so it's still extremely dangerous outside." Bai Xiangxiu nodded, a wave of dizziness overcoming her. The state that she was in was akin to being drunk. The room was spinning. Long Hung immediately ordered his subordinates to locate a famous Jianghu doctor. He also ordered a continuous search for Luo Yunjing's whereabouts. He didn't like being kept in the dark, especially with regards to matters that she wished to hide from him. He called the previous doctor to him and merely needed to speak 3 sentences before the doctor kneeled before him, revealing the truth of the matter in all its entirety. Long Hong was livid when he heard the truth from the doctor. Luo Yunjing had actually trespassed on his domain to commit such sordid things. That ruffian really did look down on him. But for the moment, his first priority was to dispel the poison from Bai Xiangxiu's body, so he would let Luo Yunjing off the hook for now. As for that woman, his people could take care of her. His subordinates was rather skillful in their own right, locating a doctor quite quickly. Even then, it still took 2 days' time for the doctor to arrive. That was no matter, he still had a few detoxifying pills that he could feed her every couple of hours. When Long Hung last saw Bai Xiangxiu, she was still feeling alright. When he returned now after bustling about, she needed Xiao Shi's support to even sit up to drink water. Just what is this poison for it to react so quickly in the host? Logically speaking, Luo Yunjing wouldn't have administered an excessively potent poison on her because he needed to use Bai Xiangxiu to look after that woman on his behalf. How are you feeling? If the situation was too dangerous, then he would just carry her and head to the doctor himself. Bai Xiangxiu was drinking water with her eyes closed as she said, "I'm fine. I'm just feeling too dizzy to try and drink water by myself." She spoke in a slightly floaty voice with the expression and behavior that only a drunk person would display. What is this poison? Long Hung, who was rather experienced and knowledgeable, hadn't actually heard of this poison before. Thankfully, it wouldn't be long before the doctor arrived. She should be out of harm's way then. At present, he could just give her the detoxifying pill. He gave the pill Xiao Shi, who fed it to Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu was already feeling very dizzy. After the medicine entered her mouth, she felt even more uncomfortable. It was even a little nauseating. A mama came in carrying tea and was just in time to witness Bai Xiangxiu throwing up. The prince seemed to be slightly anxious as he stood by the side, watching her. Xiao Shi, on the other hand, had been frightened to the point where she'd started crying. But the old mama had a completely different reaction. She, by the by, immediately felt joy. Quick! Don't pat her back too violently. Servants, go and fetch some drinking water for the lady. She quickly put the tea down and requested drinking water so that Bai Xiangxiu could rinse out her mouth. When she saw that Bai Xiangxiu felt a little better, the mama placed her back on the bed. Madam Xiu, this servant has a question. Yes? How long has it been since your last menses? Do we need to call a doctor to take a look? The mama had given birth to a few children in her life and was very experienced. Hence, she thought that for a woman to display vomiting and dizziness was a sign of pregnancy. Bai Xiangxiu's eyes widened in surprise after hearing this question. Who could tell her the meaning behind this mama's words? Why was the matter of her menses brought up just because she just so happened to be vomiting? This was clearly a sign that she'd been poisoned, alright? The mama didn't know this. Seeing that Bai Xiangxiu was staring at her with wide eyes and not saying a word, the old mama thought that Bai Xiangxiu suddenly understood what she was saying. The mama bowed in the prince's direction and said, "Prince, would you like a doctor to come over and take her pulse?" Long Heng's heart was still beating wildly when he heard the mama ask about such matters. But, when she brought up the doctor, he said, he was just here a moment ago. The mama was immediately excited. She didn't dare ask the stern prince, so she could only question Xiao Shi, who was at one side. How is it? Is she? If the old madam knows about this, she will be so happy. Ah, Is she what? Xiao Shi had a blank look on her face as she was asked this question. She was still young and hadn't experienced these matters before. She naturally didn't react to what it was that Bai Xiangxiu was supposed to have. Naturally be a small prince. Seeing as Xiao Shi still didn't understand, the mama glared at her and said, Madame Xiu's stomach. Ah, Xiao Shi understood and quickly said in a happy voice, Mama, are you saying that Madame Xiu has a small prince in her stomach? Madame Xiu. Congratulations, congratulations. She was overly excited because having a child meant that a small concubine like Bai Xiangxiu would have certain status in the prince's manor. It would be rather difficult for a new main wife to sell Bai Xiangxiu off in the future if she wanted to. However, this also unquestionably implied that she was paring off the wife's face too. When that time came, her mistress might have to suffer a little. Bai Xiangxiu exerted all her strength to roll her eyes as Xiao Shi swung back and forth between happiness and anxiety. Bai Xiangxiu was still a maiden even now. Where did this talk of having a child come from? Long Hung himself also understood the meaning behind the mama's words and knew that these two had misunderstood. But, he still felt awkward about the situation and coughed lightly. Only then did those two excited people calm down a little. He looked at Bai Xiangxiu, silently asking her to explain the situation. He had spent the night at her place a few times already. If he said that nothing had happened between them, no one would believe him. But, he couldn't bring up a matter like this either. He was a man after all. He would embarrass himself if he said anything. Even though Bai Xiangxiu was dizzy, she felt that the currently helpless Long Hung was extremely amusing. She couldn't help but turn her face away in an attempt to suppress her laughter. She smiled after a moment and said, You are all mistaken. There is nothing in my stomach at all. I am only ill. The mama frowned and said, Should I get a doctor to come and take a look? There's no need for that. The doctor has already taken a look at me and I'm not preg whatever. She was a young lady. It was very embarrassing for her to mention such things too, especially since there was a man in their midst. The mama could only give up, but her expression indicated that she felt she shouldn't give up. Perhaps the madam was still early in her pregnancy, so that it couldn't be seen? That's enough. You can also leave. Don't disturb your mistress from resting. Long Hung finally found an opportunity to chase them out of the room. If not, that mama's gaze would be proclaiming his impotence with every second. After all, if he'd had her just after returning to the manor, then it really would be possible for her to bear his child at this moment. However, this poison might affect her well-being. After Xiao Shi had cleaned up the area and left, he sat by her side and first inquired about what Luo Yunzheng had done to her, as well as what he had said to her. Even though Bai Xiangxiu was dizzy, she still spoke truthfully, including how she'd made him hand Xiao Shi over to her, as well as how she obediently called for a doctor for Miss Lin on his behalf. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Attack of the Female Supporting Character. Chapter 126, Attack of the Female Supporting Character. What you did was very right. Only, there are some things you wouldn't be able to conceal from me even if you wanted to, understand? After all, he was her man. That Miss Lin was already the sullied, but Xiangxiu still wanted to help her conceal it? Could it be that Xiangxiu wanted him to marry an unclean woman? Bai Xiangxiu had been quite perceptive since coming into this world, or rather it could be said that she was that type of person even before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have safely treaded the waters of a complex modern society. She immediately quietly said, because she is very pitiful. Loyalty wasn't worth much. She feigned everything that needed pretending well. She wasn't able to hide the fact that the female lead had already done the deed with someone else, even if she wanted to. Besides, she couldn't pair off with the male lead to help the female lead pursue her happiness. She was the male lead's concubine, not the female lead's. She was still a little depressed right now. If the female lead's chastity was lost, how could these two come together later? This was the ancient times, not the modern era. Men couldn't possibly not care about that. She's pitiful. Ha, she brought this upon herself. Take this medicine. You aren't allowed to throw up anymore. Long Hong raised the detoxifying pill in front of her, but how was he going to feed it to her? Bai Xiangxiu was also despondent. How was she going to eat it? She was too dizzy to get up and was also afraid that if she did, she would throw up again. She struggled to get up, but failed. Long Hung finally pressed his hand to her mouth when he saw that she was unable to arise. Bai Xiangxiu's tongue licked at his hand, flicking the pill into her mouth. Long Hung only felt a warmth graze his palm and hastily raised his hand up again. However, he felt that the ailing Bai Xiangxiu was incredibly attractive, causing him to want to pounce on her and kiss her a few times. But the other party had been poisoned, so he could only resist that urge. Because he also didn't understand the poison very well, he was worried about leaving her in the room by herself. Even if there was other maids waiting on her, he still felt that something might happen. And so, the two of them slept in the same room again that night. But they didn't know that another plan was in progress in another room. They each had their own needs, so it was easy enough to put together a scheme. When that famous Jianghu doctor arrived in a hurry the next day, that particular matter happened almost accidentally. The famous Jianghu doctors were all eccentric to a certain degree. This particular one hated being watched by others when healing patients. Although Long Hong was frantic, he still had to adhere to the rules. For those of the Jianghu, their innate ferocity was something that would never change. Long Hong waited outside. He suddenly thought of something and turned to the side. Go keep watch over the spring embodiment courtyard. Not even a fly can be let inside. He ordered his concealed personal guards to do just that. If others wanted to make use of this temporary weakness to enter, they would only be asking for trouble. Wait, why were there no sounds of movement in the room at all? How was she? That didn't sound right. Even if she didn't make any noise, he should still be able to hear her breathing. Why couldn't he hear anything right now? Not even a breath could be heard. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, pushing open the door to enter. Unexpectedly, there wasn't even a single person in the room. He never would have expected that the famous Jianghu doctor would be connected to Luo Yunzheng. Otherwise, what motive would he have for stealing her away? Give chase. He didn't think twice before leading a group to chase after that doctor. Looking at the situation, the doctor had probably escaped through the window to meet up with his compatriots outside. Who was it who had come to that famous Jianghu doctor's aid? Most importantly, what type of methods had Luo Yunzheng used to control the doctor? When his concealed guard caught up, he coldly ordered, "Explain." The guard was silent for a moment before saying, "This subordinate knows his wrongs. I will immediately investigate to see how he'd been threatened and used." Go then. If you can't find out who it is, then you have no need to return. Understood. The guard turned and left, using the techniques of the Jianghu. Long Hong sprinted, hot on the trail, whilst giving commands to his personal guards. He couldn't let anyone else know of this matter because, if they did, her reputation would be ruined no matter what. Right then, Bai Xiangxiu had just awoken from her coma. She was enveloped in darkness. A figure stood above her head. When that figure saw her awaken, they didn't even hesitate before slapping her. Scoundrel! Bai Xiangxiu nearly cried due to the pain. However, judging from the size of the hand and how it moved, the other party should be a woman. She hadn't offended any woman ever since coming here. Who exactly is she? Alright, why did that doctor want to harm her? He had been taking her pulse just fine, so why had he suddenly caused her to faint by pressing her acupoint? The plotline, right, the plotline. She wanted to borrow help from the plotline to understand her current circumstances, but her face hurt too much. Not only did it hurt, but that woman also slapped the other side of her face. Bai Xiangxiu was now furious to the point of fainting. She forgot about the plot and suddenly sat up, leaning back to dodge. Looking at the blurry shadow in front of the bed, she said, "Stop. You didn't kidnap me and bring me all the way here just for the simple purpose of hitting me, right? Whatever matters you have, just say it. It would be rather good if you didn't do anything else, . Although Bai Xiangxiu was quite afraid of Long Hong back at the manor, that didn't mean that she would still pretend to be weak at this time. After all, Long Hong wasn't here, so who was she pretending to be weak for? That woman only laughed lightly and used an obviously fake voice to say, "You're just a two-faced bitch." What, are you giving up the kind act now? That woman knew her. Furthermore, the woman's tone was filled with hate. Who in this world doesn't wear a mask? If you are even afraid to let me hear your real voice, then aren't you even more pathetic than me? Bai Xiangxiu actually heaved a sigh of relief. If that woman wanted to hide her voice from her, then that meant she didn't want to harm Bai Xiangxiu's life. However, this didn't feel too good. She had the feeling that she had somehow replaced the position of the female lead. But now was not the time for her to be mulling over those things. She needed to try her best to get some information out of that woman. You are just merely a little concubine. Not matter how well you feign your behavior, in the end you would still be. What need is there for me to mention this? It would be good for the both of us if you behaved a bit more. This haughty tone as though she knows everything, this attitude. Bai Xiangxiu touched her face. If she isn't a transmigrated woman, then she's at least a woman who's reborn. Only, the prince's escaped concubine was a story set in ancient China. There wasn't a character within who'd transmigrated or was reborn. But, since even she herself had come over, it was difficult to completely discount the possibility that someone else had been reborn. Since they were familiar with her, Bai Xiangxiu had an unexpectedly good guess of who the opposing party was. It was Yaya, the female supporting character who had completely ignored her a couple days ago, but then displayed hate towards her. She'd felt that this person was a little strange at that time, but hadn't managed to put her finger on exactly what had been off. But now she understood. She'd ignored Bai Xiangxiu because she knew that Bai Xiangxiu would be beaten to death. Who would mind the movements of someone destined to die? And she was far warmer to Long Hong than what had been written in the book. She remembered that in the book, she had liked her master, Duan Yuning, quite a bit and had always been of two minds about seducing the male lead. In the end, however, she'd still adhered to her master's orders. But afterwards, she had seemed to find the male lead a little bit more attractive, since his devotion made her feel that this type of man was rare in the world. Obviously, it was only because she was heartbroken by her master that she changed her love interest. But in the end, the male lead didn't pay her much attention. And so, why was this female supporting character bothering to make things difficult for another female supporting character? As they both were the cannon fodder of the cannon fodder, what meaning was there in regarding her as an enemy? That's not right, the female lead was already in that state. It would be a bit hard for the male lead to fall in love with her then. Was Yaha treating her as a supposed love rival? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Suffering on behalf of the female lead. Chapter 127, Suffering on behalf of the female lead. Honestly, you're a supporting female character who's found a second chance thanks to your rebirth. Why can't you think through things, eh? What's forcefully taken will never be sweet. No matter how passionate you are, it's useless if the male lead doesn't return your favor. Besides, what are you doing capturing a female supporting character for? Is this some kind of fun for you? A hand suddenly appeared on her chest as she thought. Whoa woo. No way, is this the prelude to harassing me? What's wrong with this female supporting character, grabbing me to harass me? Harassment. This was the only thing the speechless Bai Xiangxiu could say after being stunned for a long moment. Yata didn't know that Bai Xiangxiu had already guessed her identity by now. She only knew to fling a slap across Bai Xiangxiu's face when the latter cried out. Who'd have known that Bai Xiangxiu was more sharp-tongued than Yaya had imagined, and that she would even dare take action as well. Yada hadn't anticipated that a slap would suddenly greet her in return, but the burning sensation on her cheek indicated that it had happened. She was momentarily stunned. What had happened to the noble lady, that gentle and tender being? Was Long Hong and all the others, as well as her own master, blind? She'd liked him so much in her past life, but he'd ended up with that woman without a single thought for her. Now that that life was over, she didn't dare have any other designs on him in this life. She only hated him from the depths of her heart. But who would have thought that although that Miss Lin wasn't protected like Long Hong in the past, she hadn't elicited the master's interest either. The reason being, she wasn't the one who'd caught Long Hang's eye, but instead that simple concubine who he'd killed so easily before. Who would have thought that this concubine would be like so now? She wasn't creating trouble for everyone, or using her beauty to seduce men to try to kill Miss Lin. Nor was she inviting Long Hang's hate. Long Hong now loved her for her fragile beauty, and the servants kept lauding how good she was, and how kind she was. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Yaha laughed coldly. Since this concubine was two-faced, who needed to be kind to her? Why not make her appearance match her inside? Yaha flicked her finger. Bai Xiangxiu felt a sudden draft on her face and reached up to touch her cheek. Even in the dim light, she could see the blood dripping down her hand. Ruined. Her face must be ruined. This woman dared ruin her face. Bai Xiangxiu finally recalled this scene. It was the one where the female lead had been raped. The female lead and male lead had been doing just fine in Red Maple Mountain Villa. Although Luo Yunjiang had come to disturb them, their relationship had still made some progress. It was at this time that the third supporting male character, Duan Yuning, had shown up with the little white rabbit heart and the big gray wolf tail. He had aroused pity from the female lead and attracted the male lead's jealousy. Duan Yuning had then used Yaha to cause the female lead to hate the male lead, and then tempted her to run away from the Red Maple Mountain Villa. The female lead was the kind of creature who would run into all sorts of danger when she was away from the male lead. She was captured by Duan Yuning and Yaya as soon as she left the grounds, and used as a token to threaten the male lead with. The male lead had gone to enormous efforts to save her, going through sword formations, assassins, poison sands, and more. So was she now suffering on behalf of the female lead? The female lead was sitting nice and pretty in the villa, but she would be the one being tormented. That little white rabbit supporting male had done his fair share of torturing the female lead, both covertly and overtly. He'd almost induced Stockholm Syndrome in her. Yet, he was also the third person who'd seen her naked. The first was the male lead, the second Luo Yunxiang, and the third was him. No way. She didn't want that pervert to see her naked. But she seemed to have been harassed by Yaya just now. Your chest isn't that big either. There's nothing good about you apart from your face, so you're nothing if you don't have it. Ya wanted to continue, but pain suddenly racked her body, and she fell to the ground with an agonized cry, spasming uncontrollably. Master, forgive me. Master, forgive me. The door opened to admit a faint figure. He seemed to be an immortal from a mist-wreathed realm, floating in like a wisp. He wore a mask of peach blossoms on his face, and there was even a poem inscribed on it. It looked quite elegant. Duan Yunying. She guessed who he was even without seeing his face. Or it could be said that she already knew who he was, and didn't need to guess. It would appear from Yaya's pained posture on the ground that she had been poisoned. Get out. A cold voice emitted from behind the sophisticated mask, making Bai Shangxiu tremble all over. Master, please give me the antidote to the heart-piercing poison. Plop. A small flask landed on the ground as Duan Yunying spoke, take it after an hour. That is your punishment. Yes. Yaya crawled out, gritting her teeth as she did so. Indeed, she crawled out. Although Bai Shangxiu wasn't fully aware of what was going on, she could roughly guess at what had happened. No wonder Yaya had placed her sights on Long Hong after being reborn. Her decision was understandable. A steadfast, loyal male lead and a frightening, perverted little white rabbit. She would have picked the male lead without hesitation as well, just like how she'd selected the male supporting character instead of the male lead when she'd first arrived. This was because the supporting character was much more harmless, the male lead was simply too dangerous in comparison. But now, she seemed to be missing the male lead a bit, because he seemed to be the only one who could save her now. Or I can save myself. Bai Shangxiu didn't move an inch even as she watched Duan Yunying approach. The female lead had dodged to and fro in the novel, but had still been pressed down in the end. Although it had been done to cure her wounds, the supporting character had taken quite the advantage of the situation as well. Duan Yunying was very surprised. This woman was simply too calm, so calm that he was having trouble seeing through to what her true personality was. He knew Yaya's personality. She never would have harmed this woman in front of him had she not been enraged. He'd wanted to use Bai Shangxiu for some of his goals, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be as easy as he'd thought. You want to go back to him? Yes. He'd naturally meant Long Hong, but this was a bit of an odd situation for her. Why wasn't the supporting character taking advantage of the situation to bully her, and then do to her what he'd done to the female lead? Why had the plot changed again? Bai Shangxiu was a bit mystified and couldn't help but frown. She had no idea what this pervert was thinking of. The pervert cut a mesmerizing figure as he approached slowly, pulling lightly on her hair as he smiled. Why don't you ask who I am, appearing in front of you with a mask like this? Don't you think all this to be rather weird? Although her gaze was calm, it seemed even more fathomless than the ocean, leaving one incapable of peering into her thoughts. This woman is not as simple as she appears. There weren't many who wouldn't be afraid when faced with a situation like this, but there she was, just standing there. She was looking at him without a hint of fear, despite the blood flowing down her face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Captured and Escaping. Chapter 128, Captured and Escaping. In fact, Bai Shangxiu was already feeling faint. She had hemophobia. Truthfully speaking, her head felt very dizzy, and her entire body was no better, but she forcefully resisted fainting and kept herself upright. Thus, in Duan Yunying's view, she wasn't as weak as he had initially expected. In fact, she seemed quite headstrong. She was obviously scared, but was biting her lower lips and not uttering a word. You don't even want to talk to me? Well then, do you want to know what Long Hong thinks of you? His face close enough to almost touch her nose, he lightly dipped his finger in the blood running down her face and raised them to his lips. A tongue lapped out, cleaning his fingers. Bai Shangxiu trembled all over and almost yelled out, "Save me, Mom! There's a pervert here, . Do you really not want to know?" As his face closed in once again, Bai Shangxiu pushed through her nausea and said, "I don't want to know. Back off a bit and don't come so close." Oh? Why doesn't she want to know? He felt like he was understanding less and less of this woman. This face of his wasn't gross, yet she acted like she was trying her best to avoid it. She was even furrowing her brows and shifting around in discomfort. She wasn't scared though, that was certain, she definitely wasn't scared. Therefore, Duan Yunying grabbed her chin and jerked her face back towards him. Let's see how she hides from this. How could he know that Bai Xiangxiu was already feeling dizzy and nauseous? This sudden movement caused her to feel even worse and, unable to stop her stomach from churning, she cried out and threw up. Although she hadn't eaten anything and all she threw up was water, who was used to being vomited on. Even the swift-reacting Duan Yunying was stunned for a long moment before responding. Coming out of his daze, his immediate reflex was to slap Bai Xiangxiu's face into a near faint. However, her face was already scratched to begin with, so this slap accidentally also splashed some blood onto his own face, making him feel particularly hideous. However, he really didn't have any methods to deal with an unconscious person. Furious, he finally ended up turning around and rushing away. He urgently needed to clean himself right now and take a bath, or else the smell would drive him crazy. But as soon as he left, Bai Xiangxiu, who had originally been weakly lying on the bed, struggled to a sitting position. She gritted her teeth and roughly wiped the blood from her face. Even though her head was throbbing painfully, she endured it. According to the plot, this should be an inn at some desolate area. The entire rear courtyard should have been booked by them. The female lead had been disfigured by the supporting female character here, and had finally escaped after all sorts of complicated situations with the supporting male lead. Exactly how had she escaped though? Bai Xiangxiu had started reading the novel such a long time ago and was keeping pace with the newest chapters. She'd pretty much forgotten the events that had happened early on. Right, after exiting this room, there should be a dog hole going towards the left side. The plot should have gone like this: after crawling through the dog hole, she would righteously save a young man. With the help of the young man, she would end up safely escaping back to the Lin family. Indeed, because she had misunderstood back then that the male lead hadn't come to save her, she'd abandoned him and returned home. Of course, she didn't have the ability to return home alone and was escorted back by a supporting male character. And this supporting male was none other than the huge pervert Duan Yunying in his innocent rabbit form. The female lead had begged him to keep things a secret from the male lead and take her to the Lin family. Duan Yunying had seemed to helplessly go along with her request, when in fact, he was taking the opportunity to show her his gentle and passionate side, which had sent the female lead's heart racing with his flirting. To summarize, the process had been very cliché. Unable to take the female lead during the journey, Duan Yunying had started to feel anxious. Seeing that the male lead was about to catch up on the other supporting male, Luo Yunzhen causing trouble on the side, Duan Yunying had decided to first do the deed, and then take care of the consequences later. Thus, another cliched plot appeared. He drugged her and prepared a trap. The scheme had been rather straightforward. First, he would obtain the female lead's body, leading the male lead to think it was Luo Yunzhen. Then, when the two battled each other, he would take the opportunity to assassinate the male lead. However, the male lead's plot armor was too strong, and he had survived. Eventually, after a series of serendipitous encounters, he still obtained the female lead in the end. Bai Xiangxiu was trying to ignore the scent of blood pervading the air by focusing on recalling the plot. After thinking through what she remembered of the plot and judging her current situation, she realized escaping would be a bit difficult. Duan Yunying must have someone guarding outside. The only reason the female lead had escaped was because she'd used her female lead's aura to steal a drug from Duan Yunying, which had coincidentally turned out to be an incapacitating agent. Since Bai Xiangxiu didn't have the drug, she could only think of other methods. As the sun set, the room also darkened since no candles had been set up. Soon, someone entered the room. It seemed that he was delivering food. As Bai Xiangxiu looked over, she remembered how he was described in the novel. The young guy had been written in as a mute, and didn't even know any martial arts. Since you don't know any martial arts, I can only say sorry. Bai Xiangxiu acted as if she wanted to get out of bed, and then fell down by the side of the bed with a cry. Though this fellow was only a passing character, the novel had written that he was a kind-hearted person. Thus, he quickly ran to help support her up. Sorry, little brother. Bai Xiangxiu clenched her teeth. She really didn't want to stay here to be abused by the pervert for many days. Being stripped, being washed, being molested. Having the male lead feel her entire body was bad enough, adding another supporting male would make her feel like she'd completely thrown away her principles. The jade item in her hand suddenly struck the back of the mute's head. She thought that he would faint away just like the books described, but who knew that he would just give a muffled grunt and then clutch his head. He turned towards her with tears in his eyes, as if wondering why she would strike him. Bai Xiangxiu rolled her eyes at the heavens. At this moment, she really wanted to sing. As expected, fiction is nothing but lies. With no other option, she took advantage of the mute being surprised to topple him into the bedsheets. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. Her voice was cold despite not being used to threatening people. Her hands didn't fail her either, nimbly stripping him down and ripping up the bedsheets in a surge of strength. Somehow, she managed to tie him up and gag him. Though he was mute, she was still afraid he might make some sounds. She finally successfully brought down the little guy after tying his legs together. After laying him down, she put on the boy's clothes and arranged her hair. Of course, she also used some of the water in the room to clean her face. Since some time had passed, her face had stopped bleeding. She was already sweating heavily after all this exertion. This body of hers was really just too weak. She honestly couldn't understand why the previous by Xiang couldn't let things go. She had such a weak body, yet still wanted to fight the female lead for the male lead. Seeing that the sky was darkening, she took the food box and walked out. She kept her head down along the way, not speaking or making eye contact with anyone. Because those she met knew she was mute, they didn't bother talking to her. However, two figures approached from afar at this moment. One was a peach blossom masked Duan Yining, who had changed clothes after bathing, and the other was a veiled Yaya. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Exchanging Hostages. Chapter 129, Exchanging Hostages. In her mind, Bai Xiangxiu was continuously screaming how unlucky. After all the trouble she'd gone to in order to slightly improve her situation while feeling faint at the sight of blood, she was unexpectedly met with those two great villains. Was it still possible to escape? She lowered her head, trying to diminish her presence to the bare minimum. She thought that she would be discovered without a doubt, but who knew that these two would be mulling over something and didn't notice her? Duan Yining had truly been angered by Bai Xiangxiu. He still felt that his body had a stench even after bathing for half a day. And because Yaya's poison had just been cured, she was still a little uncomfortable. Considering there were also various matters troubling her, she only thought of asking Duan Yining, should we be exchanging hostages? We naturally need to exchange hostages. But, I didn't expect that he would really be willing to exchange his wife for a concubine. Duan Yining smiled coldly. However, he had also guessed why Long Hang would do that, since that wife was probably every male's pain. Although men were lusty, very few could stand their wife betraying them. This is too much of a bargain for Long Hang. It was also too much of a bargain for that little concubine in there. Duan Yining nodded, smiling. And so, this time, I'll use the lovesick parasite. Master, is this type of sacrifice truly right? She is only a promiscuous woman. Yaya gritted her teeth. Even though she was prepared for it, she still wasn't able to accept that the man she'd originally liked was going to get into bed with another woman. Duan Yining stood up. His thin lips under the peach blossom mask quirked slightly as he grabbed Yaya's chin. Don't speak as if you're a holy virgin. How clean are you? No matter what, she will become my woman today. It's best if you don't talk badly of her in front of me. I despise seeing the fighting and scheming between women. Duan Yining left those words behind as he walked into the room that held Bai Xiangxiu. However, Bai Xiangxiu had already seen everything. She had also heard of the use of that despicable thing, the lovesick parasite. It was something that could be placed inside the woman's body through that most primitive of exercises between a man and a woman. Then, that parasite would be able to control a person's thoughts, and even actions afterwards. This was also why he'd faked being an innocent little white bunny, and always wanted to roll in the sheets with the female lead. Other than using it as a point of conflict between the male lead and the male supporting character while he waited in the shadows, he could also use it to control the female lead and kill the male lead in return when the latter's guard was down. Presumably, after they did the deed themselves. Bai Xiangxiu had read the novel, but had forgotten some of the more vague events. She had to use powers of correlation to recall the details, and had only remembered this when the parasite had been mentioned. She hadn't expected that she would even replace the female lead in suffering through these types of things. Having someone think of pushing her down on a bed day in and day out was really nothing good. Secondly, once they entered the room, they would discover that she had escaped and would immediately start searching for her. She couldn't continue wearing this particular outfit anymore. Perhaps, she should change to another set. She circled around for a while like a headless fly before finally seeing a clothing rack off to the side. Some of the guests' clothing were hung on it. Because they had not fully dried, they hadn't been taken inside. Bai Xiangxiu made use of the opportunity to select a piece of boy clothing that seemed a little short. She also tied her hair into the style of a boy. Only, she left quite a few stray hairs so that no one would notice her features. She also made full use of the clothing she had just taken off. She used a bamboo stick to prop it up, making it seem like a person was hiding there under the concealment of the night. This lodge had been completely rented by Duan Yunying, so if she wanted to leave, she needed to be extremely careful. She continued to walk in shadowy areas until she finally found that dog hole. Crawling through a dog hole was really a depressing act, but there was no other way. She had to do just that in order to live. It was good that although the dog hole was small, it still was big enough for her to crawl out. There was a small alley outside. However, she still wasn't safe even here. She could hear people yelling from inside, "Over here." Well, they had found her quite quickly. Bai Xiangxiu hastily sprinted forward. Once she reached the outside, she could hide in the streets. The female lead had hid in this way, but the man had found her very quickly. "Be calm, be calm." She ran and then screeched to a halt when she noticed a courtyard door seemed unlocked. This might be an opportunity, and so she ducked inside and locked the door securely. She glanced around her. The moonlight streaming in illuminated a sheep pen, but the residence didn't seem to have sheep, so it was filled with sticks and straw. Bai Xiangxiu didn't care if it was dirty or not, and squirmed straight into the pile of straw. The nights here were truly too cold. This was the only place she could hide. Of course, she couldn't enter the rooms. No one would welcome her, this outsider who'd come in the middle of the night. As for Duan Yunying, he probably wasn't expecting that she would be hiding instead of hurrying to escape. In this type of weather, hiding was equivalent to being frozen to death. A woman in the rear court of a large residence couldn't possibly have this type of courage. But, Bai Xiangxiu did have that courage. She had some wilderness survival skills because she'd gone with colleagues to search for exotic plants a few times. They'd camp in the wilderness for 2 or 3 days, so she was completely different from those true noble misses. But it truly was very cold right now. Even though she was hiding in the straw, she found herself incapable of sleeping. She was simply shivering too much. She was only thinking of how she would have the opportunity tomorrow to find Long Hung. Only at his side would she be safe. Long Hung, she hugged her knees, and tried to remember everything that had happened to her thus far. Long Hung was actually quite good to her, but he wasn't here now. She felt that she was actually more suitable for that type of life in the manor, but her future looked so dim right now. She had no money, no subordinates, and a very attractive face. She reached out her hand to touch her face. I wonder if anyone would like me if it was ruined, or if the male lead would even look at me anymore. It seemed like the weight of the world had come crashing down on her in the span of a moment, and her true self had somehow awoken as well. She didn't know if she should be happy or disconsolate. She hid in the pile of straw until dawn of the next day before hauling her frozen body out. It was a good thing that the residents weren't morning people, so she could slip out the corner door. But before that, slipping out was one thing, but just walking out like this would just be suspicious. As Bai Xiangxiu let her eyes wander, she spotted a wheelbarrow. This is probably used to cart things. Perhaps I can use it to conceal myself. Thinking quickly, she randomly picked up some things and placed them into the wheelbarrow, quietly opening the door and pushing the wheelbarrow out. That little wheelbarrow was already very dilapidated, so she needed to expend a lot of effort to push it. It also had wooden wheels, making it quite hard to push. After much grief from the wheelbarrow, she managed to push it onto the main streets. Even though there weren't many people going to and fro right now, no one was really paying attention to her. Even though the wheelbarrow was really worn out, it was very convenient to use for impoverished folks. Bai Xiangxiu had originally planned on pushing the wheelbarrow outside of the city and then finding ways to return to Red Maple Mountain Villa. But considering the effort she had already expended, she felt like her original goal would be a particularly insurmountable challenge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Still Running into the Little White Bunny. Chapter 130, Still Running into the Little White Bunny. Unfortunately, the wheelbarrow was too heavy for her to push. Before long, her palms were trembling from pain as they gamely held onto the chafing handles of the wheelbarrow. Nevertheless, she persevered until she made her way out the city gates. She had just inquired about the location of Red Maple Mountain Villa. According to the directions, she would arrive once she'd walked 2.5 kilometers from the city towards the mountain. The mountain wasn't easy to climb, but she could discard the wheelbarrow when she reached the foot of the mountain. After all the trouble she'd gone to in order to push it out of the city, she tried her best to keep the wheelbarrow under control, but she was too tired, and her arms were beyond sore. The wheelbarrow wrested itself from her hands in the end and bumped into someone. Sorry, I'm extremely sorry. Did that hurt you? She ducked her head as she apologized, but froze when she heard the voice above her, your voice, cough. Damn it. She still hadn't managed to get away. She was so close to being able to ascend the mountain. Bai Xiangxiu subconsciously thrust the wheelbarrow away and turned to leave, but that person had already tightly grasped her hand. She could feel it, there was no way to escape now. She gritted her teeth as she turned around. She feigned an extremely innocent appearance and shed a few tears as she spoke. "You are Sir Duan. Were you searching for me?" Looking at her appearance, Duan Yunying hated her with a passion. He didn't expect that he would actually come upon her by accident on his way back to Red Maple Mountain Villa. He'd already given up finding her. He'd tried his best, but hadn't thought about how well she could hide. She really was quite adept at it, and looked so slovenly that he couldn't recognize her at all. If it hadn't been for her voice, he may have just overlooked her right now. Well, this was also good. Since she'd bumped into him, she wouldn't be able to blame him for being impolite. Only, this current appearance of hers really killed his appetite to eat her. "Madame Xiao, you've suffered greatly. The prince even dispatched all of his people to find you. The world outside is too dangerous. Why don't we find a place to hide while I search for an opportunity to secretly send you back to Red Maple Mountain Villa?" Duan Yunying could smell the sheep manure clinging to her body. It was incredibly disgusting. This wouldn't do. First things first was to wash her clean. With this appearance, he wouldn't want to make a move no matter how hungry he was. How would Bai Xiangxiu not know of the conflict in his mind? Although Duan Yunying appeared very calm and steady, his heart must be torn between disgust and the itch to spring into action. Judging from how badly his hand was trembling, he was fast losing the fight to conceal his inner turmoil. Alright, since he wanted to take her to bed so urgently, why not help him along? Bai Xiangxiu smirked inwardly and suddenly pounced into his embrace, trembling like a leaf. "Alright, all will be as you say. But, in order to let the prince know I'm safe, could we send a letter to him first?" Duan Yunying's chest heaved. He was inches away from throwing up. Bai Xiangxiu was cackling with crazed laughter inside, but she was afraid that he would really throw up on her, so she hastily stood up to fake an extremely shy appearance. Duan Yuanying clutched his chest, and his voice came out in stilted, pained words, "Please come this way." He was really struggling to hold it together. He let go of Bai Xiangxiu's hand and didn't seem to want to hold it again. Bai Xiangxiu discreetly sighed in relief. It looked like she would be safe for now. However, it'd be a different case once she'd cleaned up. He'd likely want to immediately roll in the sheets with her and plant the parasite in her. She was brought into the city again. Because his identity was already in the open, and out of worry that she'd become suspicious, Duan Yunying naturally wouldn't wear the peach blossom mask in front of her. He'd also thought this way in the novel, and had stayed by the female lead side with the identity of a little white rabbit. Alright, since he hated her current appearance, she would do her best to maintain it then. If she couldn't win in a fight, she would just disgust him to death. I'm willing to bet that he won't force me to take a bath. Even though her current appearance was very disgusting, she could only continue to suffer in this way. Fortunately, she herself was unaffected, since she had become used to the smell. Alright, truth be told, she was just trying to convince herself. She really did stink. But that was how things would be. She looked at the water that had been fetched for her and viewed her reflection. A mutilated face, topping a body covered in filth, stared right back at her. Even she hated the sight of herself, let alone any other man. The gash on her face in particular was jarring. It wasn't deep, but was terribly painful. She'd actually liked this face very much. It was such a pity that it was destroyed. But that was alright. Once she returned to the male lead side, he would search for methods to help her fix it. She remembered that the plot had once gone that way as well with the female lead, but she wondered if he would be so disgusted by her appearance that he'd want to throw up as well, and keep his distance? Someone suddenly knocked on her door. If she guessed correctly, it was likely the newly washed up Duan Yunying. Alright, then she would continue to disgust him. There was nothing else to do for the time being, anyways. Bai Xiangxiu had honed her acting skills to an exceptional level since she'd started living in the prince's manor. Even if she couldn't turn it off and on like a switch, she was leagues ahead of her previous self. She opened the door and carefully looked around. "Sir Duan? Please enter." Duan Yunying couldn't help but frown when the odor hit him as soon as the door was opened. After all the trouble he'd taken to wash himself clean, why was she still like this? He'd thought that she'd finished ahead of him. But, Duan Yunying was currently playing a very weak scholar, so he had to feign delicacy and weakness to the best of his ability. He coughed lightly a little and said, "Madame Xiao, why have you not washed yet? Are the servants not serving you properly?" "That's not it. Come in first and I'll tell you." Bai Xiangxiu pulled him inside, even though she knew he would hate her for it. She was quite happy and almost trembling with delight just imagining the contortions his inner self was going through. Indeed, Bai Xiangxiu felt that she was becoming a little odd. Was it that all those who were mistreated would end up becoming a little warped as well? All in all, she felt that this was how she was right now. She wouldn't surrender to this pervert, but rather fiercely counterattack instead. Although she would suffer a bit for it, he wouldn't have an easy time of things either. Duan Yuning's entire body tensed up after he was pulled in. He almost forgot to breathe at that moment. A killing desire rose in his heart, but he couldn't do so right now, so he could only suppress it. He calmed down and forced a smile. Why are you still this? This is because this concubine was kidnapped out of the Red Maple Mountain Villa by some villains and was forced into this appearance. That group is extremely perverted, and they've been continuously chasing me. If I recover my original appearance, I fear that I will bring trouble to you. Since Sir Duan is a scholar, it is best to be careful. Bai Xiangxiu explained it away as if speaking of the weather. Duan Yuning was stumped, and left without an appropriate retort. First off, the acrid odor was slowly eating away at his insides. Secondly, it seemed that he had just been called a pervert. He forced himself to smile faintly. I hadn't expected that Madame Xiu would have considered the matter so thoroughly. Although, you will suffer for it. He couldn't refute her words since Bai Xiangxiu had identified that he was a scholar. This was indeed his identity in front of Long Hung. He'd used medicine to hide his qi so that Long Hung wouldn't see through him. Then again, how would he dare mention anything else in front of this sly woman? This woman was almost the opposite of the honest and gentle woman from the rumors. She'd meticulously planned her escape step by step with all kinds of schemes. How could those be the actions of a good and gentle woman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Patience and Limit. Chapter 131, Patience and Limit. Duan Yuning took in a breath and looked at her with a serious expression on his face. Her every response was very frank, yet it was clear that they were all fake. Why was she able to act so candidly? How was he supposed to know that such acts of self-protection was very normal in the world that Bai Xiangxiu originally lived in? Not only did people in the modern world not revere force, but everyone protected themselves behind a mask, one that was taken off only in front of family members. Ever since Bai Xiangxiu had arrived here, she'd been of the mentality that she wouldn't be able to return home and acted like she was working all day. Her acting skills were quite good as a result of that. Duan Yuning felt that he couldn't see beyond her facade. This was also a reason for him becoming more interested in her. However, being interested in her was one thing, this attack on his sight and smell was another. The most amazing thing was that the other party actually didn't seem to know how nauseous she was making other people feel. She still thought that she was that beauty and kept drawing closer to him. If she behaved this way before, he would definitely be happy, because for a beauty to behave that way clearly meant that she fancied him. He would take her without even needing to use any aphrodisiac on her. However, he really couldn't feel happy now. He was on the verge of vomiting his meal from the previous night whenever she moved closer. Then we'd need to quickly return to the prince's side, isn't that right, Sir Duan? Bai Xiangxiu approached him again as though she was extremely frightened. Duan Yuning immediately recoiled in fright, and then started coughing softly. Sir Duan, are you still not feeling well? According to the prince, you've never been in the best of health. I think you must be tired from going all over the place in search of me. Why don't you let me give you a massage to loosen your muscles and bones? She stretched her talons out towards him as she spoke. Looking at those black fingers of hers with a foul scent to them, Duan Yuning felt that he really couldn't sit there any longer. He hastened to flap his hand and said, I wouldn't, dare. This humble one had better go back and rest. Bai Xiangxiu finally broke into a smile as she watched Duan Yuning rush out through the door. It was a pity that her face was hurting slightly and so she didn't dare smile too broadly. But, even then, she was still extremely happy deep down in her heart. She slowly laid down on the bed, not at all afraid of him bothering her tonight. She only hoped that this would be the case tomorrow as well. Only then could she return to Prince Li's side safe and sound. She fell asleep in a relaxed manner, whereas Duan Yuning immediately took a bath until midnight. He felt that the foul scent was still lingering around him after he showered and so applied fragrance to himself in hopes of getting rid of the smell. Someone pushed the window open at this moment and placed a sword against his throat. Duan Yuning snorted coldly, didn't move an inch. What's the meaning of this? This should be what I'm asking you. You were the one who suggested that we work together. Yet, how is it that you deserted your partner and ran off? You should know the outcome of offending me. Does the gallant hero Luo think that Long Hung is so easy to handle? His thoughts are so meticulous that even I didn't anticipate it all. He set up secret guards around Miss Lin, guards that are so strong that my men, as good as they are, would never get past them. Then what about her? Since you're going to exchange hostages, why aren't you bringing her along? She escaped. Duan Yunying felt oddly depressed. They were completely destroying all of his previously laid plans. It was one thing if Long Hong was difficult to handle, but he hadn't expected that a woman like her would act out of his expectations too. He'd originally saved Luo Yunzhang with the intention of having both parties win. They would kidnap one woman each and execute their own plan respectively. Luo Yunzhang had used his relationship with Jiang Hu to force the doctor to kidnap Bai Shangxiu and hand her over to him. Duan Yunying would then sneak into Miss Lin's residence and take her out. However, there were some changes to that plan. He'd never expected Long Hong to actually think of Miss Lin to the point where he would set up hidden guards around her. Thankfully, he'd retreated quickly. If not, it was highly possible that he would have been forced to reveal his true colors. He didn't want to use poison in front of Long Hong, else it was very possible that the prince would find something by following the clues Duan Yunying left behind. He'd wanted to plant the lovesick parasite in her body before exchanging hostages, but never would have thought that Bai Shangxiu would actually escape. Thus, his plan had been foiled, but he couldn't do anything about it now. Isn't Miss Lin your target? More so, that woman is right beside me at this very moment. If you want to take her with you to exchange hostages, do as you please. Beside you? That beggar? Luo Yunzhang was stunned. He didn't believe Duan Yunying's words at all. Yes. You knew how this plan was almost flawless when we made it. I've already tried my best and even saved your life. Even if we've failed, you won't be losing anything either, right? Ha! Do you take me for a fool? I helped you bring her out, but you broke your promise of helping me trade hostages. We don't know what the prince going to do to Miss Lin at all. She's his fiancée after all. Do you think he'll do anything to her? Anyway, I can assure you that this woman won't retain her chastity when she returns. Think of this as me repaying my debt to you. Or, do you want to do the deed yourself? Luo Yunzhang was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. I never thought that you would feel. All right. Since things have turned out this way, what you say, goes. I can delay exchanging hostages for a few days. That will do. You can steal her away from my side when the time comes. Then enjoy her well. Luo Yunzhang nodded his head. He was extremely pleased with this outcome. There wasn't anything particularly bad about dragging this out for a few more days. He was incredibly pleased at being able to return a woman who'd cheated on her husband back to the prince. He didn't know what kind of person this man was, but at this moment in time, those who wanted to go against Long Hong were all his friends. He discarded the sword in his hands and left. Duan Yunying made up his mind as he watched Luo Yunzhang's fading silhouette. He had to find a way to lure Bai Shangxiu to bed tomorrow. The truth had proven that dreams were full, but reality was scant. As for Luo Yunzhang, he took a detour back to Red Maple Mountain Villa and left a message indicating that they would meet at Falling Maple Tavern 3 days later to exchange hostages. He'd planned on leaving right after leaving a message, but Long Hong sent a message using his internal qi. Luo Yunzhang, don't you want to see how she is right now? Luo Yunzhang had just consummated his relationship with Miss Lin and naturally felt that she was different from other women. Additionally, he felt slightly guilty for what he'd done to her and frowned. He clearly knew that he would possibly fall into Long Hong's trap by going back. However, he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of the window. Countless spears immediately pressed against his throat, but he wasn't afraid. He said coldly, "Are you thinking of killing me, or do you want the woman to die?" Long Hong pushed open the door and walked out. Long Yunzhang instantly felt a heavy weight on his whole body. He never would have thought that a furious princely would be such a fearsome person. Speak, where is she? She's fine at the moment. You can prepare the hostage exchange in 3 days' time. What about Miss Lin? She's fine as well. Long Hong coldly quirked his lips and beckoned behind him with his finger. A completely weak and limp Lin Qianzi was brought out before them. She was still unconscious, but one could see that she was currently ill and not in a good state. What did you do to her? Luo Yunzhang furiously roared out. It's not me, but you, who did something to her. If Bai Shangxiu isn't returned to me in one piece, then I really might have other people serve Miss Lin well. Long Hong couldn't tolerate the situation any longer. If Bai Shangxiu couldn't return safely, he might really do things that even he couldn't imagine. You, nurse her to health. We will exchange hostages in 2 days. Luo Yunzhang instantly pushed forward the proposed date by a day. After all, the woman wasn't really in his hands. In the event that something went wrong, he couldn't bear to see Long Hung abuse Miss Lin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, The Night Before the Exchange. Chapter 132, The Night Before the Exchange. The corners of Long Hang's mouth twitched. With just a simple wave of his hands, the old grannies dragged Lin Xianzi back into the room. They treated her like she was nothing more than a dead hound. How can you treat her like that? Isn't she your betrothed? Luo Yunzhan was a man from the Jianghu, and couldn't stand being openly provoked like that. His previous composure vanished, and he nearly lunged forward to start a battle to the death with the prince. Ha ha ha. Now that's the funniest joke this prince has heard in a long while. Luo Yunzhan, you better treat Bai Xiangxiu well. Or else. I'm sure you've heard of the extent of my temper. I'll have you know why the worldly one was bestowed to me. He flourished his sleeves coldly and went back inside. The servants closed the door behind him, cleanly separating the two men. Inside, Long Hung could finally breathe a sigh of relief when he was certain the other person could no longer see him. He slumped into his chair with a thud and clenched his fist so tightly that his nails drew blood, which soon trickled down his sleeves. It's such a relief that she's not hurt. I was so worried that something might have happened to her when we suddenly lost contact. He hadn't even realized how panicked and worried he had become in the past 2 days that she had been missing. He had barely slept, and had only eaten a sliver of a meal. On the battlefield, he tried to catch a nap as often as he could. But now, he couldn't even catch a wink of sleep no matter how hard he tried. Kneading his forehead with his hands, he told himself that he absolutely had to make it through the next 2 days. Actually, he could have insisted on making the hostage swap tomorrow, but had been afraid that the other party might pick up on his desperation. If they'd caught wind of it and upped the ante with even more ludicrous demands, he would have been in a bad situation. In reality, if any outsiders found out that he was trading his betrothed for his concubine, they would decry it as overturning the natural order. He wouldn't be afraid of that fallout, but he was sure that it would put Bai Xiangxiu in a difficult position. Gazing at the dimly lit moon, Long Hung was caught up in his thoughts. Is she having a long and sleepless night as well? Or, is she being tortured? With how frail she is, I wonder how much time she will need to recuperate after such an ordeal. But how could he possibly guess that the girl he was worried sick over was heartlessly sleeping like a log? She'd frozen, starved, and gotten no sleep yesterday, and was now sleeping easily knowing that that man thought her too dirty and wouldn't touch her. And so, after an entire night of rest, she was extremely energized and well rested when she woke up. Her mood became even better after a satisfying stretch, despite the throbbing wound on her face. The reason was simple. If she were to harass that man in her current form, he'd send her back sooner than later. Bai Xiangxiu burst out laughing on the inside when her thoughts traveled here. She looked on calmly as breakfast was delivered, then walked out with her lips twitching. She only rinsed her mouth before sitting down at the table. She didn't even bother to wash her face. She wasn't too worried about being drugged by him. It's not like Duan Yunying could eat her while she still looked like this anyways. Judging from her disfigurement and the foul smells emanating from her, Bai Xiangxiu was sure that he wouldn't regain his appetite after just a single night of staying away. Noticing that Duan Yunying still hadn't come to pay her a visit after she was done with breakfast, she smiled. If the mountain doesn't come to me despite my summons, then I will go to the mountain. And so, she strode over to Duan Yunying's room and knocked on his door a few times, all the while smelling like sheep dung. Because she was in a wonderful mood, her knocks were very loud and audible. Duan Yunying's heart sank immediately. He didn't want to meet with this woman no matter what. Particularly at the beginning of the day, he still wanted to keep his breakfast inside. However, even if he hadn't gone to her, it didn't mean that she wouldn't come to him. She had come, and even her knocking was loud and vigorous. How can a girl too weak to even truss up chickens possibly be so daring? But how can she be so audacious as to knock on a man's door so early in the morning? He really didn't want to regurgitate his breakfast. So, he used a handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth and opened the door while coughing at the same time. Despite all that, he couldn't stop himself from dry heaving when he saw all the bloodstains on her face and her pathetic appearance. He immediately coughed a few times to cover up his apparent disgust. Madam Xiao. How may I help you? Shouldn't we depart immediately to see the prince? Bai Xiangxiu asked in a matter-of-fact manner. She wanted to present herself as a particular variation of the white lotus flower to him. Beauty was the most important characteristic a person should have when trying to act like a white lotus flower. When the element of beauty was taken away, the white lotus flower act will turn on its head to become very unseemly. In fact, it would make the person quite scary and revolting. Even she found herself revolting in this form, let alone this male supporting character who would never approach a woman if she wasn't pretty enough. However, he wasn't a weak person either. Although he was disgusted by her act, Duan Yunying still smiled at her elegantly. Don't worry. I've already had someone contact the prince. There's no need for you to be in such a hurry. Oh? But wouldn't it be easier for us to go to him instead of sending another person to notify him? I don't think we have to worry that anyone will recognize me in my current predicament. What she said was true. Duan Yunying wholeheartedly believed that even Long Hong likely wouldn't recognize Bai Xiangxiu even if she was placed right in front of him at this moment. A thought suddenly came to his mind. Would Long Hong still be fond of her if he saw Bai Xiangxiu in her current state? If the prince was to lose interest in Bai Xiangxiu, then what was the point of sleeping with her? Despite her initial joy, Bai Xiangxiu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Her heart trembled for a second as a bad feeling crept into her heart. It felt like things were about to take a turn for the worse. She gritted her teeth. It seems that it's not so easy to deal with this man after all. She couldn't predict what he was planning to do, which caused a cold wind to blow through her heart. Madam Xiao. You mustn't act on your impulses. We have to plan before we act. His little white rabbit image put up a valiant appearance again as he tried to calmly talk things over with her. However, Bai Xiangxiu was sure that he was actually planning something on the inside. If that is the case, then what should my next step be? Should I try to escape again and find my own way back to the prince's side? He'll probably notice my actions this time though. Maybe I should try being reckless? Since I can no longer care less about maintaining my image anymore, why should I continue to act like some innocent girl in front of him? No. I must see the prince. I want to see him. Now. If you don't agree to it, then I will find my way back to him myself. She was trotting out the act of crying and throwing tantrums now. If things don't work out even with this, then she'd threaten to take her own life. It was a childish move she'd never once used in her life, and she wasn't sure if it would actually work on him. One had to understand that men hated her actions right now the most, particularly her shamelessly insistent attitude. This further deepened his disdain of the idea of using her for his plans. Based on how ugly her appearance was right now, Long Han would probably want to toss her away too. Since it has come to this, I might as well just swap her out for the other hostage. Then, Luo Yunzhang will owe me a favor. There will come a day where we can deal with Long Hong together because we both want something. Since Madame Xiao is so anxious to see the prince, then I guess we can begin our journey right now. Really? You're such a kind-hearted person. The act proved effective after all. Bai Xiangxiu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Duan Yunying was still worried that she'd try to escape again. Thus, he brought her with him even when he left to hire a horse carriage. He hired a very small horse carriage, and Bai Xiangxiu sat inside while Duan Yunying sat outside. He hadn't planned on rushing his way to the villa, he just couldn't stand the smell that rolled off her in waves. Therefore, he decided to take his seat outside and take on the task of the coachman. Drifting Leaves Tavern was only 5 miles or thereabouts away from Red Maple Mountain Villa, and was coincidentally on their way to the villa. However, he still had to find a way to delay their journey by a day, because Luo Yunjing had sent him a letter to notify him that the time of the exchange had only been brought up by a day, and told him to make his move on by Xiangxiu quickly. Even the thought of putting his hands on her disgusted him to no end. So, he decided that it would be enough to just delay the journey by a day. Duan Yunying had always been a calculating man. So, halfway through their journey, he started to cough violently. He actually coughed up quite a large amount of blood too. The curious being that Bai Xiangxiu naturally had to poke her head out to see what the ruckus was all about. When she saw the state Duan Yunying was in, she lost all color from her face and exclaimed, "Are you feeling all right?" She was extremely curious as to how he managed to cough up so much blood. 1. Meaning powerful, strong, and strict. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, The Brainless Woman. Chapter 133, The Brainless Woman. This is just an old illness of mine. Duan Yunying immediately acted as if he was about to faint. It was all done to invoke sympathy from her so that they could extend their journey. But how could he possibly have known that the woman was actually sick in the head? She reached her hands out of the carriage, pulling him into the carriage. Her next words were filled with concern, "Then we must find the prince immediately. Only he can save you." Duan Yunying was so speechless that his jaw nearly hit the floor. What the hell? Is this woman treating the prince as some sort of god? Still frozen in disbelief, he didn't react when Bai Shangxiu suddenly mounted the carriage's driver's seat and took the reins. A quick snap of her wrist sent the reins lashing against the horse. The sudden pain galvanized the horse to break into a violent sprint. Duan Yunying couldn't keep his calm anymore. He clenched his teeth and jabbed Bai Xiangxiu's acupoints with a finger. As she fell limp, he hauled her back into the carriage. It was a dangerous and reckless move, but he had finally reached his limit. Why can't she think like a normal person? How am I supposed to use her if she acts out like this? Moreover, he couldn't be the one to exchange hostages with Long Hung. The only person suitable for that task was Luo Yunzheng. He had to find a way to hand over to Luo Yunzheng before he succumbed to his desire to break her neck. Then, let's do things like this. He pulled back on the reins to calm the horses down. Then, he turned the carriage around and headed for a wooden cottage he had prepared beforehand. He then grabbed Bai Shangxiu by her robe and threw her onto the floor. Duan Yunying couldn't care less whether she would freeze while lying crumpled on the floor. He also didn't want to unblock her acupoints because he couldn't predict what she would do if he revived her. It was unhealthy to block a person's acupoint for too long. Unfortunately, he now loathed Bai Shangxiu too much to care if it was healthy for her or not. The skies began to darken before long. He knew that Luo Yunzheng would soon arrive, since that was their agreement. And so, he thought that it probably wouldn't matter if he left a little earlier. As for this woman, he would never forgive himself if he were to let her return to Long Heng's side without taking his revenge on her. After all, he had always been a vindictive person. So, he took out a round pill and cringed before he opened her mouth to feed it to her. The pill he had just fed her was called 3 Days of Inebriation, and it was made specifically for women. Even a nun would become the picture of allure after they ingested the pill. Other than that, the pill would also cause women to emanate a certain musk that would seduce men if they stayed in the vicinity of the woman for too long. Under the effects of the aphrodisiac, even a sow would become attractive. The natural business between a man and a woman would become inevitable. Most importantly, neither the man nor the woman would realize that they were under the effects of the aphrodisiac, and would think that they were just caught in a moment of lust. If things played out well, Luo Yunzheng would be spending quite a bit of time with Bai Shangxiu over the next couple of days. If he lost control of his desires, it would surely send Long Hung into a raging fury. Although Duan Yunying's original plans might have failed, the war between the Jianghu and the imperial court would soon begin. Now that would be something he could look forward to. As for this brainless woman, she wasn't much of a loss to him anyways. He'd actually had a very good impression of her when he'd first met her. Unfortunately, their recent interactions had destroyed all of her attractiveness. He even felt that he would never be attracted to her again even if she regained her original looks. The effects of the pill soon began to show, and Bai Shangxiu's soiled face began to flush as her temperature rose. Duan Yunying snickered coldly and leapt out of the cottage. However, he hadn't expected that Bai Shangxiu would be awakened by the cold about 8 minutes after he left. The temperature in the cottage was so cold that it slowed down her blood flow, which jerked her out of her unconsciousness. However, she felt a little uncomfortable after waking up. She felt very overheated, especially in her lower abdomen. She felt an inexplicable urge to use the lavatory as well. She found a suitable place inside the wooden cottage and went in to relieve herself. Despite all that, her urge to use the lavatory hadn't been relieved at all. However, her priority should be escape. She tried pushing the doors and windows open, but found that they were all locked from the outside. There wasn't much light in the room, and she couldn't hear any movement in the immediate surroundings. Then, it should be okay if she tried smashing through the door. She wouldn't wait for someone to save her. This scenario hadn't been in the original novel, so she didn't know what would follow either. She didn't know what would happen to her if she continued to wait in this cottage. Moreover, Duan Yunying must definitely have a follow-up plan if he'd locked her away here. She was understandably afraid. After looking through the entire cottage, she couldn't even find a single thing she could use to smash the windows open. She was just about to lift up the table when she suddenly heard the door open. Bai Xiangxu instantly went boneless, flopping to the floor with all the speed she could muster, maintaining a fetus position off to the side. She didn't know who'd entered, and elected to take this action to prevent unnecessary conflict. She heard the sounds of footsteps and a man's voice. What a slippery girl. It's such a pity that things ended up this way for you. It's Luo Yunzheng. What are these two male supporting characters up to? Bai Shangxiu didn't dare move. She could feel him turning her over so that she faced upwards. Luo Yunzheng took a few steps backwards. What is this stench? Duan actually slept with you when you look like this? What an immense sacrifice. He seems to be going all out in order to get his revenge on Long Hung. But upon taking a closer sniff, you do smell kind of nice. As a young man, Luo Yunzhang had never been one to enforce self-control when it came to these kinds of things. Naturally, it didn't take him long before he sank into a slight stupor from the must created by the 3 days of inebriation pill. Bai Xiangxiu was feeling even worse. Her body felt even hotter when she realized that Luo Yunzhang had drawn closer. Her condition grew even worse when he touched her. What in the world does he want to do to me? Luckily, Luo Yunzhang was still able to retain control on a portion of his sanity. Or rather, it just wasn't possible for him to give in to his desire when she looked like that. However, he was still a better person than Duan Yunying. At the very least, he carried her all the way to the bed. He then sat on a chair and brooded over tomorrow's exchange. He decided to keep her locked up for a day and a night. Meanwhile, he would observe the situation at the Drifting Leaves Tavern. Even though the tavern was his territory, it would be better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, Long Hung had already caught the Jianghu doctor, and there was no guarantee that the doctor wouldn't leak any of his plans. Luo Yunzhang couldn't sit still anymore as he kept mulling over the weak points of his plan. He headed to the tavern immediately after locking up the cottage. Bai Xiangxiu got up after he left and scurried to the lavatory again. This time, she noticed that something was definitely wrong. Her body was definitely a little off. Suddenly, a memory stirred in the depths of her mind. In the novel, there was an aphrodisiac called the 3 days of inebriation that the female lead had consumed. The effects of the drugs were tyrannical. A woman under the effect of the aphrodisiac would unconsciously sway every man in her surroundings. Moreover, the effects of the drug wouldn't dwindle until she'd slept with a man. However, the aphrodisiac wasn't too overboard. The drug wouldn't even affect the woman much until she came into contact with a man. So, most women wouldn't even notice that they had been drugged. Once the mistake had been made, they would even go as far as to think that it was all due to nature taking its course. Could Duan Yunying have done this because he knew Luo Yunzhang was coming and wanted me to give myself to him? No way. Even if I forget for a moment that he slept with the female lead, I hate that he's such a hooligan. To put it kindly, Luo Yunzhang was a free-spirited man. However, a more accurate description of him would probably involve the word promiscuous. Although he was extremely infatuated with the female lead in the novel, he was a natural-born ladies' man. This had much to do with him being part of the Jianghu. He would always indulge himself if a woman ever offered herself up to him. However, what he felt for the female lead was true love. That was why he treated her different from everyone else. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Why is it you again? Chapter 134, Why is it you again? Although the novel mentioned some of his redeeming features, it couldn't hide the fact that he was actually a complete piece of trash. Bai Xiangxiu didn't have a good impression of him. More accurately, she didn't have any good impressions of any of the male supporting characters other than Song Jiaoyue. However, now was not the time to brood over something like this. If she really was poisoned with 3 days of inebriation, then she must find a way to cure it. Or else. But the female lead was cured by the male lead himself. What should I use for the cure? She wanted to cry but lacked the tears to. However, she couldn't let Luo Yunzhang or Duan Yunying succeed no matter what. It was just that she was imprisoned inside the wooden cottage at the moment, and it just wasn't possible for her to break the locks by herself. Bai Xiangxiu rummaged through the house again. This time, she found a fire starter used to light the oil lanterns. A plan soon formed in her mind. She first noted the wind conditions outside. It isn't too windy outside now, so it won't help spread the fire. Then, she quickly ran to the lavatory to dip her handkerchief in water. It could be used to cover her mouth and nose. Once her preparations were complete, she smashed the oil lantern onto the cottage door. She then used the fire starter to set the door on fire. She went into the neighboring room to take shelter as the fire caught and flared up stronger. The fire quickly burned a hole into the door. I guess now is the time. She lifted a square table up and threw it at the door. She actually managed to smash the door open with a loud bang. Bai Xiangxiu was elated. Due to her previous experience of jumping through a flaming window, she didn't hesitate at all. After all, the flames wouldn't hurt her if she could jump through them fast enough. So, she lifted her skirts and broke into a sprint. She didn't stop to rest either after she broke her way out of the wooden cottage. Instead, she continued to sprint towards the direction of Red Maple Mountain Villa. That place was now her only salvation. If she couldn't make her way back, then she could forever give up on going back. No. Will it be impossible for me to return to modern times if I don't return? Thus, Bai Xiangxiu decided that she would have to return to the villa no matter what hardships she had to face. Bai Xiangxiu kept encouraging herself as she ran. However, the skies soon darkened, making the roads harder to navigate. She didn't have a choice but to find a place to hide. She remembered that a place called Drifting Leaves Tavern was just up ahead. It was a tavern specially designed for officials and noblemen to rest and share poems when they came to admire the scenery. The Red Maple Mountain Villa isn't much further once I pass by that place. Bai Xiangxiu consoled herself while she rested. Unfortunately for her, the skies suddenly started to snow just when she had found that little bit of solace. Darn it! Misfortunes really never come singly. Isn't this like a torrential rain occurring just when the roof is still leaking? She wanted to laugh ruefully, but her throat was feeling hoarse. If her guess was right, she must have gotten a cold after all the punishment she'd been through in the past few days. She was like the very epitome of bad luck at the moment. If she drank a cup of water now, she'd probably choke to death. Snow suddenly stopped falling on her because there was now an umbrella over her head. A gentle voice rang out as if heavenly tones from the night sky. You can have the umbrella. Have some food and silver as well. A bunch of things suddenly appeared in front of her magically. Bai Xiangxiu was stunned senseless for a moment. Wait just a moment. She wanted to tug on the lower hem of Song Jiaoyue's coat, but he was in too much of a hurry and didn't turn back to look at her. He only replied, I'm in a hurry right now. Please excuse me. He didn't recognize me? Well, I can't say that I blame him. Who the heck would recognize me when I look like this? His martial arts are also way too profound. He was gone within seconds. He didn't even give me enough time to stop him. But something's off. Where is he going in the middle of the night while the blizzard is still raging? The direction he's running to, maybe he's heading to the mountain villa? Her original plan had been to get rest before continuing her journey. However, since Song Jiaoyue had left her some dried rations, she decided to eat while walking onwards. Since she was sick, she wasn't sure if she would still be able to walk if she rested until tomorrow morning. On the bright side, the biscuits from the Song residence were extremely tasty. They were sweet and fragrant. He had been stingy with his money either and had given her around 10 taels of silver. The construction of the umbrella was really sturdy too. Unfortunately, he was just much too quick with his feet and didn't give her enough time to speak with him. Bai Xiangxiu was motivated to continue walking forward after such a miraculous encounter with Song Jiaoyue. If by chance she managed to catch up to him, she could then tell him her true identity. Then, she'd at least get a safe trip back to the male lead side. Even though it would ruin Song Jiaoyue's impression of her, it'd be fine. After all, she'd already been rejected by him. Since she'd helped the Song residents before, he'd probably still treat her as a friend. Being treated as a friend was fine too. At least she could still ask him for help when she needed him. With that decided, she picked up her pace and continued moving forwards. Although her decision to continue moving sounded simple, it couldn't be further from the truth. She didn't know any martial arts, so it took her a whole night of walking before she arrived at her destination. She was thoroughly exhausted and was on the verge of collapse. That must be the Drifting Leaves Tavern. I'd better go in to rest for a bit. That way, I can clean myself up before I return to Long Heng's side. She didn't think that Long Heng would be able to recognize her due to her current looks. It'd be a surprise if he wasn't disgusted by her instead. It was alright if she didn't look good in front of other men. However, the male lead was providing her with food and shelter. She couldn't show him her ugly side. When she finally arrived at the tavern, she found out that they weren't open for business yet because she'd arrived too early in the morning. However, a worker there suddenly came out from the back entrance. He seemed to be heading to the market. She walked in through the back entrance after the person had left. She needed somewhere warm to rest and quench her thirst. She had money in her bag anyway, so she wasn't too worried. The kitchen was right behind the back entrance. When she squeezed her way in through the door, she noticed that a fire had already been started in the stove. She quickly ran to the stove to bake in the warmth, finding instant relief. There was hot water in a pot as well. Without a care whether the water was boiling or not, she immediately filled a bowl up and gulped the water down. Satiated, she let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she heard a voice from outside say, "Has the water boiled yet? The guest wants to take a bath, so serve the hot water now." Remember. It's the guest from Sky Suite number 2. Bai Xiangxiu was taken aback and just about to look for a place and hide. However, the man outside continued, "Look. Are you going to fetch the water or not? If not, I'll come in and do it myself. Seriously. Pick up the pace. Cough cough. Understood." Bai Xiangxiu masked her voice and then acted as if she was filling up the bucket with water. That's weird. Why would a person take a bath so early in the morning? What a weird guest. She naturally wasn't going to fetch the water for that guest, but she suddenly had thoughts of taking a bath as well. So, she filled the bucket up to the brim with hot water. However, where should she carry the water to so she can wash up? This would be a good place, but it'd be troublesome if somebody were to barge in while she was still taking her bath. How about a vacant room? Guests haven't arrived yet since it's still so early in the morning. Bai Xiangxiu lifted the bucket up and headed out of the kitchen while avoiding others like the plague. Luckily, there wasn't too many people around because it was still dawn. As she walked, she was also taking note of the guest rooms. The olden times had their own processes in place. If a guest room was occupied, they would hang up a red plate outside of the room. If the room was empty, the plate would be green in color. Bai Xiangxiu finally found a room with a green plate hanging on the outside after some time. Just as she was about to enter the room with her bucket of water, she heard a voice from next door say, "Has the water finally arrived? You may come in." Bai Xiangxiu immediately tensed up when she heard the voice. She could feel that trouble was brewing. Why has the story deviated so much from the plot? Why is the female lead here? If she's here, then isn't the male lead here as well? Where is he? He can't possibly be in the female lead's room, right? But what other reason would explain her needing hot water so early in the morning? Bai Xiangxiu felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of this. However, she didn't want the female lead to raise any suspicions, so she brought the bucket of water to the front of the door and knocked gently. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Identified. Chapter 135, Identified. The door opened, revealing the female lead in all her glory. The female lead's complexion was now looking a lot better. She was the sort to look beautiful when sick, and now looked even more delicate and pitiable after recuperating from a serious illness. There was even a sort of gracefulness in her stride, making her look extremely becoming. Just like what was written in the novel, she had become even more attractive after she had become a woman. It was almost like she'd gone through a metamorphosis. The only issue was that it hadn't been the male lead who'd caused this particular transformation. Both of them were stunned for a moment when they caught sight of each other. As the female supporting character, Bai Xiangxiu was shocked because she realized that the person in front of her really was the female lead. As for Lin Xianzi, she was shocked at the sight of such a filthy and messy person. There was even a foul stench permeating from his body. But just like a true female lead, she didn't just pinch her nose and storm off like what many others would do in this situation. She was kind-hearted, so all she did was furrow her brows and wonder why an upscale tavern had hired a person who looked like this. Pour the water into the tub. Bai Xiangxiu nodded her head and poured the water into the tub accordingly. It was an incredibly arduous task. Unfortunately, the female lead continued. Fetch me a few more buckets of water. Make sure that the water is hotter next time. Bai Xiangxiu's hands began to tremble. All she wanted to do was find a place to take a bath. Why was she fetching water for another person instead? Which god had she offended? Without much of a choice, she nodded and left the room. The female lead stopped Bai Xiangxiu in her tracks. Wait a moment. Oh no. Did she recognize me? Fortunately, the female lead only proceeded to place a piece of silver into Bai Xiangxiu's hands and give her a friendly smile. At that moment, Bai Xiangxiu could picture the face of a young man, touched by the female lead's kindness. Unfortunately, Bai Xiangxiu wasn't a young man at all. Quietly agreeing to the request, Bai Xiangxiu left the room and ended up coming face to face with a mama. However, it would probably be more accurate to call her an irritated and angry-looking granny. She entered the room and immediately said, "You honor. Come with me. His Highness wishes to see you." This? I've been sweating all night. I wanted to take a bath before seeing him. Lin Xianzi was feeling so much regret that she wanted to die, especially after hearing that Prince Li wanted to see her. He was her fiancé, yet she had lost her virginity to another man. It wouldn't have been a problem if that woman had kept everything a secret. Instead, she had gone and told everything to the prince after taking care of her injuries. He might not have reprimanded her directly, but his attitude towards her was an obvious indicator that he knew. Every time he saw her, all the malicious words that came out of his mouth always stabbed straight at her heart. Lin Xianzi hated him, but didn't blame him. After all, she was no longer the pure and untainted Lin Xianzi from the past. Coming to terms with that fact, she desperately fought back her tears. Although she was the noble lady of a well-respected family, she now had to behave almost like a lowly servant. Unfortunately for her, the granny replied while covering her mouth and nose, "Know your place. His Highness does not need you to wait upon him personally. Since he's asked for you now, go to him immediately. None of us want to bear the responsibility if you're late." Lin Xianzi had always been afraid of Long Hung. She wasn't keen on taking a bath after hearing the granny's words and quickly dressed herself before departing with the granny. She had to dress up if she wanted even a sliver of affection and pity from Prince Li. If he showed her even just a little bit of affection, she would no longer hesitate to become his woman and stay by his side forever. They left in a rush. Bai Shangxiu had left the room just now to continue the act of a docile servant, but she knew that she couldn't let this chance slip through her hands. They were going to meet with Long Hung. And so, she secretly followed them to see where they headed to. She couldn't be bothered to take a bath anymore. Any misunderstandings would dissolve if she just shouted her identity when she came face to face with Long Hung. It didn't matter how her current looks would affect his affection towards her. At the very least, he would be her ticket back to the estate. Bai Shangxiu couldn't care less about maintaining her image anymore and kept moving behind Lin Xianzi. However, what she didn't know was that Long Hung had long since received word of her presence. Spies had been planted in advance to keep an eye on Lin Xianzi's room. Long Hung would be the first to know if anyone suspicious showed up. He hadn't gotten any sleep last night since today was the day for the hostage exchange. And because his spy reported that an extremely suspicious person had shown up around Lin Xianzi, he had made the decision to transfer her here. During this process, he continued to receive intelligence that the suspicious person had begun following them. However, that person didn't seem to be aware of the secret guards in the surroundings. And because of the person's slovenly appearance, the guards couldn't identify their gender. "You shouldn't worry too much. I'm sure she's all right." The person who spoke was Song Jiaoyue. When he'd heard about what had happened here, he rushed through the night all the way from the capital. His plain white robe was now stained with mud and dust, giving him a disheveled look which actually made him even more eye-catching. Long Hang's cold glare glinted as he continued to sit upright, looking like the king of hell out on his royal inspection. He presented a frightening sight. No one dared to look him in the eye because it looked like he would take all their lives at any moment. If that person makes any suspicious movements when he comes in, cripple him before anything else. The sun has risen for quite some time now. They are surprisingly imperturbable. Long Hong clenched his fists. No matter how that suspicious person was related to Luo Yunzhang, it was a necessity to cripple that character. They'd had the bad luck to show up when he was in a bad mood. On the other hand, Lin Xianzi wasn't aware about any of this. Neither she nor the mama was aware that someone had been tailing them. When they entered the room, they only saw Long Hung glare at them coldly while the corner of his lips were raised dangerously high. A wave of weakness blew over Lin Xianzi and she almost collapsed to the ground. Bai Shangxiu didn't hastily barge into the room either. The instincts and tension that she had developed over the past few days told her that a danger was slowly creeping up to her. However, the man she had been seeking for the past couple of days was right in front of her. She had no choice but to make the gamble. She lunged forwards and saw Long Hung sitting upright in the center. Beside him sat Song Jiaoyue. She felt a sense of relief. Just as she was about to announce her identity, a man on her left suddenly dashed forward and swung his sword at her legs. Bai Shangxiu was scared out of her wits. She couldn't even move to avoid the attack. She wanted to shout for help, but knew that shouting wouldn't save her from her current predicament. The other swing was simply too quick, so much so that she only had enough time to smile in weak ruefulness. "I'm already disfigured and now I'm about to lose my legs too. This is such a miserable transmigration trip." Just when she had accepted her fate of becoming a cripple, she heard a loud voice shout, "Stay your hand." At almost the same time, she was caught in a warm and broad embrace. A groan punctuated the silence that fell afterwards as the anticipated pain didn't land on her legs. She was stunned for a moment. Before she could open her eyes, she heard a concerned voice ask from above her head, "How did you get yourself in this state?" "It's Long Hung. How did he manage to recognize me?" Bai Shangxiu stared at him in surprise. She even forgot about the scare she'd received earlier. She could only look upwards at Long Hang's chiseled jawline. He wasn't gazing into her eyes lovingly, but she could tell that there was definitely concern in his eyes. He was furrowing his brows, but it was obviously out of concern. "Ha ha ha." She was crying on the outside, but for some reason she was laughing her head off inside. Ever since she'd arrived in this world, she'd had to hide her true self and live with her tail tucked between her legs. In the end, she turned herself into something that looked like an amalgamation of horror when she'd met with the first crisis in her life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Clearing Her Name. Chapter 136, Clearing Her Name. Bai Xiangxiu had almost begun to believe that no one in this world would recognize her as the striking beauty that was the female supporting character. After all, even Song Jiaoyue and the female lead had ignored her. In the end, the one to recognize her was the male lead, the one whom she'd feared and actively avoided. Wasn't this the pinnacle of irony? However, what touched her the most was the sense of relief that came after a life and death experience. One often did things that they normally wouldn't when they were relaxed. For example, Bai Xiangxiu no longer cared whether or not Long Hong would hate the smell coming from her or whether he would enjoy hugging her or not. She willfully believed that since he had recognized her, it was only right for her to cuddle up to him a bit while she was in his arms. She was a girl after all, a woman. And so, Bai Xiangxiu reached out and grabbed onto the hem of Long Heng's robe with her dirty hands and sobbed without a care for her image. Long Hong was actually very worried when he first saw her, but when he saw how she was crying, he knew for sure that she was fine. Except, wasn't there going to be a hostage exchange? Why was she here alone? He didn't have time to ask her these questions because the woman's sobbing was completely out of control. He couldn't even find a chance to speak. He quietly sighed to himself and allowed her to cry her eyes out. It was extremely fortunate that he was so quick with his feet. Otherwise, Bai Xiangxiu would have lost both her legs. The only issue now was that his subordinate was now out cold on the floor and seemed to have sustained heavy injuries. A quick wave of his hand, and someone came to carry his subordinate away. Song Jiaoyue had also recognized Bai Xiangxiu at this point. She was the person that he'd met in the snow roads, but he'd failed to realize who she was. He was able to piece things together now from the situation, and since he'd finally taken a closer look at her. It was the weak and delicate Bai Xiangxiu. They'd met yesterday, but he'd left her behind in the freezing and snow-covered environment. His heart spasmed painfully when he realized this, and regret began to creep over him. Looking at them hug each other, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Song Jiaoyue finally understood why. His feelings towards her were becoming harder and harder to suppress. Right now, the barrier in his heart was barely paper thin. If someone were to pierce a hole in it. It was at this moment that a voice called out, "Since the person is now in your hands, hand over the minister's daughter." When Luo Yunzhang returned to the wooden cottage, tall flames had already engulfed it. He'd thought that she'd committed suicide because of her disfigurement. It never even once crossed his mind that she'd managed to escape. However, even if she did escape, how had she managed to find her way here? Did that person or I ever mention where we would be taking her? And I can't believe that the reputed Long Hong can bear to embrace her when she looks as hideous as that. He's even using both his hands to hug her waist. He's certainly quite impressive from a certain angle. Bai Xiangxiu trembled and burrowed deeper into Long Heng's arms when she heard his voice. In truth, she wasn't actually afraid of Luo Yunzhang. She just wanted to get revenge on both of them. Although she felt a bit guilty for using the male lead, he at least needed to know what she'd gone through. She was only going to speak the truth and foil their plans that way. That'll teach them to think she was easy to bully. She'd nearly died, and now she was suffering from that embarrassing aphrodisiac called the 3 days of inebriation. Indeed, it was truly embarrassing. When she was done crying, her breathing started to hitch as she continued to hug the male lead. Fortunately for her, the male lead hadn't cleared his mind yet because matters had yet to come to an end. Otherwise, he would surely notice the scent she was emitting. If things are to develop like the original story. She began to shiver after such a thought. How can I possibly tumble in the sheets with the male lead while looking like this? And for an entire day at that too? Bai Xiangxiu herself began to feel bad for the male lead as she mused about this. She wanted to take her leave, but Long Hong wouldn't let her leave his arms. The thought that she would cause him to lose face didn't even cross his mind at all. I don't seem to remember you handing her over to me. Looking at the current situation, I don't even believe that there's a need for me to conduct a hostage exchange with you. In addition, you don't seem to have a way out of here. Luo Yunzhang laughed softly. Do you really think you can bar me from leaving? Your Highness. There must be a reason behind their decision to conduct the hostage exchange in this place, Bai Xiangxiu kindly reminded the male lead. Even though the novel hadn't mentioned anything about this place, she believed that Luo Yunzhang and Duan Yunying were definitely not folks who wouldn't keep a contingency plan or two up their sleeve. They mentioned something about trading hostages? Had Long Hong really intended to exchange Miss Lin for myself? What is the male lead doing? Was he really exchanging his wife for a concubine? What is this mysterious feeling of being touched? It's probably better if I don't overthink it. Long Hong gave an order. Servants. Guard them and take them away for now. Naturally, by them he was referring to Miss Lin and by Xiangxiu. It was at this moment when Luo Yunjing began to laugh like a ruffian. Hold on. You can take that woman away, but Miss Lin will remain here. After all, she doesn't want to leave with any of you. Isn't that right, Miss Lin? Lin Qianzi shuddered. The situation had become worse and worse by the second. It was true that she didn't want to be with Long Hong, but that was only because he didn't hold an inkling of interest towards her. He wouldn't even take another look at her if he could help it. And yet, he treated that woman so differently. He still took her into his arms like a treasure even though she looked that hideous now. As for her, she'd been raped and her virginity forcefully taken away. And now the culprit was even coming here to take her away by force. Lin Qianzi wanted to shake her head, but she didn't have enough courage to do so. That man was just too unpredictable. She had no way of knowing what his next step would be. However, she didn't dare nod either since Long Hong was right there. Long Hong sneered and replied, if you want her, you can go to the Lin residence yourself and ask for her. But if you want to snatch her away from my hands, that's impossible. Humph. Why bother? Since you already have someone in your arms, I'm sure you can afford to hand over Miss Lin to me. After all, she is my. Shut your mouth. Lin Qianzi was flustered. She immediately shouted to interrupt him. Is this both loving and hating each other? Bai Xiangxiu suddenly felt a cold glare coming her way just as she was thinking thus. She was taken aback by its sheer vehemence. She moved her line of sight towards Lin Qianzi and wondered just when she had offended this noble lady. The ruffian seemed to have noticed Lin Qianzi's intention to cover up the truth. Because he had been born and raised in the Jianghu, the notion of a female's purity was of far less significance to him. And so, he smirked and responded, stop thinking about that nonsense and just get over here. What of your little matter? It's not like that woman in his arms hasn't been played around with by other men. Even though Luo Yunzhang was currently surrounded by Long Heng's men, he still publicly denounced Bai Xiangxiu without mincing his words. He was definitely a bit abnormal in the head. Bai Xiangxiu was flabbergasted. Since when had she been played around with? Moreover, everyone could clearly understand what the man was trying to imply. He wasn't just talking about Bai Xiangxiu, but implicating Lin Qianzi too. The hell? Won't this just make Long Hong angrier? Isn't he implying that Long Hong was cuckolded by both his wife and his concubine? Bai Xiangxiu wanted to regain some face for Long Hong. If she was deemed unfaithful in addition to being disfigured by the large wound on her face, the male lead would definitely beat her to death immediately. It wouldn't even matter if he had a good impression of her. Moreover, having been through so much, she didn't want to be constantly bullied anymore. The whole matter had left a bad taste in her mouth. So, she walked over to Long Hong with her frightening face and looked directly into his livid face to say, Your Highness. Don't listen to his nonsense. Your concubine is still clean and untainted. As her words rang out, she dramatically ripped off her right sleeve. There for everyone was to see, was a bright red chastity dot on her elbow, signifying that she had yet to lose her virginity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, A Fake White Lotus. Chapter 137, A Fake White Lotus. Some of the things from ancient times were rather impressive, just like the chastity dot. If it hadn't been for that particular innovation, things would have been rather problematic. The expression on Long Heng's face was clearly much better than before, but he didn't know the pains that she'd gone through to preserve her chastity. Even so, a hot finger brushed against the wound on her face. Foolishness. Long Hong spoke in a slightly harsh tone as he draped a robe over her. As soon as the robe was settled over her shoulder, Long Hong had leapt up to engage Luo Yunzhang in combat. He didn't hold back this time, and commanded all his men to attack Luo Yunzhang with a wave of his hand. Luo Yunzhang wasn't afraid either. With a quick flick of his finger, he summoned a few of his fellow Jianghu experts from a few floors above. So, this is the reason he wasn't afraid. Long Hong sneered at the sight of the reinforcements and said, Do you really think that your few men can stop the princely troops? It looks like you made preparations from the start. Luo Yunzhang didn't want to lose men unnecessarily, so he glanced at Lin Qianzi and said, I'll come for you later tonight. No. I don't want to see you again, Lin Qianzi hastily retreated, waving her hands. From her expression, she seemed extremely afraid. Luo Yunjing's only response was to whistle as he jumped out of the window. His men followed closely behind, putting up a fierce rearguard action. Long Hong didn't pursue them because Bai Shangxiu, who had been standing upright just now, suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground. Bai Shangxiu hadn't wanted to faint either, but she'd really endured too much hardship over the past couple of days. It was almost as if she wouldn't be doing right by this body if she didn't faint already. How would Long Hong still have the heart to chase after Luo Yunzheng after seeing her in a dead faint? He immediately carried her to the bed and gently lay her down. After that, he summoned a doctor to check her. When Bai Shangxiu regained consciousness again, she was lying down on a bed inside Red Maple Mountain Villa. She was clean and tidy, though her face hurt a little. Brushing her hand over her injury, she realized that it had already been tended to. The only difference was the lack of band-aids in ancient times, and the resulting bandages made her a bit of a scary sight. Xiaoshi and Xiaohuan were attending to her at the front of the bed. Both of them were crying to the point where their eyes looked like walnuts. She originally thought that they would ask the classic, "Madam Xiao, are you feeling all right?" when she woke up. However, contrary to what she thought, Xiaoshi's immediate response was to turn her head and direct her words to the outside, "Your Highness, Madam Xiao is awake." Following which, an enormous shadow covered the side of the bed. The knots in her heart actually loosened a little as the shadow covered her. She raised her head to look at the man who had walked over. Why were his eyes a little red? Had he not slept well these days because of her? Her heart was pounding hard. She'd never been in a relationship before, and it was just too unbearable for a woman who had been afflicted with the 3 days of inebriation poison. Her entire body was burning up just from his manly scent. What was she to do? "Your Highness," she struggled in hopes of getting up, but someone pushed her back down instantly. His warmth burned Bai Shangxiu for a moment, causing her face to turn beet red in response. She no longer dared to struggle against his hold on her. Long Hung said, "You don't need to get up. How is your body?" "I'm fine." She was disfigured, but the look in his eyes didn't change. Albeit rare, he was still looking directly at her. Long Hung paused and said, "Don't worry. I'll have someone treat your injuries." "Your Highness, will you disdain this concubine now because of my destroyed face?" Actually, saying that her face was destroyed was a little excessive. The other party had only scratched her face with their long fingernails and left a long wound. It wasn't deep enough to see bone. If the appropriate medical treatment was administered to the wound, she was unlikely to be so ugly to the point that she couldn't show her face to the public. However, it would definitely leave a scar. Any man who loved beauties would mind if a woman had a scar on their face. As it happens, Long Hong was never one who'd cared about the appearance of others. Putting it another way, he'd never formed a favorable opinion of beautiful women due to his experience on the battlefield. Hence, it didn't matter to him whether her face was scarred or if she looked disfigured. He was only upset when looking at that scar only because he felt that it was very embarrassing for him, as a man, to have his woman abducted from right beside him. Nonsense. Take care of your injuries. He really wasn't a gentleman at all. If he'd been slightly gentle to her now, she'd have gladly thrown herself into his arms. However, she felt a shiver run down her spine when her mind conjured up an image of a gentle Long Hang. Deep inside her heart, she felt that it was already quite good for him to act this way already. Even though Long Hung hadn't asked her about the matters that occurred after she went missing, she still wanted to make life difficult for those like Duan Yuning and Yaya. Bai Shangxiu had already concluded that Yaya was a woman who'd been reborn. That was why she could speak with such arrogance and pride. Being reborn always created a chip on one's shoulder because they knew the plot. This was why they had the haughty attitude of being able to see through everything and everyone. But, Bai Shangxiu didn't understand what exactly she knew that justified her arrogance. She'd also read the novel, and the author had even replied to a comment she'd written afterwards, yet Bai Shangxiu still didn't dare make any large moves. Wasn't Yaha afraid of being burned? Besides, that woman's master was a pervert, to put it nicely. To put it bluntly, he was a control freak. If someone broke free from his control, he would want to chase after them and put them under his thumb once again. That was originally why he'd wanted to control the female lead. His poison had had no effect on her, since the male lead had been the unexpected beneficiary. As for herself, she was in even greater danger. Hence, she wanted the male lead to understand how dangerous they were before he made a move. At least, this matter could possibly be related to them. Speaking of which, Sir Duan was the one who saved me. I hope he's not in danger. She narrated everything that had happened, and naturally wanted to emphasize how Duan Yuning had accidentally run into her on the way. She even acted like a little white flower and deviously related, I could actually come back when I looked that way. It was a pity that Sir Duan just had to protect me as he is such a warm-hearted and upright person. He only ran into danger as a result of that. Your Highness, you must save him. Long Hong couldn't help but to be suspicious after carefully listening to what she said. He thought for a moment, and admitted that not many would have been able to recognize Bai Xiangxiu if she looked like she had when she'd returned today. Since Duan Yunying had recognized her, it was natural that he'd want to protect her, but the process had been slightly awkward. Although Long Hong had indeed just received Duan Yunying's letter about Bai Xiangxiu, the letter hadn't mentioned where to go find her. Besides, the letter had come a bit late, since it had only just arrived. This prince knows what to do. He didn't feel good at hearing that she was placing another man in her heart, and had already silently decided that he would have to chase this Duan Yunying far, far away regardless of his background. But, Bai Xiangxiu felt as though she hadn't put enough pressure on the matter and redoubled her efforts. Hence, she touched her face lightly. It hurts. What are the characteristics of the woman who harmed you? Long Hong asked in a cold voice. He truly did care for her. He'd finally asked that question. That woman is a little scary. She seems to be crazy. Moreover, she hates this concubine with a vengeance. It was almost as though I'd stolen something from her. Actually, it looks that she knows you, Your Highness. She even knows martial arts. Long Hong nodded as he wondered who fit that particular description. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but try to remind him. She ought to be a fine-figured beauty with a very fragrant scent around her. But, there was something a little odd about her. Her eyes seemed to shine with the faintest tinge of blue. A tinge of blue in her eyes? Long Hong wasn't an idiot. When even this point had even been called to his attention, how could he not guess who that person was then? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, This Awkward Poison, 1. Chapter 138, This Awkward Poison, 1. Long Hong wasn't the sort who liked to bring matters from the outside into the rear court. This had been his habit of many years, and he didn't want to bother the girl in front of her with this when she'd just returned. She was lying there, limp, her face drained of color. He really didn't know how to comfort her. And why did she smell so good after being away for such a short period of time? Moreover, it was different from her usual fragrance. He couldn't put a name to it, but it was quite tantalizing. He couldn't help but want to draw closer to her even if others were present. Bai Xiangxiu could feel him drawing closer and closer, and it was quickly inching towards a dangerous kind of distance. Given that she was prone on the bed, she had no place to run to, but her expression became a bit awkward. She was already in this state, what was he drawing so close for? All right. The 3 days of inebriation was still in her. Should she mention it to him? But judging from his expression, he'd want to cure her of the poison as soon as she mentioned it to him. He'd also do so in the most direct way possible, but would he really be able to eat her when she was in this state? Your Highness, my face. It was in this frightening state already. Long Hong frowned, inwardly blaming her for disrupting the mood. But what woman didn't care about her face? Therefore, he misunderstood her words to be the ones from a woman who cared deeply about her looks. It's only a face, why do you care so much about it? I'll find someone to take a look at it for you. He left in a bit of an irritable mood, tugging his collar open a tad as he stood out in the wind, finally calming down. However, before he had a chance to do anything else, he received a report that Duan Yunying had come back was currently receiving treatment for heavy injuries. Because someone had told him about Duan Yunying beforehand, Long Hong frowned at hearing this. That man wasn't a simple character, and it was likely they'd have to do a thorough investigation. As for that woman with him. Just as Long Hong was pondering about that woman, she appeared in front of him, dropping to her knees in front of him with an audible thunk. Your Highness, please save my cousin. He's heavily injured. It will be difficult for him to survive. Lift your head to talk. Long Heng's voice was cold, but there was no killing intent within it. Those who practiced martial arts often cared a great deal about the intentions they sensed in someone's tone. So, Yaya's confidence soared as she sensed that lack of ill intent, raising her head abruptly. Yet, a cold hand gripped her chin, nearly hauling her upright. The slightly blue eyes blinked back at him, full of a watery mist that invited pity from others. Long Hong, however, laughed coldly before flinging her to the ground. This prince is not a doctor. But Your Highness. Dismissed. Yaha wasn't willing to accept this. In her view, there was no one in this world who didn't cheat. Even if the male lead had been strictly loyal to Lin Shenzi in his past life, there still had been rumors that he'd slept with some other woman. Since this was the case, why couldn't he accept her? If he did, then she could leave that man and never have to see him again. Or, she could use the male lead to kill that man, that perverted master from her past life. She hated her master in this life. she had since the moment she'd died in her past. However, she'd still come to his side in this life after being reborn, for revenge. And so she'd chosen Long Hang. Only this man could hack through all the brambles. If he met a god, he could slay a god. If he met a demon, he could slaughter them. He was truly a rare hegemon. Her master had ultimately lost to the prince as well, or rather, it was more accurate to say he'd never won. That was why she thought so highly of him. In terms of emotions, she was only a little bit envious of Lin Qianzi, since every woman wished for a man like this. But, she hadn't thought that another woman apart from her would be able to capture his attention. That wasn't right. Why was it that both in this life and the past, he'd never deigned to notice her? Since he liked weak women, then she'd be weak. So she burst into tears as she accidentally fell on the ground as she walked, twisting her ankle. It hurts. Your Highness, it hurts, ah. Long Hung only felt the corners of his lips start to twitch uncontrollably. She was indeed beautiful, but only when she was sprightly and full of life. That passionate woman was now lying on the ground, sobbing gently. No matter how one looked at the scene, something was definitely odd. It was as if an exquisite painting had been hung in the latrines, which instantly devalued it. He didn't want to look at her any longer and wanted to leave, but that beauty was still lying on the ground, howling with pain. Your Highness, it hurts. Servants, drag her away. He hadn't done anything to her, so who was she putting on an act for? His woman was still lying on the bed in pain, and he was already in a rush to have someone fetch the imperial doctor from the capital. What time did he have to waste with her? Although he wouldn't do anything to her now, she would receive her just desserts sooner or later. A servant rushed over and she raised a weak hand to let them help her, leaning on them as she walked off, complaining loudly all the while. He couldn't even bother to spare a glance at her as he went off in search of the imperial doctor. The other man was the one that needed an eye kept on him, but the important one was the woman. He felt that sending her away was the right thing to do. Didn't they care for each other? It would be wrong to not help them along. And this was how he ended up alone with his fiancée for the first time. Her face looked so pale, and turned visibly nervous upon seeing him. But, this was likely because he knew about her dirty deeds. There's no place for you here, Long Hung spoke faintly, seemingly talking to someone of no consequence at all. I'm sorry, he made me. When I was sick, Lin Qianzi struggled up to a crooked seated position on the chair as she cried. If you think it inappropriate, then ask the emperor to dissolve our betrothal. Dissolve the betrothal? Miss Lin likes to jest. But if you don't mind, I can certainly consider that. His cold tone made Lin Qianzi shudder all over as she seemed to understand something. He would need a reason to make his explanations to the emperor and dowager empress. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the imperial order. The real reason would destroy her if everyone were to come know her as a woman who'd lost her chastity. No. Your Highness, it's all my fault. I can die, but I can't let the Lin family be denounced along with me. Please don't tell others about this, or I'll kill myself in front of you. Lin Qianzi was equally stubborn. She might actually ram herself against a wall if he didn't agree. However, the prince's cold response sent chills down her spine, freezing her to her seat. Oh? Suicide? That will indeed be difficult to explain. But that's no problem. I'll just tell Minister Lin that his daughter committed suicide in a mix of rage and sadness after she was raped. In order to avenge you, I will personally kill that thief and bring his head to your grave. What do you think, Miss Lin? It was the first time that Lin Qianzi had seen Long Hung smile, but that smile pierced deep into her heart. So much so, that she completely forgot everything she wanted to say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, This Awkward Poison, 2. Chapter 139, This Awkward Poison, 2. Why was he treating her like this? Just what had she done to deserve this? Alright, I'll go back. Lin Qianzi leaned on the chair, pushing herself to her feet and trying her level best not to fall over. However, her thoughts were actually running along the lines of, I'm not going to let this brute of a man succeed. I'm going to run away when I can. Long Hung had his men take her away with a wave of his hand, and she actually considered making a break for it right then, but Long Hung had already informed his subordinates that they had to stay by her side no matter where she went. This was how the noble Miss Lin ended up being guarded day and night by men clothed in black. Someone even stood outside when she went to the latrines. To her, it felt like the deepest pits of humiliation, but she could do nothing about it. It was at times like these that she remembered how Luo Yunzheng respected her, and wished that he would appear to beat these men away and save her from this indignity. What she didn't know was that Luo Yunzhang had been secretly following them all along. However, he was already heavily injured, and the past few days had taken a toll on his energy. It wasn't the right time to take action, not to mention that those guards around her were Long Heng's hidden guards, so they wouldn't be easy characters to deal with. Therefore, he could only wait for her to return to the Lin Manor first. It'd be a simple thing to abscond with a girl from a civil officer's home. And so, he followed Lin Xianzi back to the capital. Long Hong, on the other hand, was quite conflicted. His woman could finally get out of bed after a day, but he had begun to have issues controlling his thoughts when he stood next to her. He hadn't ever felt that way before. But it wasn't something that he could blame her for. Look at the depths she'd gone to save her chastity. His heart softened whenever he thought of her actions. This was another feeling he'd never had before. How is Madame Xiao? Song Jiaoyue finally couldn't help himself anymore. He'd thought these two were more than husband and wife in name a long time ago. At the very least, his friend treated her well. It was obvious from his actions of trading his wife for her that she held a special place in his heart. But since she was, why weren't they together? She's fine. Long Hong wasn't the sort to talk about family affairs in public, so his response was rather non-committal. Song Jiaoyue frowned. She'd suffered through so much but still had been able to make it back safely. Why was he so unconcerned about this? In actuality, that wasn't the case, rather it was that Long Hong wasn't skilled at expressing himself. Song Jiaoyue knew of his temper, but somehow wasn't letting go of things today. If you can't bother to find the person who harmed her, I can do it for you. Song Jiaoyue just couldn't bear to see anyone hurt her. No need. They've already revealed themselves tonight. The information she brought back with her tonight was useful. You? Song Jiaoyue's face drained of color. Did you purposefully use her to attract their attention, even knowing how dangerous this was? Was this why you brought her here? To prove how much you loved her so that those people would take action, which resulted in her disfigurement and almost being sullied by other men? Long Hong frowned. He hadn't intended that at all, since Duan Yunying had always appeared harmless. Who knew he'd behave so differently this time? Or, rather, without the catalyst by Shangxiu, they probably would have remained in hiding for a while longer. Much credit goes to her in this matter, but after all, if it hadn't been for her, they wouldn't have been able to lure out the concealed enemy, even if this hadn't been his original intention. This wasn't how it appeared in Song Jiaoyue's ears, however, and he also happily made up the reason why she was still a virgin. How would he not know of his friend's aversion to women? He thought that his friend would take a while to settle into life before he could put down his enmity towards women, but who knew that he'd accept Bai Shangxiu so quickly? Song Jiaoyue had originally thought that it was because Bai Shangxiu was too perfect. But now it appeared that he really had been overthinking things. This man didn't feel anything for her at all, particularly as she was a beauty. He hated beauties, and that Song Jiaoyue was well aware of. If he'd gone down this line of thought earlier, he would have understood why Bai Shangxiu had had feelings for him earlier. It was because Long Hong only felt something for her on the surface. Who knew how cold and distant he was in private? Therefore, she didn't love him, and that was why they still hadn't done anything. Long Hong had used her trust and tenderness to accomplish a great deal of things, such as pleasing the old madam and luring out enemies in the dark. Ha! I'd never thought that you were so good at acting. Song Jiaoyue laughed softly, but the grip on his fan tightened imperceptibly. Had he known that Long Hong needed a shield upon his return and that she had seemed to be a prime target to him, he should have accepted her and taken her out of the manor. But now she was hurt, and he had turned her down. He had to admit, ever since rejecting her, the girl with the extremely high sense of self-esteem hadn't approached him even once. Perhaps there was no place in her heart for him anymore. Or perhaps she was resigned to being used by Prince Li. Bai Shangxiu actually approached when Long Hong was mulling over Song Jiaoyue's words. Although she was safe on the bed, she still felt that there was too much at play around here, and Long Hong had yet to explain a few things to her. For instance, where was the doctor who'd kidnapped her? Why had he sent the female lead away, had that been for her? The more she thought, the more questions she had. If that was the case, they might as well head back to the manor first. However, she'd forgotten that it was the third day of having the 3 days of inebriation poison inflicted on her. The poison had a 3-day cycle, reaching its highest potency on the third day. The effects would then dissipate slightly, building to a peak again on the next third day. Thus, the two men within felt their stomachs tighten as soon as she set foot inside their room. Heat rushed over them, particularly Song Jiaoyue, as he'd been through something similar before. His mouth felt dry and his tongue too thick for its abode. He hastily gulped down a cup of tea to mask his discomfort, but grew thirstier the more he drank. There was even a scar on her face. Although it didn't affect her appearance, it shouldn't have made her this attractive. Yet regardless of what he tried to distract himself with, he couldn't calm his heart. He really wanted to have her. Sweat was already beading on Long Hang's forehead. Some things weren't meant to wait. He'd wanted to wait for her to recover completely, but the desire exploding out of him was about to drown him. Why are you here? He suddenly wanted to hide her and not let any man see her. For all his faults, Long Hang's skill in martial arts was unquestionable, and his intuition was as keen as a wild animal's. Your Highness, I wanted to ask when we were returning to the manor. This concubine can make preparations as soon as possible. She ducked her head sheepishly after speaking. What the two men with vastly different personalities noticed, however, was her snow-white nape and soft, sweet voice. The next thought to follow was, is she scared? Long Hang swiftly drained his teacup. Make your preparations, we'll leave in the afternoon. This place was quite bizarre. It was probably better for them to leave as soon as possible. He would be able to have her as soon as they returned to the manor. Wait, we leave tomorrow. Never mind, he couldn't wait another second. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Crying from Happiness. Chapter 140, Crying from Happiness. Bai Xiangxiu hadn't thought that he'd end up changing his mind halfway through, but his nodding head was proof that he wasn't joking. Going back tomorrow would be the same, she still had to make the same preparations. Therefore, she curtsied towards Long Hang and Song Jiaoyue as she took her leave. On her way out, she wondered what was wrong with the two men inside. Both of them sported bloodshot eyes, like they were two wolves. Even the guards she passed by turned to look at her in her wake, their look similar to Long Hang and Song Jiaoyue. This was when she finally understood. Hot damn. This is all thanks to that 3 days of inebriation. It seemed that setting foot outside her door today was a bad idea. She couldn't run into any more men. Having decided that, she sped towards her room. Unfortunately, who she ended up running into wasn't a man, but rather a woman. More importantly, that woman was Yaya, the one who'd become a bit cocky simply because she'd been reborn. There was nothing bad about being reborn. Bai Xiangxiu actually rather liked reading about the characters who'd been reborn into their younger selves and gone on to crush their enemies, setting foot onto a new path of light. But, how could this girl harm someone who had nothing to do with her, and go to the lengths of disfiguring a stranger to boot? Although Bai Xiangxiu would recover, it'd take her at least half a year. Thankfully Yaya hadn't been wielding a knife. If she'd slashed at Bai Xiangxiu with a knife instead, who knew how many years would be needed to recover then? She'd be an old, wrinkly mess by that time. Wait a second, it's not like I can rely on seducing the male lead to ensure my own safety. So what if I became an old, wrinkly mess? Well, now wasn't the time to think of such things. Yada was about to walk up to her. The latter seemed quite surprised. Ah, Madame Xiao, what's happened to your face? If it wasn't for Bai Xiangxiu guessing that Yaya had been behind everything, she might have been a bit touched by the latter's concern. But her heart was filled to the brim with every curse she could think of, despite not voicing any of them. Nevertheless, Bai Xiangxiu put on a very pure and innocent expression as she looked at Yaya. They were both female supporting characters, but see how thick-faced Yaya was. Did she really think that no one had guessed at the things she'd done? It still came down to that saying, the moment one felt that they were clever was the moment to pay attention, as there were many more in the world who were much more clever. Therefore, Bai Xiangxiu touched her face and pretended to be downcast and dejected, running off with her face in her hands. Wasn't Yaya here to see how she was injured? Women cared the most about their faces, particularly beauties. Therefore, Bai Xiangxiu had been so affected by this that she couldn't bear it with her tender heart. This was why she'd run off in tears. As for why in tears, that was naturally because she didn't like conversing with this reborn female supporting character. It was too tiring to even contemplate the thought. It was best to avoid people like these as much as possible. If she couldn't, then she'd have to declare war. Indicating her submission to someone like Yaya would only result in hardship for Bai Xiangxiu. Or, put it another way, trouble was heading for her regardless, so why not resist some? Either way, it'd help vent some of her ill feelings. However, the other wasn't willing to let her go even if Bai Xiangxiu was. Yaya extended her hand, halting Bai Xiangxiu in her tracks. Yaya actually felt the situation to be quite odd. It was one thing for her master to not touch Bai Xiangxiu because of his fastidiousness, but why hadn't that Luo Yunjing done anything to Bai Xiangxiu? Is he a man or not? But how would Yaya know that Luo Yunjing had only taken one look at Bai Xiangxiu before leaving? He hadn't even taken a close whiff of her. Not to mention, it would have been one thing had Bai Xiangxiu been alluring and tantalizing, but with her decrepit state back then, what man would have felt any desire for her? He would have rather died instead. Madam Xiao, I know you've suffered. Please feel free to tell me anything, I'll take revenge for you. Yaya laughed coldly in her heart. There's no way she knows who harmed her. Honestly, had I had the time, I would have added another scratch to the other side of her face that day. Yaya was quite jealous of Bai Xiangxiu's tender skin. Bai Xiangxiu wasn't at liberty to reveal what she knew, in case the male lead's plans were foiled, even in the face of Yaya's persistence. So she resolved to sob as if in great distress, my life is ruined. Yeah, right. How can that be? You'll recover soon. Yaya snorted coldly. Women of the rear court cared most about their faces. The prince would likely never pay attention to her again now that her face was ruined. Bai Xiangxiu could naturally discern that the female supporting character's goal was princely. However, it had been written quite clearly in the novel that it was beautiful women who knew how to seduce men that Long Hung hated the most. He'd never once shown a kind face to her, particularly after suspecting her identity. Of course, this was still much better than her perverted master. However, Long Hung had had one of his subordinates pretend to be infatuated with Yaya in order to test her out, but the two had ended up in bed in the end. Although Bai Xiangxiu didn't know what Yaya's fate had been in the end, she had the feeling that it hadn't been good. Then again, which of the female supporting characters had had a good ending in the novel? All of them had ended up by the wayside one by one thanks to the prince's runaway consort. None of them had been spared from being cannon fodder. The character of Bai Xiangxiu had been one of the stronger female supporting characters in the novel since she'd possessed many ingenious schemes. She wasn't one of those brainless supporting characters, but still ended up being cannon fodder in the end. A girl like Yaya, though it was true that she served a perverted master, her attitude had also been a product of men as well. A certain portion of men would find her mixed heritage features intriguing, and be willing to be used by her for a while. This was why she'd been a bit arrogant in the novel and been a bit of a haughty beauty. It was also why that perverted master of hers had kept training her. Just from her current performance, Bai Xiangxiu felt that in terms of battle strength, Yaya really wasn't suited for the politics of the rear court. Thank you, miss, for your kind words, but the prince. I'm afraid, the prince, Bai Xiangxiu cried up a storm and managed to run off without finishing her words. Yaya didn't hold her back this time, she'd heard what she wanted. Long Hung had likely lost interest in the great beauty that was the fourth madam. Then, could she make use of this chance to steal a march? She immediately ran back to report today's findings to Duan Yunying. She wanted her perverted master to approve of her attempt to seduce Long Hung again. Bai Xiangxiu, on the other hand, stopped crying when she returned to her room. Xiaoshi had wanted to comfort her mistress, but was now at a loss of what to do. Her mistress' tears had dried up near instantly. She'd been brainstorming ways to comfort her mistress on the way back, but now did she swallow those words? Madame Xiao, the prince, didn't seem to dislike her. It's because the prince doesn't care that I'm happy. These are tears of joy. Bai Xiangxiu was praying that Yaya would go seduce Long Hung again. She would use her own head as a soccer ball if Long Hung didn't trample all over Yaya. Tears of joy? Xiaoshi had to say, she really hadn't been able to tell at all. It was likely that everyone around her thought that Bai Xiangxiu had been sobbing because the prince disdained her now that her features had been destroyed. Only those close to her knew that the prince's attitude hadn't changed at all. In fact, he seemed to care even more about their mistress now. Only Bai Xiangxiu remained oblivious to the fact that thanks to this incident, her reputation quickly spread throughout the region. It wasn't one about her beauty, but how mesmerizing she was. Most of the rumors spoke of how Long Hang's concubine was utterly tantalizing. Any male who approached her would be so attracted that they wouldn't be able to walk straight. Even the most steady of divine beings would lose their composure when they detected the fragrance radiating off her body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Empty, Lonely, and Cold. Chapter 141, Empty, Lonely, and Cold. Bai Xiangxiu didn't know about any of this. If she'd known, she would have absolutely cursed out Duan Yunying and included at least 8 generations of his ancestors at that. She was currently sitting quietly in her room drinking tea because she also felt hot, listless, and extremely empty. No matter whether bodily or emotionally, she felt incredibly empty and desperately needed someone to come and console her. Not good, the effects of 3 days of inebriation are arising again. The more quiet she was, the more restless she became. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't think of any other methods, and so she could only let Xiaoshi fetch some cold water for her to sit in the bath. Even though the effect of 3 days of inebriation was potent, it didn't cause an overly strong reaction in her body because it was intended to keep a low profile. Although it wouldn't cause one to pounce on the first man she saw, it still wasn't a good feeling. Especially since today was the 3rd day, she felt that had there really been a man standing beside her, she would have been unable to resist the temptation to pounce on them. And so, she urgently needed to take a cold water bath. Both Xiaoshi and Xiaohuan didn't quite understand. The weather was already so cold, so why was there a need to take a cold water bath? But seeing that their mistress' face was beet red, they assumed she was feverish and thus refused to let her take such a bath. They only placed a towel soaked with cold water on her forehead and then went to find a doctor. However, the doctors in ancient China were all men. And so, Bai Shangxiu prevented them from summoning one and told them that she would be fine after a while. She lay on the bed until the afternoon was almost over. She ordered Xiaoshi and Xiaohuan to withdraw and prepare for the journey back to the capital. Every additional person in the room meant the addition of a restless aura. She dearly wished for her surroundings be empty as well, so that she could be an empty woman at peace. However, peace and serenity made her feel lonely after a while. She wished for someone to come and keep her company. Someone she could hug. This feeling was absolutely horrible. She was too restless to remain on the bed for much longer, so she rose to take a walk. But the moment she exited the room, she ran into the male supporting character, Song Jiaoyue. Why had he come here? Furthermore, why was he already at the entrance? She froze in shock for a moment, same as the opposing party. He didn't know what happened to himself either. He had continuously been thinking about her ever since she'd left. No matter what, he couldn't remove her figure from his mind. He'd wanted to leave right then. However, as he was leaving, he unexpectedly heard some men discussing how alluring she was, but that she seemed to have been bullied since she had just run back crying. The sight had shattered their hearts. Song Jiaoyue's heart also broke into pieces when he heard this. And so, he actually didn't give thought to anything else and had just hastily run over. Sometimes, the have-nots would complain about the haves not cherishing what they had. That seemed to fit perfectly with what he was currently feeling. He was an extremely transparent person to begin with, and he couldn't help but be a little impulsive when it came to relationships. Moreover, this was his first time falling in love with a woman. In mentality, he wasn't much better off than Long Hung. But he regretted his decision a bit as he stood at the entrance. How could he just randomly charge inside? Wouldn't that just be making trouble for her? Just as he was about to leave, he saw someone make their way out from inside. Before the person had even drawn close, the smell of 3 days of inebriation rushed into his nose. Song Jiaoyue silently gulped. It almost felt like even just standing here was extremely awkward. Even though males found it difficult to control themselves when they were being impulsive, this was the first time that he'd felt it so difficult to control himself. The moment Bai Shangxiu saw him, the first thought that ran in her mind was that she must not go near any man. But now, even she was unable to restrain herself. If another man were to appear by her side now, wouldn't that be cuckolding the prince? Are you all right? The entirety of Song Xiaoye's remaining reason focused on seeing if she was well. He would then turn and leave, not spending another moment longer. I'm fine. Bai Shangxiu was a little scared and turned to leave. She really didn't understand why she couldn't resist running outside to take in some fresh air. She was in a pickle now. If the effects of 3 days of inebriation were too strong, wouldn't she have a tragic downfall? Just as she thought, the effects of this poison were truly too strong as Song Jiaoyue suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Now what should she do? There was many in the area who were looking at the two of them. She was so frightened to the point that she hardly dared to move. Her mind quickly ran through many things, but she still didn't know what to do. Song Jiaoyue wasn't much better off behind her. He only subconsciously wanted her to stay. Now that he had a handful of that soft fabric, her fragrance had also wafted over him. His heart seemed to have stopped beating in that moment. He actually felt that this situation wasn't bad, that it would even be much better if he could run off with her. However, the figure in front of him suddenly fell. With one knee kneeling on the ground, Bai Shangxiu turned around, covering her chest with her hand and carefully saying, "Thank you, Sir Song. I suddenly felt a little dizzy." "You're welcome." Her reaction was very fast. But was she truly not wounded? "You're not wounded, right?" Song Jiaoyue wanted to pull her up, but this scene just so happened to be witnessed by Long Hong, who'd hastily wrapped up his affairs to come over. He'd been close friends with Song Jiaoyue since forever, but he'd never hated this best friend as much as he currently did. That was right, he was hating on Song Jiaoyue simply because he was pulling on Bai Shangxiu's hand. Whether in body or soul, that woman belonged to him. And he would never allow others to touch her. He'd never felt such feelings before. As strong as Long Hong was, when would he have had the opportunity to be jealous of another man for a woman's favor? If he wanted a woman, they would line up to present themselves to him. Therefore, this sudden surge of jealousy made him feel extremely irritable. He charged over without thinking and rather roughly pressed Bai Xiangxiu into his embrace. Bai Xiangxiu was depressed. It could be forgiven if someone was just pulling on her, but the feeling of being pressed into an embrace was utterly horrible. Long Hang's chest muscles were as hard as steel. She was knocked silly when she collided into his chest, and her forehead seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. More importantly, she was currently extremely empty in both body and mind. Her entire body immediately went limp when she was hugged tightly by such a scorching hot body. Not to mention that Long Hang's other hand was still supporting her, so when he hugged her forcefully, Bai Xiangxiu was unable to resist a moan. She was hurting, but the two men had different reactions entirely. Long Hang's anger dissipated to who knew where, while Song Jiaoyue felt that he couldn't continue standing here since that would only make him forget himself more and more. Since there's nothing necessary to be done here, I'll return to the capital. He'd originally thought that Long Hong would at least see him off. That way, no one would be touching her anymore. Then, take care on your way home. Long Hong sent him off with a sentence before Song Jiaoyue could even finish speaking. Even if he was no longer angry, that knot of jealousy was still hard to dissolve. Secondly, with a beauty in his embrace, it was far more difficult for him to let go than to ascend the heavens. Song Jiaoyue had no other tricks left up his sleeve. Glancing at the woman clasped to Long Hang's chest, he kept feeling that Long Hong was only putting on a show for him to see. Since Long Hong didn't cherish her, then, he would take her home sooner or later. Once they returned to the capital, then, he would confess to her. Or at least send her snacks with hearts in them. If she was still of the mind to, then he would have princely find another woman to enter his harem to act as his shield. As for this woman, he would bring her home and properly love and pamper her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, The Male Leads Jealousy. Chapter 142, The Male Leads Jealousy. Long Hong embraced Bai Xiangxiu. Although his heart was capering like a monkey and his mind galloped like a horse, he subconsciously noticed how Song Jiaoyue had glanced backwards for a moment when leaving. The complexities that had been hidden within Song Jiaoyue's eyes suddenly enlightened Long Hong. His friend's feelings towards Bai Xiangxiu were probably not something as simple as mere gratitude. Although he wasn't too familiar with the intricacies of love, Long Hong wasn't a fool. He hadn't minded their interactions in the past, but now that he understood that he had fallen in love, his mind was a little bit more open now. So it was no surprise that he managed to understand the meaning behind the flickering emotions in Song Jiaoyue's eyes. Why wouldn't he? He too was a man. Reluctance to part, worry, admiration, and infatuation. That short instant had revealed all sorts of emotions in Song Jiaoyue's eyes. And yet, those eyes had been fixed on the girl in his arms. He couldn't even manage to conceal his feelings even when his old friend Long Hong was by his side. Alright, Song Jiaoyue. A man should not covet his friend's wife. You actually dare yearn for my woman? Too absorbed in his thoughts, his grip unconsciously tightened. The ever-increasing pressure squeezed another moan out of the woman in his arms. To his ears, it came out as an extremely soft and flirtatious moan. An adorable voice came out from his embrace, "It hurts." That sweet and tender voice caused Long Hang's body to stiffen. Without a second thought, he picked her up and raced inside. His martial arts skill granted him such speed that even carrying a person, he left Xiaoshi and Xiaohuan in the dust. When the maidservants finally reached the room, they were faced with a closed door. When they gently tried to push the door open, they realized that the door was locked from inside. Not a moment later, an irate voice growled, "Go away. There will be heavy punishment if you disturb us again." Turning his attention back, Long Hong gently laid the woman in his arms onto the bed. Even though her body was clearly yet pure, he couldn't calm himself down. His aura as the male lead in full display, he lifted her chin as he pinned her down with his body. His voice was low as he said, "You and Song Jiaoyue?" Bai Xiangxiu's mind was in a haze. After all, she was the one under the effects of 3 days of inebriation. She hadn't realized just how much she'd been yearning for a man to love her until he'd placed her ever so gently on the bed. "I give up." She just couldn't muster the will to put up a resistance anymore. After all, even the female lead in the novel had been the first to make a move on the male lead by hugging him and confessing her love. Even a pure and innocent-looking girl like the female lead had transformed herself into a seductive and alluring woman back then. As for Bai Xiangxiu, she was like a natural-born seductress. Her glistening eyes and her slightly blushing cheeks diverted all attention away from the scar on her face. How would she possibly realize what she looked like right then? She was too busy trying to resist the lust rising from the bottom of her heart because she knew it was all due to the poison. Long Hung swallowed audibly, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Bai Xiangxiu was simply too alluring. The more he gazed at her, the more the thought of questioning her became less and less important. He shifted his body to press down on her, a serious look appearing on his face. "I will not allow you to escape again today." "Ah? But it was never me who escaped all alone?" Bai Xiangxiu was becoming a little dizzy from trying to desperately resist the effects of the poison. Only now noticing that Long Hung had drawn so close to her, she subconsciously raised her hand to trace his masculine face. His face was very, very warm to the touch. It was so warm, it almost felt like it would scald her heart. She pushed down the urge to call him Your Highness. Instead, she called him directly by his name. "Long Hung. MMN. It's me." It was the first time she'd ever taken the initiative to touch him. She was getting bolder. However, how would Long Hung have the composure to contemplate what had prompted this new boldness? A hot-blooded man like him couldn't withstand any more stimulation, not even the slightest touch. Moreover, the enticement from the 3 days of inebriation, added to Bai Xiangxiu's new self-assertiveness, made his heart pound wildly. He wordlessly stripped off his clothes, pausing to take a look at the prone Bai Xiangxiu. Her eyes were glazed over, and she was panting slightly as she lay on the bed. Her face felt like it was on fire, likely because she had seen his body. Suddenly shy, she turned her head to the side. However, Long Hung wanted her to look straight at him, so he reached out, turning her head so that she faced him. But Bai Xiangxiu was really too impressed by Long Hung's chiseled figure. She almost couldn't bear to look straight at him, for fear of doing something bolder. Thus, when her head was gently turned to face him, she started acting out of the ordinary. She couldn't stop the urge to touch him from overwhelming her. Newly emboldened, she reached out, trailing her finger across him. She touched him in quite the proper place too. Long Hung had gotten used to being naked because of his previous army experience. However, nobody had ever touched him there. Blood immediately rushed to his head, causing his mind to go blank. Even though he had always been gentle because he was so afraid of hurting her, whatever protective feelings he had for her had now been flung to the four winds as he pounced on her. "Your Highness. It hurts." They hadn't even done anything of note yet. But he'd already caused her much anguish just from undressing her. Fragrant dewdrops of sweat shimmered on her body as her clothes were flung every which way. Even though she wanted to ask him to be gentle, she used what was left of her fragmented reason to take a peek at Long Hung instead. This man was entirely too enticing right now. Not a scrap of clothing adorned his frame, and the untamed wildness in his eyes was just the proof of how much he desired her. And now, she didn't even dare look at him anymore. She attempted to shield herself with her hands, but Long Hung was having none of it. In one swift move, he gathered her arms up in a hand and pinned them above her head. What was to come had finally come. Her mind wandered back to the novel as she remembered that Long Hung had actually been quite fond of the female lead's performance on their first night because of her fiery passion and enthusiasm. To him, her actions affirmed the fact that she was truly in love with him. Men. They always hoped for positive feedback in this area. After all, this was his first time. Any negative response here would probably leave him with some sort of psychological trauma. Bai Xiangxiu had been trying her best to gain Long Hang's favor for this long, and now had become somewhat used to his attentions. Moreover, her impression towards him had taken a marked turn for the better ever since he'd immediately recognized her when she returned as a bedraggled stranger. And lastly, she actually felt a bit bad for him. When she brought to mind all of his failed attempts at eating her, she was afraid that he would go crazy if this matter was delayed any longer. Even more so than all those reasons she used to convince herself, there was one other thing. For the first time, she felt that she would be okay if she gave into the moment. After all, a transmigration trip was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. She couldn't escape from his grasp, but right now, she really didn't want to. Sometimes, a different decision might lead to an outcome that differs from the predetermined path. For example, her decision to accept Long Hang's advances without any reservation here was without a doubt the biggest encouragement for Long Hung. If she'd put up any resistance, the pride of a man might have spurred him on to treat her a little more roughly. In the end, he may not have been happy after deed either. Bai Xiangxiu was weak and delicate, but her decision to bite down on her lips and endure what he was inflicting on her without a word served instead to calm him down. He was a man, she was a weak and fragile girl. If he didn't practice self-control, she would surely be hurt. Moreover, Bai Xiangxiu had always left him with the impression that she was as fragile as paper, and so very easily hurt. The more she went along with him, the more he felt like he was being too rough on her. So even though he did everything that needed to be done, and he was only as rough as he needed to be, his heart fell hard for her. Completely and utterly. At that moment, he would even willingly die for her. The entire process was a little tragic, but there was nothing to be done about it. Even the most impressive man would have a ghastly first performance. But Bai Xiangxiu didn't feel any disappointment. She slowly burrowed her fingers into Long Heng's back and savored the feeling for a very, very long time. This was how 4 deep gouges appeared on Long Heng's back. Some areas even drew blood, but he didn't seem to notice at all. Instead, he moaned deeply with pleasure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Various Pains. Chapter 143, Various Pains. Because of 3 days of inebriation, Bai Xiangxiu's body was now completely out of control. Even the pain wasn't enough to wash away the tsunami of desire that left her actively trying to seduce the male lead. Was it that necessary for her to crave it so much? She was simultaneously disgusted with herself and filled with pleasure as Long Hong took her to all the way to 7th heaven. She'd abandoned any form of defense and was left completely battered and exhausted. After some time, even though she was completely immersed in the experience, it was almost like she'd fainted dead away at the same time. But even still, she knew that her body was dancing along with him. The other party seemed to have an inexhaustible endurance as he set the rhythm of their dance. There was not a single wasted movement as he lifted and brought her down in one smooth motion over and over again. She was so dizzy from the up and down movement that she almost forgot what her own name was. She only remembered begging for mercy near the end, but the other party didn't oblige at all. Words of promise tickled her ear, but how was she possibly be able to listen to him? All she could do was gasp, pant and beg for mercy. Actually, when it finally came to an end, Bai Xiangxiu felt that Long Heng's performance wasn't that good. It had been too short, but she had been so preoccupied by the pain that she hadn't paid it any mind. She only came to that realization when he rose and she felt an ember of frustration flickering within her. Bai Xiangxiu thought that her torment had come to an end, but things were only just beginning. How could she have known that his manliness would roar back to life again after a few minutes? What's more, it lasted so long this time around that she wanted to beat someone up. As mid-afternoon turned into late evening, Bai Xiangxiu came to the belated realization that Long Hong didn't just deserve the title, Man of 7 times, that men liked to boast they held when bragging about their prowess in bed. In fact, each successive rekindling of his desire became longer and longer, to the point where she could no longer hold on to her mind anymore. In the end, she couldn't even fathom reality from dreams. She vaguely heard Long Heng ask someone to fetch water for her as she lay there in a daze, but she really couldn't tell what had happened after that. Even as she drifted off to sleep, she was extremely uncomfortable. Every part of her body ached something fierce. The only good thing about the entire situation was that the other party had finally let her sleep. At this rate, she'd be perfectly happy to sleep for another 2 or 3 days straight. But what she didn't know was that a certain prince was both completely sated yet feeling guilty. This was the first time he known the pleasures between a man and a woman. He had never imagined that it could reach such heights. It was also especially different because of his feelings towards her in his heart. Now that he took a moment to think about it, if he'd slept with her the first time he'd thought a little fondly of her, it likely wouldn't have been as pleasurable as the last few hours had been. However, the action had been a little heated. He had let his emotions get the better of him a couple of times, and that had resulted in a few marks on her body. When he'd helped her bathe, he'd counted 5 marks on her body, and one especially on her neck. Even though he'd tenderly applied medicine on the marks, he still felt a little guilty. So new to the intricacies of a relationship between a man and woman, how could Long Hong know that it was entirely normal for a man and a woman to leave a few marks on each other in the heat of the moment? Instead, he came to the conclusion that he had indeed been rough on himself. He admonished himself, he should be more careful in the future. But now, as he gazed lovingly at her exhausted sleeping form, he felt that her small face was unusually beautiful. He kissed the scar on her face and gathered her in her arms, keeping an eye on her as she slept away her exertions. The next morning, the servants in Red Maple Mountain Villa started their preparations for their return to the prince's manor. However, it didn't matter how busy the servants were, Bai Xiangxiu's small courtyard remained exceptionally quiet. Not a single person dared to talk above a low conversational tone. Everyone understood what had happened last night. The master had taken the 4th madam and so, both of them had slept in. Well, to be fair, the male lead had gotten up once in the morning and given his instructions to the sentry at the door, everyone, stand down. Don't cause a single disturbance. As a result of that, no one dared to make a sound near or in this courtyard. He had scared everyone away with just one sentence. Long Hong was in no hurry either. He returned to bed and continued to gaze at Bai Xiangxiu's sleeping form. The more he looked at her, the more he felt the urge to laugh. The corner of his mouth involuntarily hoisted itself upwards, and even he didn't know the reason why. She was of lower status than him and not very ambitious, but he'd never felt this kind of joy until she'd brought herself into his life. He just wanted to stay embracing her until the end of time. He originally wanted to slip back into bed and hold her again, but he was scared that she would rouse if he dared. So in the end, he just remained where he was. Bai Xiangxiu was having an awful nightmare at that moment. She felt like there was a knife slowly twisting inside her, causing immense pain. She slowly cracked open her eyes because she couldn't sleep peacefully anymore with this much pain radiating through her. Before her eyes could fully register what was before them, she opened her tiny, cherry-red lips that, after a night of exertion, were now thick, puffy, and little dry to say, "It hurts." Long Hong felt that someone had clawed at his heart. It was both itchy and slightly painful. He could only gently take her hand and try to comfort her. "Where does it hurt? Do you want me to call a doctor to take a look at you?" Could it be that he'd gone overboard and seriously hurt her somewhere? Didn't they say that it was normal for a woman to bleed during her first time? Could it be that she shouldn't have bled so much? Although it hadn't been blood flowing in the end, right? He shifted his weight, wanting to lift up the quilt out of fear and take a look underneath. If she was bleeding profusely, he might really need to summon a doctor. Just as he shifted and a breath of the cold outside air crept beneath the quilt, Bai Xiangxiu no longer behaved as bravely as she did yesterday night. After all, she had been under the effect of the poison at that time. But now, the poison in her system had already been dispelled many times over. In any case, she felt awkward having a man lift up her quilt simply as he pleased. More so since she wasn't wearing anything at all under the quilt. How could she be so careless? However, her action of quickly pressing down on the quilt was too intense, causing her whole body to flare up in pain, especially her hips. "Ah!" She let out a blood-curdling shriek. Wait, did he actually break both her legs last night? With that shriek, how could Long Hong continue to stay passive? He completely disregarded how she felt about her quilt, and lifted it up to take a look underneath. At that point, that young lady who'd just taken a step towards becoming a woman curled up into a ball as fast as she could. She pouted as she said, "Why are you like this?" This was the first time Long Hong saw her act like such a little girl. He didn't know whether he should laugh as he asked, "How so?" Bai Xiangxiu felt that he was absolutely teasing her, but she didn't dare move recklessly right now, so she could only roll her eyes at him. She wasn't that afraid of him anymore after last night's battle. As a matter of fact, she'd shown him quite a few seductive expressions that had tickled his heart. Thankfully, he was still concerned about Bai Xiangxiu and was merely afraid that her body was out of sorts. "Don't randomly move about. Let me see whether you're injured." "No, I'm not injured. It's only my legs that hurt," as she responded. Long Hong reached out and gently pushed her to the side, revealing a stain the color of a red plum. Bai Xiangxiu flushed red as she desperately wished for a hole that she could dive into right then. That kind of embarrassed look of hers was rather adorable in Long Heng's eyes. He hugged the curled ball of a girl and covered her with the quilt. He touched her messy hair in a slightly clumsy manner and said, "Don't move about randomly." "Where does it hurt?" There weren't any traces of fresh blood on the bed, which proved that there didn't seem to be any other injuries. Hence, he took the time to carefully feel her body out of concern for her, disregarding whether she was embarrassed or not. "It's not painful here." "Ah, it's very painful there. It'd be a wonder if her legs didn't hurt." Why had he tormented that perfectly good pair of legs of hers? Bai Xiangxiu glared at Long Hong with tears brimming in her eyes. That expression of hers almost made him lose control and pounce on her again. "Your legs hurt?" He just gently tugged on her legs and caused her to jerk away in pain. It seemed that her legs really did hurt. In truth, he knew the precise reason why her legs hurt. He hadn't been able to control his strength perfectly the night before, and those legs had been in the way. So, if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Tired of being spoiled, really want to act cute. Chapter 144, Tired of being spoiled, really want to act cute. Long Hong could only put the quilt back over her when he saw how discomforted she was. "Rest. I'll tell them that we set out tomorrow. And no, how embarrassing would it be if you go out to give these orders? Wouldn't that just prove to those outside how strenuous their activities last night were? The servants would laugh to no end then." She didn't want to be laughed at for a matter like this. How embarrassing would that be? Long Hong could only helplessly acquiesce to her wishes. Who knew that she'd have the urge to act cute after they'd been intimate? The most important thing was that he actually rather liked this act of hers. It left a warmth which tingled inside him. Bai Xiangxiu's words petered out as he gazed down at her. It almost felt like this wolf would be pouncing on her again, so she clutched the blankets tightly. What are you afraid of? It's not like I haven't seen it all. Long Hang's lips curled upwards as he rose to dress himself. He was in great spirits at the moment, and was itching to go out and sweat his way through every martial arts routine he knew of. At the same time, he also didn't want to take another step away from her. As the two lingered ambiguously with each other, Bai Xiangxiu was suddenly reminded of nature's call. She shooed at Long Hong to leave. She was too embarrassed to say that she needed to go to the lavatory in front of him. Long Hong still hadn't taken in his fill of her, but as he saw her gaze flit to the side like she wanted to leave, he knew exactly what she wanted to do. And so, he slowly rose to his feet. I'll carry you there if it hurts? No, absolutely not. As opposed to letting him carry me to the toilet. I'd rather. She didn't have time to finish her thought of what she'd rather do before the male lead easily picked up her naked form and walked into the side room, placing her stiffly next to the toilet. He then likely felt that she needed to expend too much effort to properly seat herself, so he plucked her up again and helped her perch on the toilet. Bai Xiangxiu retained her stiff pose, clutching her chest with her arms. Although there was no flushing mechanisms for toilets in the olden times, they were still designed very ergonomically. Sitting on one almost felt like sitting on a sofa. It didn't feel cold at all. Not only did it not feel cold, she even felt flushed with heat. It was likely because she was almost burning up in her embarrassment, so anywhere she sat on felt burning hot. Long Hong could discern the source of her franticness and obliged her by walking out without another word. Just as Bai Xiangxiu wanted to heave a sigh of relief while shedding soundless tears, the other's head poked back in again. I'll come take you out in a moment. He suddenly saw an aggrieved little girl clutching a pair of white rabbits glare at him with supremely furious eyes. It was the first time she'd displayed an angry expression in front of him. He coughed lightly and ducked back quickly, followed by a roar, "Don't come back, but..." Long Hong paid it no heed, knowing that her anger had only come because of humiliation. He even felt that this was the true her. There wasn't a single person in this world who didn't possess a temper. Not to mention, he seemed to be able to tolerate anything overboard she did today because of what he'd done to her last night. No, he seemed even able to tolerate anything she'd do in the future. Long Hong had Xiaoshi and the others come in to wait on their mistress after he left, and then went back to supervise the preparations back to the manor after he washed up some. However, the carriage had to be outfitted more comfortably, and they couldn't be in too much of a hurry on the way back either. He returned to eat breakfast after overseeing some of the preparations and found that Bai Xiangxiu had finished her morning ablutions, albeit still looking tired. She was sitting there, waiting for him to come back, but she was slightly nodding off every so often. Long Heng's heart melted at the sight and he sat down next to her, deathly afraid that she'd fall off the chair. He didn't treat this girl as coldly as he had before now that he'd had her. It felt like everything they did was natural, so matter of fact. Although Xiaoshi and the other servants felt it odd, they also felt that things seemed a bit different between the prince and their mistress compared to before. Bai Xiangxiu wouldn't remain shy forever. She was in a better mood now too. As it was the first time she'd rolled in the bedsheets in both lives, although she didn't feel too well, the scene this morning had been quite touching. The male lead was quite good to her, and she wanted to act cutely and be an utter child in front of him. She just didn't know where to start quite yet. When she saw that he'd sat down next to her, she silently picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and placed it in his bowl. She was greeted with a very friendly look and a warm smile. After being repaid with a smile, Long Hong followed it up with a kiss to the forehead. Dang it! There are servants around, all right. She really didn't know where to look now and hastily ducked her head. What was she to do when they were being so lovey-dovey so early in the morning? She couldn't even eat her food, her teeth were almost falling out from the overdose of sugar. Bai Xiangxiu quietly snuck a glance at Xiaoshi. Look at her, her face is as red as a monkey's behind. And yet, the person who'd done all this paid no heed to anyone else and just enjoyed it greatly. Long Hong ate quite quickly. By the time he'd finished his porridge and bun, the person next to him had only eaten a bit of porridge. He thought for a moment and placed some food in her bowl. Bai Xiangxiu started inwardly and ate without looking at the male lead's face. Why has the porridge suddenly turned sweet? When they finally finished the meal, Xiaoshi helped Bai Xiangxiu wipe her mouth. She looked inquiringly at Long Hong, but he'd already guessed her thoughts before she spoke. Let's set out at noon, so you can rest a bit longer. That's fine, we can set out now. Don't delay things because of me, this concubine doesn't wish to delay the journey. Was it good to spoil her so much? She was getting a little arrogant and even wanted to off the female lead in her return of the female supporting character move. It's all the same, you resting well is the most important. Don't think too much and just lie down. I have some matters to attend to outside anyway.
Long Hong had always thought that she was made of paper. She was already putting on a strong showing in being able to struggle to her feet after the laborious activities of the previous night. He went off to look in on that man who liked to put on a weak, fragile act when everything was in readiness. However, Long Hong didn't immediately reveal his knowledge, because although he was suspicious of the other, he still didn't know who this person truly was. This was no fault of Long Heng's, as Duan Yuning's identity was one that had been carefully cultivated since birth. He'd rarely revealed himself when he was young, and even the entire Duan family didn't know that this child was actually the citizen of another nation. Thus, it was difficult to make any headway in investigation. They only knew that Duan Yuning liked to travel and had stopped at Long Heng's. It appeared on the surface that Duan Yuning had simply flocked to a lord's banner and wanted to make some incredible accomplishments, but it was not apparent that he had ulterior motives. Just what was his goal, and why was he cooperating with Luo Yunzheng? Long Hong sat in the carriage as he pondered this question, with the little woman next to him snoring softly in deep sleep. She'd fallen asleep before they'd set off, and he'd actually carried her into the carriage. She hadn't jostled awake even once on the way thanks to the thick down blanket in the carriage, and the fact that she was resting on him. He was actually in no hurry to go back, but he was afraid that that man would make another move if they had continued to stay at Red Maple Mountain Villa. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 145, Resting at the Relay Station. Chapter 145, Resting at the Relay Station. She could only get proper treatment once they returned to the capital, particularly in regards to her face. Even though he didn't mind, it didn't mean she didn't. A woman cared most about her face, especially a beautiful woman. But, would she really sleep the entire way back to the capital? He actually wanted to talk to her, see her smile at him. Then he would pinch her cheek and have a little fun with her. They'd likely have reached the capital by the time they were done with that. But looking at her sleeping visage, she was so peaceful and lovely, so small and delicate. Why did he suddenly feel like he was looking at his daughter? Wasn't she his woman? If this woman bore him a daughter, it would definitely be a cute baby. No. Before that, he needed an heir. Her eyes suddenly opened just as he pondered on his heir. He felt a pang of guilt because he'd just been thinking of how to have her bear him a son. Bai Shangxiu just so happened to catch the sudden change on Prince Li's face. The corners of his mouth had just been turned up in a smile, but he immediately became serious when he saw that she was awake. However, he didn't push her away. Wasn't this guy just a bit awkward? Or perhaps he was just used to putting on the airs of a general in front of the army and had found it hard to return to his own personality. She smiled faintly, but didn't crawl out of his embrace. Perhaps it was because they had been intimate that these kinds of actions didn't make her bashful anymore. Plus, it was cold, and waking up nestled in his arms was very comfortable. Long Hong was also in no hurry to have her get up. Instead, he pulled a light quilt over her. But he was not used to idle chatter. Even though he was still cold towards the girl he liked, his actions and expression were not as cold as they'd been when they'd first met. Bai Xianqiu really didn't fear him anymore. She kept thinking that the male lead in the novel was an earnest person. It wouldn't be so bad if things stayed like this. No, wait. She had to go back. But well, if she couldn't go back, did that mean she could have the male lead forever? She was conflicted, wanting to go back, yet not willing to. It seemed that a lot of things had changed after they'd been intimate. Just bear it a little longer. We'll rest for a bit at the relay station up ahead. There was a relay station outside every city on the way to the capital, and they weren't just used to change city patrol horses. It was also a place for traveling merchants and government officials to rest. In addition, the staff inside had simple, clean backgrounds. After all, it was a branch of the local government. There was also a place specifically for female members of official families to rest, accessible through a long passageway. Of course, horse-drawn carriages could enter, heading directly to the rear compound where female attendants awaited them. Long Hong didn't alight from the carriage from beginning to end. Not because he was sticking close to Bai Shangxiu, but mainly because he didn't like to be seen unless it was necessary. Bai Shangxiu wasn't as weak as he thought. Her spirits had long since recovered after sleeping for a day. Although she was still achy and sore, it wasn't as bad as before. It was only later she learned that Long Hong had used medicine on her, and more specifically, red pearl. Now that she thought of it, she didn't dare take off her pants to look down there. That stuff didn't wash off easily, alright? It was a good thing that it wouldn't come out, otherwise her skirt and her underwear. Her eyes brimmed with hot tears of resignation when she thought about this. How could he casually smear that stuff down there?
Well, there was no sense in worrying about it.
There was nothing that could be done anymore.
If he dared touch her tonight, he would be the one disgusted. Bai Shangxiu thought about it thoroughly, then delicately, gracefully alighted from the carriage with Long Hang's hand for support, and entered her room. Indeed, Xiaoshi wanted to help her down but was too late. She was actually quite irked because of this. Xiaowu was the same, she had come on this trip to wait on her mistress.
She'd finally snatched Yimama's position, but the male lead somehow managed to supplant her every duty.
Even here, she couldn't stay by her mistress' side. It was a wholly unpleasant feeling. Long Hong now treated Bai Shangxiu with delight and respect, but was still hungry for more intimacy. So they stopped before it was dark and went directly to their rooms in the relay station to wash up. After washing, they quickly arranged dinner. By the time they'd finished a pensive dinner, the sky had yet to darken. Food held no taste for Long Hong right now. He swept her up in his arms, carrying her to the bed to have his way with her. Kissing and groping was unavoidable, and Bai Shangxiu kept wanting to push him away. It was a pity that her feeble efforts went completely unnoticed.
It's still light out, can't we talk? Articles of clothing were fast disappearing from her body.
She didn't want to do it again before the sky darkened.
All right, what do you want to talk about?
Long Hong found a comfortable position so that he could still reach into her clothes. The more she squirmed away, the more he wanted her. But it was indeed still early in the night, so he restrained himself from playing with her.
Tell me, why did you want to exchange Miss Lin for me?
Exchanging the female lead for the supporting female was the dream of all cannon fodder supporting characters.
Don't ask why, but Bai Shangxiu just felt incredibly vindicated that she hadn't been affected by the female lead's halo. Long Hang's face darkened at the mention of Lin Qianzi, but didn't immediately stir to anger.
That was controlled more or less by the feel of that warm pliable body beneath his hands.
Soft and fragrant, how could he think of anything else?
You know what sort of woman she is, casually flirting with that man. When I went to save her previously, I discovered that she was already not the noble, innocent Miss Lin.
He scoffed.
After he'd seen that, she was already nothing to him, no matter how beautiful she was. Besides, he'd already had his sights set on the young woman before him. He stroked her face.
Why must you bother about her? But maybe she was forced.
Definitely forced, because that Miss Lin had a flaw that all female leads had. It was that she affected a cold air. She would never take the initiative with a man, but after being forced she would blame and reproach him. But when someone else hurt that man, she would feel that he had treated her well and have all sorts of tender feelings. Thus, she would end up mistreating the male lead. The male lead had quite a good temper. Though sometimes he might mistreat the female lead, in the end, he was still quite tolerant of her. Of course, the female lead would finally realize how good the male lead was in the end, culminating in a happily ever after for the two of them.
Wasn't that how these novels usually played out?
Bai Shangxiu had not finished reading it, so she could only take that line of reasoning.
Forced? Forced her affections toward that man? When has she viewed me as her fiancé?
She's despised me since the beginning, so why would I attend to her all day long? He stroked her hair.
Perhaps you're also thinking about turning against me,
His voice quickly turned cold. Bai Shangxiu immediately felt immense pressure and she shook her head so fast it nearly fell off.
You know your mistake?
Yes. A good child would definitely correct a mistake. Too bad she didn't expect that she would be framed by others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 146, Sun Honger's Corpse. Chapter 146, Sun Honger's Corpse. Someone couldn't help himself either.
The more Long Hong touched Bai Shangxiu, the more addicted he was to the feeling. However, she wasn't letting him continue.
Wasn't this even more torturous than killing him?
In the end, he finally settled the matter by half threatening and half deceiving her. Even though the whole process became a little complicated, he still found it rather interesting. If it was all too easy to obtain something, it wouldn't be interesting at all, so Bai Shangxiu's personality was just right. As long as one gave her some face whilst scaring her a little, he would immediately succeed in having her submit.
This young girl was too easily embarrassed.
She insisted on letting him touch or see her only after the red pearl had completely washed off.
He couldn't find any way to get out of that.
In the end, he got her to compromise on not looking at her and only doing the deed. Long Hong was a person who practiced martial arts, so his waist and arms were naturally very strong. Since he had been a virgin yesterday night, he hadn't been all that comfortable due to his nervousness and confusion.
But things were different today.
He'd found a few tricks to doing it that didn't make Bai Shangxiu feel like she was dying. Yet, she still felt that it would be better if she'd immediately fainted during the whole ordeal. She secretly felt like killing the author for making the male lead this way. Tell me, author, why didn't you just write that the male lead was excellent in bed? That's all you needed to do. What's so amusing about leaving the female lead incapable of getting up from bed for a full 3 days? Were you planning on torturing your female lead or planning on showing her the joys of sex? Anyway, Bai Xiangxiu felt that she had all the sex she could want, but none of the pleasure that came with it. She only felt tired, pained and dizzy. The next day was especially bad. Her waist was so sore that she really couldn't get out of bed and move freely. It felt like her waist would break if she so much as moved. She felt like she'd been gravely wronged and nearly burst into tears. She'd clearly begged him for mercy, but he'd actually continued to torture her as he promised to be merciful towards her. Where in the world would there be such a man who didn't keep to his word? She even made him pay heed to the scar on her face to disgust him and stop him from continuing any further. But, he was clearly as mental as a rabid dog. Not only did he pay the scar no mind, he'd even purposely slobbered over her face, leaving great patches of saliva on her. Someone save me! Bai Xiangxiu could no longer move at all, so she could only shoot him resentful looks in hopes that he'd let her go. Her huge eyes filled with tears, threatening to spill from her eyes at any second. This was the first time that she'd felt that the distance between the door and the carriage was as large as between heaven and earth. Thus, he had carefully carried her to and fro. This was also the first time she'd felt that getting onto the carriage wasn't such an easy task. Thus, he'd tenderly lifted her into the carriage. And who could have foreseen that it would also be the first time she'd felt it to be too painful just to sit? Thus, she nestled horizontally in Long Hang's hot chest. It was very comfortable and she enjoyed it a great deal, if not for those hands that roamed about on her body. And so they played this game of hide-and-seek on the way back, never losing interest in the game. Their game, however, created sounds that made many people's ears burn from embarrassment and hearts race from anticipation. Bai Xiangxiu was now very angry with Long Hong, hating and resenting him. She had been driven to the point of daring to complain and nag him playfully, and even slap him a few times with her small hands because of how wrong she felt from the whole scenario. It was a proven fact that in moments like these, males were completely willing to be subjected to such abuse, even if a woman wanted to bite them. And that was just like how the male lead was behaving now. She wasn't a proper lady from the olden times who strictly followed the rules, so Bai Xiangxiu had slowly started to lose all traces of proper manners in front of him. Long Hong had been a little startled by her behavior in the beginning, but he slowly started to accept it as part of her. After all, she was his woman now, so indulging her a little as she acted as a spoiled child was only right. He really did think that he'd gone a little overboard lately too. It was a slippery slope of indulgence though. Even he didn't know when he'd become such a tolerant person. Bai Xiangxiu, on the other hand, was slowly pushing her luck to find out what his limit was. Yet, her attempts had been to no avail up until now. She was actually a little suspicious as to whether this fellow's bottom line was just a little too far away. She was becoming more undisciplined and out of control. What if she reverted to her true self one day? Would he regret his actions then? And so, they continued with such boundary-pushing activities all the way back to the capital. Naturally, when entering his own manor, the prince would enter through the main entrance. But who could have expected to see people crowding around the front gate before he'd even drawn close? Long Hong frowned. Even though there weren't that many people, this was the first time that he'd seen such an audacious crowd. He ordered his men to scout the situation, but Bai Xiangxiu had already climbed up from his lap and was kneeling to pull open the curtain covering the small window in the carriage. She then poked out her head to see what was going on. She had a rather sensitive body. As a result of that, she immediately detected a very strange putrid scent when she inhaled the outside air. She couldn't help but cover her nose and voice her curiosity. "What's that smell?" Long Hong pulled her back. "Sit still and don't move. I just want to take a look." "What's that? It looks like a corpse." It seemed like someone had fallen on the ground and a few people were kneeling around it. It seemed as though they were here to redress an injustice. Long Hong could also smell that putrid scent. When he heard her ask about the scent, he pulled her back to him and asked the person standing outside what the matter was. "Your Highness, someone has brought Sun Mama's corpse and wants your Highness to take charge of it." The person who stood outside hadn't finished talking before Long Hong had sprung down from the carriage. "Take the madam back to the manor. Don't let anyone get in her way." He then turned back to say, "You're not allowed to look." He'd already guessed who this Sun Mama was. It was Sun Honger's corpse, but he didn't know how her family members had managed to find it. He'd clearly had his people handle the corpse properly. How had someone found it?
Could there be someone interfering in the midst of all this, and if so, what was their goal in doing so?
Bai Xiangxiu felt that she wasn't that weak of a person, so she didn't listen to Long Heng's words. The main thing was that she was extremely curious as to who this Sun Mama was.
There were only a few Sun Mamas in the prince's mansion. Who was the one who died in this period of time?
She hadn't anticipated that her heart would pound wildly with just one look. She quickly sat back down, nauseated at the sight. She couldn't even recognize who this Mama was anymore. However, the clothes that the Mama wore were familiar, and it didn't take long for her to identify the corpse as Sun Honger. Why had Sun Honger suddenly died, and in such a ghastly manner as well? Even eunuchs were accompanied by their sliced-off treasures in death. However, her hands and legs were bare and even her face didn't look good. Who was it that killed her? To a delicate beauty like Bai Xiangxiu, the shock from this situation caused her feel nauseous all over again. She felt that her blood pressure was already low, all thanks to Long Heng torturing her that one night, which had confined her to bed for 3 days. She was already weakly lying down inside the cart when it entered the courtyard, but her heart was extremely calm. She felt that Sun Honger's death wasn't as simple as it seemed. Bai Xiangxiu suddenly sat up as a shudder ran down her spine.
Could Sun Honger be the one who had wanted to kill her, but had been dealt with later on?
This was very strange. Sun Honger wasn't a supporting female character in the strictest sense, but she had always wanted to harm the female lead.
Could it be that Sun Honger had shifted her vile intentions onto Bai Xiangxiu because the latter had entered the male lead's heart? In any case, wasn't killing people or similar going too overboard?
After careful consideration, however, Bai Xiangxiu was sure that there were individuals who wanted to kill her behind her back. However, Long Heng had always been extremely secretive when he'd handled these affairs. How had they been able to find the corpse, and also, how were they so daring as to stir up trouble in front of the prince's mansion? This matter wasn't as simple as it looked. Someone was up to something behind Long Heng's back. Unfortunately, she was still a little dizzy and had to take to her bed when she returned to Winter Garden. However, she sent Yimama out to make discreet inquiries about the matter at once. She felt that the plot was straying too far from the original, making her feel like it was getting a little too unacceptable. The matter of Sun Honger had been brought too far forward. Moreover, she hadn't been killed in such a torturous manner in the book. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, The tree desires calm, yet the wind will not stop. Chapter 147, The tree desires calm, yet the wind will not stop. Yimama didn't take long to return with the report that Long Heng had sent all of those people to jail. Those who witnessed the incident were now beginning to talk about how overbearing the prince was, their words tainting his public image. In reality, his reputation had always been something like that. Though he was well known for being heroic, rumors had also spread of his aggressiveness. Nevertheless, his impressive achievements threatened to eclipse that of the emperor's. After the Empress Dowager passed away, the emperor gave him the cold shoulder. Actually, someone had crafted Prince Li's image that way on purpose. Though the novel hadn't specified the culprit, Bai Xiangxiu could guess that it had to be that cold and black-bellied emperor. He didn't want to eliminate Prince Li, but simply suppress him. This way, he could slowly reclaim the military power that resided in Long Heng's hands, or even redirect that power elsewhere. Currently, this emperor still lacked any useful subordinates. However, when he did find someone useful. Someone useful? That's right, that dreg of an emperor did manage to find one, and it was a male supporting character to boot. Wait, that emperor's a male supporting character himself. It seemed like the male and female leads had met him before their marriage. But there was still some time before the marriage happened. She didn't want to think too much into it, because she really was exhausted. Mistress, please pay attention to me, just one look. Huayer's sadly melancholic voice drifted through the air, making Bai Xiangxiu's heart soften. She immediately got out of bed to sit by the window and apologize softly. I'm sorry for leaving you behind for so long. You've grown quite a bit, not bad, not bad. She'd definitely pat him encouragingly if he didn't have a body full of spikes. But she really didn't dare. Just when she was spacing out and chatting with the cactus, Long Heng arrived in a new set of clothes. He was here to explain himself, because Bai Xiangxiu had fainted away from fright when she heard the news. In his eyes, she was a petite person with a delicate physique. What if she went mad again from the scare? But the first thing he saw on entering was her talking to that strange thorny plant. She couldn't have gone crazy again, right? Without a second thought, he told Xiaoshi, why aren't you calling for a doctor yet? Can't you see? He didn't get to finish because he was afraid that Bai Xiangxiu would hear him. Xiaoshi reacted quickly, but the prince was actually treating her mistress better than anything right now. She was just a little worried, because she'd heard the mamas say that men only enjoyed new playthings for a short while.
Moreover, her mistress's face was like that now.
Though it didn't make her uglier, it was still something or another. When Bai Xiangxiu heard someone talking, she turned around. When she saw that the speaker was Long Hong, her face suddenly reddened before her eyebrows furrowed after hearing him call for a doctor.
Why call for the doctor? Was it because her stamina had yet to recover? How was she supposed to explain herself when the doctor asked why her body was so weak and listless?
Both of them had things that weighed on their mind. One wanted to see whether she'd been scared too badly, while the other thought it was to check why her strength was still so lacking. In the end, neither of them chose to explain themselves, leaving an awkward atmosphere in the air. It was Long Hang that ended up speaking first. The two of them were already in that kind of relationship now, so how long was she planning to stay in this little courtyard?
Pack your things and move to Apricot Garden.
It was that old topic again, but Long Hong was absolutely certain that she'd definitely move out this time. Unfortunately, as it turned out, Bai Xiangxiu simply didn't want to move. Her reasons naturally lay in the fact that she transmigrated into this courtyard. She still hoped that she could go back.
Although she had already had relations with the male lead, it still couldn't bury her hope of returning.
After living in the other world for 20 years, it wasn't so easy to just leave it all behind. Moreover, she had come from a happy family, not like those novel protagonists who were assassins or grew up in an orphanage. Her parents treated her very well, and she also had both sets of grandparents. All of these were reasons why she couldn't give up her hope of returning. Thus, she felt very conflicted. It seemed like she was falling in love. Furthermore, it was with the male lead and his protagonist's halo. Their days spent together were very sweet, which meant she needed to muster her courage if she wanted to leave.
Your Highness, I don't want to move into the Apricot Garden.
Because they'd grown familiar over the past few days, she'd spoken her feelings out loud without any misgivings. But Long Hong grew unhappy when she voiced her desire. He'd originally wanted her to move into his own courtyard, but felt that it wasn't too appropriate. Thus, he'd taken a step back to have her move to Apricot Garden. This way, he could call on her and visit as much as he pleased instead of taking such a long trip. He could have her meals with her every day as well, instead of inciting gossip by living at Winter Garden all the time.
He'd never expected her to refuse outright. Was she so reluctant to get closer to him? Moving is mandatory and it'll start right now. What are you looking at? Pack up your things and have the doctor go to Apricot Garden to see you.
There's no need for him to run over here anymore.
Long Hong had always been an aggressive type. Moreover, since this winter garden was so close to the borders of the estate, it'd be freezing in winter. Why didn't she understand his intentions? Not wanting to say any more, he turned to leave. Bai Xiangxiu was simply adamant on this point. She hurried over and grabbed him, saying hastily, "I'm not leaving, I'll stay right here." If anyone's going to leave, it can be you.
In her anxiety, she actually blurted out such words. She regretted speaking as soon as the words left her mouth. Long Hong didn't have experience arguing with women, but his mind was thrown into havoc at the sight of her growing angry. He pulled her into his arms and started walking outside, his movements highly domineering. Bai Xiangxiu only felt dizzy for a moment before she found herself in Long Heng's embrace.
She couldn't help but start panicking.
Forget about the fact that this house was filled with people, the outside was equally crowded. All that aside, she hadn't even put on her outer robes yet because she'd been planning to rest.
Your Highness, let me go first, let go.
Shut it. Bai Xiangxiu was speechless. How could she forget that the man before her now was from ancient times, no matter how gentle he seemed? Furthermore, he was the male lead.
How many male leads were unusually gentle towards their woman?
It was already quite good if they didn't treat you cruelly. Thus, she chose not to go against his wishes too much after reading countless novels.
Otherwise, his sadomasochistic tendencies would show up in their romance.
I didn't put on my shoes. She pointed out a simple reason for not wanting to go out, afraid that he'd tyrannically haul her there and put her through another round of suffering. Long Hong was filled with the heat of his bluster until her words dissipated his temper. Meanwhile, Xiaoshur had hastily brought over a blanket and said softly, "Your Highness, please drape this over the mistress.
It's cold outside."
Long Hong looked down at her in his arms.
She really wasn't wearing thick layers at the moment.
Moreover, the look in her eyes were resisting him, and she looked huffy. Even though she clearly felt wronged, she kept her tears back and stared at him as if afraid to speak.
Rest a while, but you have to move over there tomorrow. Well, so she still had to move.
Bai Xiangxiu had a temper as well. After being set on the bed, she turned over so her back was facing him, and refused to speak.
What a childish temper. Was she simply being difficult? What was so bad about moving to a bigger courtyard? Why didn't she want to leave?
He felt frustrated and turned to leave with a dark face. Meanwhile, by Xiangxiu's side.
Why couldn't she keep pretending? She'd done so well in the past, hadn't she?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 148, Dream vs. Reality. Chapter 148, Dream vs. Reality.
After all, there were bound to be some changes in her heart before and after becoming husband and wife. Bai Xiangxiu was a woman, so she had started depending on her man and stopped concealing all her thoughts and feelings.
Meanwhile, Long Heng's thoughts had turned even more domineering.
The woman was his to begin with, so it was perfectly reasonable for him to act this way.
But he was just a little angry that his woman would reject him.
It made him feel like there were things beyond his grasp, depriving him of the satisfaction of control. It was an inherent weakness of men, and one of the main reasons why women depended on them. The more domineering a man, the more of a sense of security he offered. They were controlling, but protective as well. Bai Xiangxiu stayed angry for a while before feeling a little childish. She'd clearly wanted to yield a bit so she could have some peaceful days with the prince before she left these ancient times for the modern day. But that didn't make her feel any better. Instead, she felt a stifling urge to cry that wouldn't go away.
Who knew what he was doing now? Was he already so angry that he was thinking of ways to punish her?
Perhaps she was too worried. Maybe she was simply too tired. In any case, she ended up sluggishly falling asleep. It didn't take long for her to start dreaming.
Interestingly, this dream even had a narrator.
The narrator's voice was none other than Warrior, who said that this is what you wanted to see, mistress.
What did she want to see? Bai Xiangxiu opened her eyes in the dream, only to discover Long Heng right in front of her.
Right now, Long Heng was actually taking a bath, and she could zoom in and out freely to see him and his body soaking in the water.
Shu'er was currently scrubbing his back, but Long Heng looked rather vexed.
Shu'er had barely scrubbed his back before he was dismissed with a wave. After his servant left, Long Heng abruptly stood up from the water.
Nothing was left to the imagination as water evaporated off his body.
Bai Xiangxiu flushed as she watched, even though she knew this was just a dream.
Your Highness, how should we deal with Sun Honger's corpse?
A voice sounded from an unknown source, but Bai Xiangxiu couldn't find the source no matter where she looked. Long Heng only gave a cold snort without paying heed, still showing off the firm, strong build of his body that resembled a statue of David.
This time, make sure they can't find it even if they want to.
They're still inexperienced if they want to attack me with such things. She was just a servant, and one who committed a wrong at that.
So what if they report it to the emperor?
Long Heng waved a hand and added, take care of all the people who were supposed to clean up the corpse last time.
Since they can't control their mouths, it's useless leaving them around. This was Bai Xiangxiu's first time witnessing such a Long Heng.
Even though he wasn't wearing any clothes, his imposing manner startled her. Only now did she realize how much he normally held back in front of her. Otherwise, she would have fainted dead away from fright when they first met. Your Highness, we'll offend a number of people if we steal that woman's corpse. The unseen subordinate carefully pointed out.
Sun Honger's body was evidence.
But their master had told them to steal the body, clearly pitting them against the people who wanted to investigate the case. It would only end up increasing the likelihood that the prince might be convicted. However, Long Heng didn't care. He smiled coldly and said, it's precisely because they want to move against her that they don't deserve an intact corpse.
What a familiar line.
He'd said that precise line in the novel before giving the order to beat the owner of this body, Bai Xiangxiu. At that time, the supporting female character had wanted to harm the female lead. Although she hadn't succeeded in the end, she'd still infuriated the male lead. In the novel, those words had preceded the beating that had turned her into a wretched state.
She gave a violent shiver.
The male lead was indeed a male lead. She'd been thinking too well of him recently. No, it was him who'd been extremely patient with her, leading her to reach for a yard after receiving an inch.
Should I hold back a bit?
Long Heng finally got dressed shortly afterwards, but his long legs and sturdy chest were still exposed to the air.
His subordinate seems to have left as well.
Long Heng sat with his hair hanging loosely to drink wine and drown his sorrows, presenting a sexy sight. She should be asleep now, right? The male lead stood up and paced around the room like a beast, heading for the door multiple times before stopping himself. Each time he hesitated, his expression looked more and more unsightly.
What is this? Is he constipated, or does he have to pee?
Bai Xiangxiu was still puzzling over this when she heard a ding, as if something had fallen and shattered on the ground. She suddenly sat up and looked around curiously.
What is it? Then, she saw a figure hurrying in from outside. It was none other than Long Han. He was clearly dressed in informal wear, his inner robes identical to the ones she'd seen in her dream. Even the wetness of his hair didn't vary by much. No way, did my soul leave my body just now? But Long Hang's expression didn't look good. He looked at the broken flower pot off to the side and asked, what happened? He'd ended up coming in anyways despite agonizing over his decision for a while. He was planning to return back to his rooms because he felt like showing up would lose him face, but had run over when he heard the sound of something shattering inside. He was worried that she was in trouble. An alarmed Xiaoshu kneeled on the ground to admit her wrongs. Your Highness, it was this servant who accidentally knocked over the flower pot. Go and receive your punishment. Call in the doctor as well. Perhaps it was because Bai Shangxiu had just fallen asleep, the doctor had stayed outside the entire time, afraid to come in. When Bai Shangxiu heard that Xiaoshu was going to be punished, she quickly got off the bed and called for her from behind the folding screen. Xiaoshu, just skip tonight's dinner. Your Highness, are you satisfied with such a punishment? After that dream, she decided to act like before to avoid provoking him, but it hadn't taken long for her to break that and call out. How would Long Hong be angry over such minor things? Without saying a word, he stepped behind the screen and saw her dressed only in her underclothes, with nothing on her legs. He knew at a glance that she'd been in a rush because of that servant. Even if she was anxious, she should still cherish her body more. Becoming chilled was the most taboo of all for women. Lie back down. If there's anything you do, just tell them with a word. Bai Shangxiu went back to lie on the bed and saw him personally reach out to pull close the bed curtains. The doctor entered the room before long. After he took her pulse, Long Hang asked, has she suffered from any fright? In response to this, Prince, Fourth Madam is simply weak at the moment and just needs ample rest. As long as she takes some proper meals cooked with medicinal herbs, she'll be fine. There's no need to use medicine. It's really strange. Why did everyone say this Madame Xiu was as fragile as paper? These clearly weren't the signs of being afraid, but, cough. The doctor didn't dare say any more. If he told the prince to practice abstinence, wouldn't he be giving up his life, if not his job? Long Hong nodded before ordering the kitchens to make some food using medicinal herbs as a health-bolstering dinner. He didn't allow the doctor to treat the injury on Bai Shangxiu's face. Her injury couldn't be treated just by anyone. He'd actually long since found an extremely capable doctor who would arrive around tomorrow. Bai Shangxiu was still lost musing about her strange dream. She wanted to ask Huayr how she dreamed twice about things she wanted to know. Was it all related to the little cactus? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, Can you hit me so it doesn't hurt? Chapter 149, Can you hit me so it doesn't hurt? When silence finally fell upon the room, their eyes suddenly met in midair. Both of them hastily averted their gazes as if they'd been burned, their hearts still beating furiously. To relieve the awkwardness, Bai Shangxiu asked, that Sun Mama was the widower's son. Just what happened here? Actually, she'd guessed part of it, but had no way to verify anything. Long Hong didn't hide anything from her, telling her how he'd found out that Sun Honger was the one to set the fire. He even explained her motive of wanting to replace Bai Shangxiu as Long Hang's new favorite. The hole in that woman's head was a bit too big. How could one obtain such an imposing prince with just schemes? Wouldn't all the women in his rear court go crazy then? But truthfully speaking, the women of the rear courts would only go mad when fighting over a man. They lived for men and because of men. Besides him, they had no other good prospects. Did she really want to stay in a place like this? Then all she could do was be the male lead's concubine. Other women would enter the household even without the female lead. She might even be oppressed by the matron of the household forevermore. Reality wasn't like a novel, and neither was she its female lead. Long Hong didn't tell her how Sun Honger had died, only that her parents had found her body. They'd then started causing a ruckus at the princely manor without even asking about the reason. He was blatantly lying to her, but did he really think she wouldn't understand a thing? Bai Shangxiu was still undecided as to whether she should stay here, but she was definitely more familiar with him now that they'd had relations together. Your Highness, could someone really find a corpse that you disposed of? Moreover, that Sun Honger was born of a servant of the household. How could her parents not understand that you punished her because of something she did wrong? Isn't their behavior a little strange? After analyzing the situation, she raised her head to look at Long Hong without hiding her curiosity. But Long Hong had always assumed she was a timid girl who was afraid of getting into trouble.
He'd never expected her to be clever and quick-witted as well. No wonder the head steward had spoken well of her to him before. He was the one who had underestimated her. Since there was nothing to do at the moment, he took off his shoes and climbed into bed, sitting on the side to stare at her until Bai Xiangxiu thought she'd said something wrong.
Perhaps men from ancient times didn't like their women speaking of household matters?
Unexpectedly, Long Hung suddenly raised his hand, his long, slender fingers happening to stop before her eyes.
There was a pop.
He flicked her forehead, leaving her pained and numbed, but the sensation wasn't unbearable. But every woman liked to act like a spoiled child once in a while, so she gave a delicate little cry as she rubbed her head and looked pitifully at Long Hung. Long Hung really thought that he'd used too much strength. He hastily pulled aside her hand for a look, only to see a slight redness beneath. So he gently blew on the spot a few times.
It is a bit strange. No anger, no losing his temper.
He didn't even blame her, but was smiling slightly.
Bai Xiangxiu couldn't resist a small smile in return, her face flushing happily.
Long Hang's heart beat furiously at the sight, but right now the sun hadn't even begun to set. He'd yet to eat his dinner, so he had to endure despite his sudden impatience.
Then could it be that someone wants to deal with you, Your Highness? So they used this incident to ruin your reputation? That was how it had been written in the novel, though it hadn't gone into details.
The book only said how despite having power and wealth, Long Hang's reputation was actually quite poor. Meanwhile, the emperor seemed fond of him, seemingly trusting him without question, but was actually whittling away at Long Hang's military power bit by bit. Still, the male lead was still a male lead. No matter how the emperor hurt him, he was just a supporting male. Thus, the emperor had to come up with multiple excuses to take military power back from Long Hung. The emperor couldn't afford to offend the prince, so he was limited to minor schemes that could only happen behind the scenes. Naturally, the emperor had his own help from his fellow cohorts.
Would this prince fear such minor schemes? My reputation wasn't that great even before my return to the capital.
Rumors of him eating humans here, raping and killing women there, and maltreating the common people had often reached his own ears.
If he couldn't even take that kind of pressure, how was he supposed to accomplish any major feats? But Bai Xiangxiu stuck up a finger and said cleverly, "How will that do?
You don't care because you're a man, but old madam doesn't think that way. Everyone wants their dear ones to be praised by others, not met with malicious remarks." The male lead might be the male lead, but he was always on the losing end from other people's criticism. For example, there was how the female lead had misunderstood him in the beginning, and how the ministers had isolated him. Since she could be considered his most intimate comrade in arms, she had to think of ways to help him. Long Hang's heart stirred.
Were her words meant to say she was worried about him?
Inexplicably, his whole body grew warm.
Even his gaze softened as he spoke. Then you tell me, what should be done? He'd only asked on the spur of the moment. He had no expectation that this woman from the inner residence would actually have a solution.
Moreover, he didn't need her to waste brainpower on the issue when she was so weak and delicate to begin with. It was enough as long as she took care of herself. Unexpectedly, she actually started thinking seriously before suddenly bursting into a smile. It was a rarely seen, self-confident smile that made Long Hang's heart tremble. That's right, others thought she was docile and meek because she acted gentle and quiet, but it'd be boring if she was always like this. However, when she wore such an expression, it made people feel that only those closest to her could see her true, mischievous side. Surprisingly, there was even a hint of pride hidden within. It was all Long Hong could do to avoid flicking her on the head again. But when that little mouth started to speak somewhat excitedly, Long Hong felt that he'd do as she said even if her words didn't seem to make any sense. Her very words seemed to hold some sort of magical charm.
You know Sun Honger's style. You didn't explain things clearly to her family when she was punished, right? She paused.
Actually, she'd guessed that a man with such headstrong and whirlwind methods would never explain anything to other people. What kind of general needed to explain the reasons behind any of his orders? Thus, she added, Your Highness, you can write down all of Sun Honger's wrongs and put them up on posters. Have the witnesses and those who are equally guilty kneel before them to admit their wrongs. Of course, you have to hang up her corpse too, in case he was accused of stealing the corpse. She'd seen such intentions in her dream, but she wasn't sure whether they were real. Just then, she'd almost avoided revealing everything. Sun Honger had been convicted of being sexually promiscuous in the prince's manor. As for her other crime, that would have to wait for the results of an investigation. She never expected that the male lead would furrow his eyebrows and look at her again once she was done. Just when she was getting goosebumps, he raised his hand again. Don't, Bai Xiangxiu unconsciously clutched her forehead and backed away to one side. Actually, Long Hung simply wanted to rub her head to encourage her. Her idea wasn't bad, since exposing everything openly would make it impossible for others to pick faults at it. But he didn't expect that she'd run away from him while clutching her head like a little rabbit. His heart couldn't help but soften. He was about to speak when he saw a certain young lady sitting pitifully in a corner, thinking things over before quietly offering him her head. She had her eyes squeezed shut and said with a timid, tragically miserable voice, "Go ahead and hit me, but can you do it so it doesn't hurt? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 150, The Male Lead's Charm. Chapter 150, The Male Lead's Charm. Long Hung almost laughed out loud from amusement, but his introverted personality helped him endure the urge. However, Xiaoshi had quietly come in to clean up the shards of the flower pot and couldn't hold back her snort of laughter. Only her mistress could think up things like hitting someone while making sure it didn't hurt. Bai Xiangxiu was held in suspense until she realized she wasn't going to be hit. Feeling both ashamed and angry by Xiaoshi's laughter, she said, "What's there to laugh about?" Dismissed. Her maid really lacked insight. The happy couple were having a chat on the bed, but she was still cleaning up the flower pot and dirt over there. Her flustered state made Long Hang's heart itch. As soon as Xiaoshi ran away, still muffling her laughter, he took his beloved in his arms. "There's only one way to hit you without causing pain. Let's see if you want to try it right now." When had the male lead turned so dangerously sexy? Even if Bai Xiangxiu really was too innocent and pure to understand things, his hands made his intentions all too clear. "Don't, HNNGH, touch, don't pat, don't pinch," she struggled as her eyes silently filled with tears. She hadn't even rested for 3 days yet and still felt dizzy when she got off the bed. Was she doomed not to have any more normal days after this? Long Hung had already been thoroughly bewitched by her. Her breathy cries nearly made him forget the last shred of reason. He'd always thought his endurance to be greater than many others. Where was his self-respect as a man? He'd never imagined that this sweet and soft little body could make him cast away so many things and make everything else pale in comparison. Right when things were about to reach another level, someone knocked on the door. Long Hung finally remembered that it was dinner time and reluctantly let her go. He quietly murmured into her ear, "I'll settle things with you tonight." Bai Xiangxiu had no words beyond murmuring, "Can you not?" "Can't, dot. You can even hear something so quiet, seriously, then she just wouldn't talk about him behind his back in the future, alright?" Long Hung didn't get off the bed, but piled up the covers on one side. "Someone come, bring over a small table." "No need, I can get off the bed." She felt a little weak when she walked, but it didn't mean she couldn't walk at all, right? "Just sit there and don't move." Long Hung sat with his legs crossed to wait for the servants to bring over a table, then some bowls, chopsticks, and dishes to pair with his wine. Every night, Long Hung had had the habit of drinking a cup of wine, a habit of multiple years. But Bai Xiangxiu had always heard her parents and their friends speak ill of alcohol. They knew of moderation, so they said a small cup a day was better. Any more and it'd hurt the body. Long Hang's body was strong and sturdy, and he naturally liked wine. Still, it wasn't good to drink too much. Strong alcohol harms the body. It's cold, too. Don't drink too much. She regretted her words as soon as she said them. Now she was meddling in other people's business, and a man's business at that. He'd probably be unhappy. Long Hung did indeed love his alcohol, but he liked the woman eating with him even more. Of course he'd be happy that she cared about him. This wine isn't worth drinking. But then he glanced over at her and added, "If you don't like the smell of alcohol, I won't drink it in the future." His words were as good as his actions, because he promptly had someone take away the wine. Did he have to be so docile? It even made her a little embarrassed. Long Hung didn't seem to mind at all, and simply ate a lot in place of his usual wine. After he finished his meal, he saw that Bai Xiangxiu had only taken a few bites from her bowl. She really did eat slowly, but what did she mean by stopping? Eat everything. What did he mean, eat everything? She looked at her bowl, still half full of rice. Because she'd drank her medicinal soup just then, she couldn't eat anymore. But Long Hung wasn't planning to let her off. He stared at her bowl as he arched an eyebrow. His eyebrow was slender and long, very good-looking. As if entranced, she couldn't resist eating a few more bites. Finally she spoke up when she couldn't eat anymore. She might not have dared to in the past, but her courage had been growing in the last 2 days. "It's easy to get indigestion if I eat this much at night. It's not like I can go out and take a walk." This was the truth, she really couldn't muster enough strength for walking. Long Hung thought it to be true as well, but his other brain disagreed with her words. Though she couldn't walk, if they made merry on the bed later, she'd be even more exhausted than strolling.
Thinking up to here, he awkwardly turned aside, wondering what was wrong with himself. His brain never failed to come back to that. But there was no helping it. He was always hoping for it, wishing that the skies could get dark sooner so he could be together with her. He'd run over to keep her company even though she didn't want to move out. It really did make him lose some face as a man. Originally, he'd come while still indignant, but all of his fury and flames had dissipated the second he saw her. After the meal, Xiang sat with him on the bed and talked for a bit. Since it was about to grow dark, Long Hung shamelessly delayed his stay here. It looked like he was planning on sleeping over. It was very normal for the male master of the house to stay over, so each of them made their own preparations in a harmonious manner. Xiang went to wash up first, then changed her clothes. By the time she got out, she was already tired enough to heave a sigh. Though her body was weak, she hadn't done anything of note today. Why was she so tired? She snuck a peek at that tall figure by the bed. He should be the one who's the most tired. Not only did he move about and shed tears, he had to repeatedly move her around. This was obviously physical work, but he looked like he'd eaten some sort of stimulant, given how flushed his face was. The novel hadn't lied to her. This male lead really did have formidable stamina. You may all leave. Although he seemed very calm, his eyes were filled with sheer impatience. It looked like he would swallow Xiang whole right then there and there, disregarding any watching eyes. Xiang was scared. Dang it, why did it feel like she was facing a wolf? What was this sudden urge to run away? Thus, she came to a stiff halt between the bed and table, afraid to approach him. She was thinking of how much she'd suffered being held and tormented by him. Of course, there were other feelings as well. Still, the dread overpowered the joy. Once the room had cleared, Long Hung noticed that Xiang was still standing there, hesitant. Her eyes were avoiding his to look around the room, as if she was afraid to come over. Instead of growing angry, he personally undid the clothes hanging loosely on his body, and tossed them to the side. Xiang only took a single glance before she felt her pulse quicken. Those healthy-looking muscles covered in a light sheen of sweat had already burned themselves into her mind. Now even her body felt a little hot. The novel had said that the supporting female character Xiang had an exceedingly sensitive body. She especially liked muscular men like the male lead. The character had even had a lustful dream once after seeing his arms, increasing her desire to present herself to the male lead. When she'd first read about it, she hadn't understood. How could the sight of someone's arms throw her so out of control? Just how sensitive was this woman, and how thirsty? But now she understood completely, because a single look had turned her legs to jelly. Had this kind of male lead seduced her, too? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.